same. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in the room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in the few, might land in the tomb. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance, gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in the room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
Just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now loud. Hate my grind down, lame and shine. I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but that's believe lie.
Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Yo, pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long.
motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one-up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them try to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. Now or never. are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my...
fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. With my king, got the blinders on, filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb, golden touch, got the mind is on. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage, I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
To VCT EMEA 2025. Hello everybody and welcome to VCT EMEA Ascension, where we are going to find out over the next couple of weeks who will be joining us in VCT EMEA in 2025. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm here with Pilski and Billy. You guys, I love this tournament so much. It's been a whole year of this, and Pilski, we're finally going to find out who's going to be moving into the big boy league.
Yeah, it's so exciting for so many reasons. You know, the culmination of the tier 2 ecosystem, so many up and coming players to keep an eye on, and, you know, the inter-regional play that we've all been waiting for. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'm so excited. And the fact that Ascension has its own song this year, I mean, did anyone see just that? It was really great. So yeah, I'm excited to get stuck in. And as Pilski said, it's always great to see inter-regional teams and watch teams that haven't played against each other before. I'm so glad you pointed out the anthem. You're so right for that. I love it. I love the song. I vote that we should have a song for every tournament that we do. But let's talk about Ascension, because we've been here before. This is the second time we're running this tournament. And the last time we were here, Billy, I think it was a bit of a rogue left field winner, right? Gentlemates, they made it, and not many people had them as the favorite. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely heartbreak for the North boys. I mean, seeing Apex go all the way to the finals and then lose out on it to Gentlemates. But I mean, you know what? Most of those players got picked up by Team Liquid anyway, you know, so it just shows that although Ascension, you want to fight to win, any of those players can still go up to T1 as well. So really, the way I like to see Ascension is that it's a scouting ground for VCT EMEA. You know, we get to see the best upcoming talent of Europe.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I can't wait to see all of these players. You've seen them kicking around in Challengers Leagues, but it definitely does kind of hit different when you make it to an Ascension final or something like that. It's a bit more of a true test of your mettle for, you know, scouting players for international events and, you know, big franchising league games and things like that.
Yeah, this is the thing. You don't have to win it. I mean, winning it, it's an incredible achievement. It's going to be great. It guarantees you a spot. But as we take a look at some of the players we've seen here in VCT EMEA this year, I mean, you can see on your screens, there's a lot of them that came from Challengers, albeit some of them have kind of been bouncing around Tier 1 and Tier 2 as well. And Pilski, I'm sure you've seen on Twitter, you've seen the rumors. This offseason is said to be the wildest offseason. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get even more Challengers players joining the ranks next year.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, you have so much scouting potential, so many players with a great eye for talent who are, you know, part of some of these franchise teams. So no doubt they'll be keeping their eyes on the Challengers Leagues. They'll be keeping their eyes on the results of this Ascension tournament. And they'll be thinking to themselves, you know, could go for some tried and true tested talent, some of which, you know, look at these Heretics guys you've seen do well for themselves all year, have come up through the same kind of circuits and been handpicked by some great talent scouts and found their way to some fantastic success.
Yeah, I mean, Heretics are an amazing team to shout out for this. Like, to think that they went all the way to grand finals of champs, and a lot of those players did come up from challengers, like, it just goes to show that Ascension might only be the beginning for some of the players that we're going to get to see today, and start thinking about what the year might look like next year.
Yeah, and it's even crazier too. Of course, Vut wasn't even eligible to play for VCT when he got picked up. I think we got a few of those players in Ascension as well that we're keeping our eyes on too. And speaking of that, if we take a look at the groups, I think there were some crazy upsets already coming into this, Billy. I think there are a few names that maybe we expected to be here, but I am happy with the 10 teams we got, because this is looking incredibly competitive.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, these teams have been playing all year leading up to this point. There's a couple in there that I want to keep my eye on. You know, Apex probably being one of the favorites.
I wonder why.
I mean, not just because of VCL North, not just because of Polaris, but like the familiar names are on that team, you know, the individual level and experiences that those players have. And even Mouse, I want to shout out Mouse that we're going to see on the stream today, because they finally got to this point after being so close each time. And if Zus on that team can turn it on, like, it's just, yeah, it's such a great team, and I'm so happy that they finally got to this point.
Yeah, I think like it's a culmination of all of these storylines, and as you kind of mentioned, sometimes you get some upsets interregionally. You know, you get some upsets where you thought a certain team was going to win, or maybe they won stage 2, but stage 1 rather. But when it comes to stage 2, when it comes to that qualifying game, there's a lot more pressure, and some teams crumble under that pressure, unfortunately.
Yeah, as you guys can see on your screen, we have 2 streams running today as well, the Alpha stream and the Omega stream. If there's any games that take your fancy right now, feel free to tune into either of them. And of course, if one stream finishes a little bit earlier, I'm sure we'll be showing the games on both streams at some point as well. But I do want to also let you guys know, while right now, me, Pilski and Billy are sitting in the comfort of our own homes, we will be running the lower and grand finals in studio in the Riot Games Arena on September 14th and 15th as well. Make sure to snag up your tickets, come and see the players, come and see the teams, because you never know, you might be the team you might be supporting could end up in VCT, and those tickets will be released, the new batch of tickets even will be released on September 9th at 12 p.m. CEST. I want to see as many of you guys there as possible, because I'm biased, but I was there last year when Gentlemaids beat Apex to get promoted, and that was one of my favorite moments of the entire year, so you guys don't miss out. But for now, let's talk about this first match of the day. We're starting off the day hot already with Mouse versus Saw. And Billy, you mentioned this already a little bit. The fact that Mouse as an organization are able to finally reach this far is already kind of a historical moment, I feel like, for the DAC region.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Mouse have kind of been like neck and neck with CGN all throughout the DAC region so far this year, and even up until last year, you know, they just missed out on Ascension and had to drop into the play-ins. So the fact that they qualified by winning Split 2 and didn't have to fight through the play-ins this year, like, it's just really nice to see. And I think it commends the DAC region in general as well. You know, last Ascension, we've seen Focus come up, and this Ascension, we're seeing CGN come up. So the DAC region is one that is really strong in my mind.
Yeah, very, very competitive. It's good to see them, as you mentioned, win stage 2 after a couple of head-to-heads that might not have gone the way they would have wanted it against CGN, but they've proven that they're a very, very solid roster, you know, retaining some players for a long time and making some changes more recently compared to, you know, their rivals in CGN. And I'm really looking forward to this matchup as well, because also these orgs are very iconic brands, you know, as far as Germany and Portugal are concerned. So, you know, talking about, you know, 2 different regions coming up against each other, representing their region, the orgs are really reps for the regions as well.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have all that many Portuguese or even German players in general in the tier 1 scene right now. But I do want to shout out one guy, because this year it has been the year of the rookies. We've seen a lot of rookies flourish, but Obnox on the side of Mouse, I think, is going to be really, really important for them. He's a super experienced player, and I have to remind everybody, he was there when Big got promoted into VCT. He's actually done this before, where he had to play through tier 2, play a tournament to get promoted, and go into tier 1. And Pilski, I feel like you can't underestimate that sort of level of experience in a tournament like this.
Yeah, kind of pre-franchising, doing a little bit of a different system. But yeah, there's actually a lot of players who have been around the block, you know, since like 2020, 2021. He in particular has played with some absolute legends, you know, like Golby and Zonix, some of these players that have been around in the German scene, you know, in TAC FPS. But also there's a lot of players who have played with, you know, players who have made it to franchising or even made it internationally and things like that back in the day. And they've just been kind of bubbling under the surface in tier 2 or slugging it out for a while, and you're going to potentially get to see them break through finally here.
Yeah, I think Obnox is an incredible player. His agent pool in general as well. Unfortunately, we don't have a graphic for that, but this guy played like 8 different agents across 4 different roles on Mouse so far. So it's definitely a player that I'm going to be keeping my eye on.
Yeah, and they looked great, right? You guys mentioned it during the season. They were kind of neck and neck with CGN all the way through. They also looked pretty good, I would say, going into playoffs as well. It's, I mean, every team has a chance at this point. But how big of a chance do you guys feel like, I'll come to you first, Billy, that Mouse realistically has to go all the way?
Do you know what, Yinsu? I feel like they've broken the curse. You know, like they were consistently finishing top of the table within their regular season and then consistently losing to CGN in that grand finals. So I think they've broken the curse. I think they need to go into this one with a fresh set of eyes, and they'll have the confidence as well, knowing that they didn't have to fight for the play-ins this year.
I think you could spin it either which way. Like, there's some teams that have been really dominant within their region. Mouse have definitely dropped a lot of series to different rosters, not only to CGN, but also to some of the other teams in Dark, which may kind of will point to how competitive the region is. Whether that's a chance to learn from your mistakes and get a lot more officials under your belt versus, you know, showing just how dominant you are and maybe feeling the confidence and the momentum coming into Ascension is something that we're going to get to answer when we watch this first matchup.
All right, they're going to be going up against Saw. I have to. I feel like every time I say that org's name, I can't say it regularly. But this is a team that were the real underdogs of last year. And we've seen, you know, some social media whispers with some of the former players, Pilski, where they don't, you know, they don't like the disrespect the fans are showing. They believe that they could run it back again this year and make it deep.
Hey, even in some other esports titles, maybe not, maybe flying under the radar a little bit and having some great performances. So, you know, as you mentioned, the case for them definitely in the last Ascension, managing to scrape it through very close in through groups and making it into playoffs and getting a top 4 finish is maybe something that surpassed expectations for them. After that Ascension run, though, which, look, a lot of people would have said was a success, they've had a bit of a rebuild. They've revamped the roster, keeping, you know, the one of the more experienced players in the IGL and the coach, and then picking up a whole host of new players as well as an assistant coach to come into this new Ascension, and they've made it through again after a really dominant run in the Portuguese scene.
Yeah, I mean, even if we look at that previous Saw roster, we've seen Tomazi go up into Carmen Core, and like he made it to VCT EMEA. So I think, again, maybe people are looking to underestimate Saw, but the success that they had last year, as Pilski said, maybe not something they expected themselves. Looking at the roster, though, I'm expecting Addicted to be a kind of role model for these players, given the experience that he has compared to the rest of the team.
I'm sick of people underestimating Saw. We've learned from last time. I feel like this time around we should expect great things from them. You guys mentioned it also a little bit. These teams, they don't really play against each other during the year. This is kind of their one opportunity. But Billy, Fizzy and Addicted, though, they know each other.
Yeah, so they were both playing on Saw previously last year, and Addicted is obviously the only person to remain on Saw going into this year. But yeah, coming fourth together last year, seeing the same underdog story potentially, perhaps. And I want to shout out Fizzy here as well. Like, this is a player, let's just call him Mr. International. Like, he's played the French League, the Spanish League, the Portuguese League, the DAC League. Like, this guy, he gets around. He's got experience in each league, and I'm hoping that that's going to mean that he's going to be able to play really well for this one.
Yeah, you also got Davi kicking around there as well, and you already mentioned Tomasi went on to Carmine Core, so like the core 4 of that Saw roster, like you see them split up amongst 3 different teams competing in Ascension here, or even potentially going on to bigger and better things. Very, very quality roster, and you're seeing them be very, very valuable pieces for various different teams all over the place, and you're going to get to see them go head to head, so maybe a little bit more of insight into each other's play style and the history, you know, a bit of a different role amongst these 2 players, but you know, it's going to be great to see them clash.
I just love the fact that, again, if you guys look at social media for today, like Tomazi was tweeting about how he was rooting for Saw. I think Batty's even watch partying right now. I feel like it's like one of those teams where once you've been on Saw, you're always on Saw. Your heart is always there. But this is the thing, though. They're going up against a team that is looking very good. And when it comes to the map vetoes, we will reveal it in just a moment. Pilski, I think there's some room for interesting and maybe even risky choices.
Yeah, potentially so. Like, it's an interesting interaction for a lot of reasons. First of all, Soars just had such a clean run. They played a lot less maps than Mouse, almost half the maps that Mouse have had to play in Stage 2. I think Abyss wasn't in the map veto for the Portuguese League, whereas Dark were playing it, so that's definitely going to change things up a little bit. And both of these teams do tend to avoid some stronger maps, so you're going to get some insta-bans there, and I'm keen to see what's actually going to happen when we head into it.
Yeah, definitely. I think looking at the map field this time around, I'm kind of wanting to like look at it as a clean slate. You know, we've not seen these teams play against each other, so it's going to be interesting as well, with some of them playing Abyss, with some of them not playing Abyss. Do they leave that open? Do they feel comfortable? Have they prepared in time to actually play out Abyss? Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting.
Well, no surprises there. The permaban of Ascent, I'm assuming Lotus will go to. Both of these teams have like a very firm permaban. It's where, yeah, there we go. It's when the choices that come in that's going to be interesting. You guys already mentioned Abyss. Some regions it was available, some it wasn't. And it looks like in the case of this matchup, it will be available if one of them wants to choose it. And Pilsky and Mouse have taken the bait.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, you haven't seen Saw play it. They didn't get to play it because it wasn't available during their regular season. So Mouse, they're going to have no data. They're going to back themselves to play Abyss against Saw and force them to show some level of preparation. Saw's going to go there for Icebox. This is a map that you haven't really seen too many reps for Mouse. They play the same comp. Maybe we'll see them flip comp heading into Ascension. That's going to be something to keep an eye on as well. You know, a lot of these teams have had months, weeks and months to potentially change things up, change their comps, change their map pool a little bit. So we'll see how that kind of unfolds as we head deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I think that both teams have kind of just played into the fact that, you know, Saw haven't been able to play on Abyss. Mouse, we've not seen so much Icebox from them, but we do know that it is a strong map for Saw, at least in VCL and how they have been playing it. And well, Decider map coming through. I mean, I kind of thought we were going to get to see a Haven, but it ends up on Sunset if we do get to that point.
I'm so surprised that Saw decided to ban Haven to go to Sunset, because if you were Mouse, Billy, you'd be happy with that. You'd be delighted.
Yeah, absolutely, which is exactly why I'm surprised that they've gone through and banned that. I mean, Mouse's Sunset, they have a good win rate on that. I think they've only ever lost it a few times within VCL. So, yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, maybe they're hoping they don't get to that point.
It's going to be interesting. You know, you've seen Mouse lose a couple of Sunsets to a couple of different teams, and I kind of mentioned it as well. In Stage 2, they definitely didn't just drop series or maps to CGN, they dropped it to a variety of teams. Saw as well has even dropped within their region a couple of Icebox games in close fashion. And there you go, you get the Agent Select, you're going to get some post-plant meta with the Astra. We saw a little bit of that at Chance, but Breach is an interesting one over on the side of Saw.
Yeah, do you know, I don't hate it though. I kind of like it. Like,
I love it. This Astra pick, double Astra, love it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting them on the, I don't know, I'm expecting Saw to be playing really aggressive with this comp.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have the potential to set up some of those set plays. You have some, the thing that's fantastic, and you see on a lot of maps as well, the combo of the Cypher and the Breach. I'd love to see some trap plays, and especially inter-regionally, you're playing against teams that you're not familiar with. You got plenty of time for some special preparation. You get a sneaky cam in there, you know, the right time, Breach stun off the back of the cam, that can win you a massive swing round and win you a game, potentially.
Yeah, and this kind of tells me that they've been watching champs. They've been looking at what other teams have been doing. They're adopting this Astra meta, and I am so excited. But I bet you there are two people who are more excited than me for this, and of course, is your casters for today. Give a warm welcome to Hazard and Cairo.
Thank you much, Sue. Yeah, the desk have already explained it in detail. It's an early reunion for Saw's class of 23, but plenty has changed. We're seeing Abyss come out for only the second time for either of these, and for Saw, we've never seen it before.
Yeah, I mean, Hazard already, we're starting to see the shift in meta. As the desk was discussing the fact that there's been a months-long break, the fact that there's been the best of the best playing this map and showing what they've got. It's so exciting to see how these teams have developed their own map pools coming into Ascension.
It's going to be a debut year for Addicted on his IGL as well, the first time that he really gets to pitch himself against someone as experienced as Allurian. What a place to do it. We have brothers in the server as well. Fizzy and Addicted sharing this space for the first time since they fell side by side in the Colosseum over a year ago. But this is a different meeting of the mates. Both of the Portuguese have taken titles home and away with new company. So let's find out who's made the best use of their time apart from one another. It's Saw on the attack first.
Towards the B side, as well as the attack starts for Saw. I mean, this is typically what we see, but Mouse, on the other hand, being so proactive in clearing out A main. Cunha needs to be careful, needs to at least get one here.
Oh, dangerous angle. Cunha tries to get more done, but it is just the one. You can see Saw taking their time, seeing what Maus are doing. Always a team who are very heavy on the A main control, and they've established that early. No window for a reclear. They'll continue to scale into this space where the anchors stand.
Oh, just saw the shoulder of one of the players. Stark now has concrete information about where players are starting to go, holding from deep. And, well, it's still going to be a trade even. But it's that man, Mr. Fizzy, who gets it done again. Still, Saw leaving themselves at a player disadvantage, but at least the spike is down, and there's some utility to work with.
Oh, Fragger gets distracted. The dart brought his attention away, and Fizzy is able to sell out the rest of his team. Maus taking the pistol in comfortable fashion. And I think it's important to mention here as well that not only are Saw notorious in these pistol rounds, they have the highest win percentage of any team in Ascension. So to lose this one nice and early does set up Maus for success.
Yeah, I mean, already, like, the proactivity, the way that Maus want to play, the attack, the defense on the attack. I mean, Fizzy just so good. I mean, that's a really decisive moment on the hold of that site, and coming into the retake as well, has it.
Right here. Right here.
Into the next round. Cypher setup changes, but Maus continuing to plot aggression here, bringing the jewels to Saw. And for a team which at times we've said have seemed so predictable in their play style, this is a leaf out of a different book, and Cunha seems to be aware of it. Nice opening kill to change the pace.
Here.
I mean, the mid control being taken up here by Saw. Being able to find a player to work with and breaking out onto the east side as well, has it. Fizzy just willing to give that up, the space up. Obviously, they've got the guns to work with. And in the meantime, the mid round, you look towards where the players are starting to move from Maus. They've already cleared out mid, getting that extra information, knowing that's exactly where the players have come from.
BRK's up close, but only has a classic. Fizzy needs to be diligent in clearing this, but Stark will do him a favor. Opens things back up, gives Maus a little bit of breathing room, but this upper control from the mid-split is breathing down their neck, and GRTW in the smoke is the first to go down. The cage reveals his position, and it all comes falling apart. Kills picked up, Addicted stuck in main. Looking for the chance to land the shots, finds one onto Obnox. Defuse being stuck by Allurian, it is just going to win the round for Maus.
Yeah, I mean, finding themselves at a precarious situation. Not only that, has like the fact they're able to fight back. That's all they're looking for, at least to get that round over the line. The retake again. Stark and the combination. The fact that Saw put all the chips towards that heaven hold as well. The pistol's just not quite getting it done.
Well cleaned up by Maus. Saw trying to take some of the same space, the same engagement. So often that you'll see Stark and Fizzy on completely opposite extremities to one another, and they continue that here. Aggressive off angle from the former Saw man as well. Just feeding information back. Zus tucking into the bookcase. Yet the gamble is made to rotate elsewhere. I mean, I'm not sure what the information is that has engaged this decision.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Zus beat, like, is there, immediately eliminates the mid issue, gaining so much passive info. And the fact that they've rotated off, as you said, has it. It's a massive question mark. The utility obviously being used to clear the site, which they'll find is completely empty. Mouse having to retake again, which, let's be honest, retakes, first 2 rounds, that's 2 for 2 they've been, so perhaps they'd rather just play as 5, play strength in numbers.
Certainly feels to be the case right now as Saw are able to get that spike planted. Fragger the one that puts it down. And so much map to be cleared because not only did they deposit Zus towards mid, he then gave up that space on the B info that they had. The assumption that they made. It's not like this is an eco either. There are rifles in the mix. And the time is playing heavily against them.
Again, chips put towards the heaven side because Saw could get control, and GRT trying to capitalise on that. At least Cunha gets the trade, keeps the numbers in their favour, continues to do so. Already though, we're seeing players starting to drop out.
No time.
They have weapons in their hands, yeah, they know that they'd rather just keep what they have in their hands, bolster that economy, and Saw managing to at least get one back.
Saw strong on the retake. Holding down the site. Mouse, not too much that they could do there. A big gamble which doesn't pay off. This time Fizzy has a little bit more support. Something that Zus does often is plays the operator in front of the Cypher setup. Now, teams which are less prepared for Mouse's style can get caught off guard by this.
Standing ahead.
I have to see it is just a default for the time being. Ensuring that this global presence is giving them as much control as they possibly can. The posture is still towards the A side.
Something that we see a lot of teams doing is using the Sova drone as a way to clear space out and fake out towards that, and you can see that's exactly why Stark is completely disrespected the A and is trying to move in. So well aware of it and forcing players back.
We're down to the
Seems
last
as if
50 seconds.
Yeah, the decision being made towards the A side.
GRTW here late, ready for the backstab. Info on BRK. Mouse should be rotating numbers over to support. Stark's in close. Smoke with the Spectre. Perfect pair means a couple of kills. Mouse able to hold on, and there's plenty more where that came from. Obnox and Alluri combine. The initiators to end it. Not unless GRTW can get something done, but they know about him now. It's all too expected. Mouse have this one red cover to cover. Another round for them.
Yeah, really big from Mouse. Continues to be the case. I mean, Hazard coming into this game, everybody would have favoured the German side. I mean, they're the ones who have real official experience playing this map. They played it in the grand finals against CGN, won it out. As for Saw,
I think that's really important to note as well, because it is just the one official, but for Saw, are you going to hit the water at the same kind of pace? It's difficult to see that. And as I mentioned before, Addicted, first year as an IGL, people will talk lots about the playing quality in Portugal, but more than anything, how many experienced IGLs do you have there with the same kind of accolades as Alluri? 812 days on this Mouse roster for the Finn. He won the first split of DAC that there ever was, and now the last with Mouse. Looking to kick forward into this next round, but BRK the one with the bite back. Obnox goes early, and that's a 5v4.
Moving in towards the Cypher setup as well, has it? I mean, Cunha being so low, trying to take contact from window, and again, Fizzy easily gets the entry kill, dips out, and it still continues to be Zus, the man who always turns up when Mouse need him, and leaves Saw strewn across the main position, not even got a chance to get onto site.
Cage triggered.
Fizzy peeking out through his own cage, a simple collection. While Fragger will have repurposed this Guardian, the flash takes Fizzy off the angle. A plant would have been nice for a little extra money. Because right now, Saw needs something to get them started. Mouse have taken the game to this young team and are finding all of the results that they would have been looking for. As we said, Addicted is the continuity, but there are 4 rookies in the server, and right now, while they've proved themselves in short bursts, when the round drags on, it feels like there's only ever one winner.
Who? One enemy remains.
Into the next mid-control for Saw again. Playing as a pack this time, not spreading themselves too thin. Alluri will wait, his positioning key. The drone to unlock some more information, but it's a Hunter's Fury which is received. Zus fires a shot back, a bullet through BRK. That means that Maus are the one which go a player to the good this time. Something which Saw had for themselves in the previous, but even then failed to convert. GRTW nestles himself in towards top mid and is going to be really important towards the late round. Mouse have an idea that he could have crossed between the lines and slipped the net at this point in time. It's more of a backstab. You wait for the A main control to be collected, as it has, and then there's an opportunity that this could become something more, a drone of their own. Met with the stun,
30 seconds left.
but the Spike is hesitant to leave, and Maus are already making inroads back to support the A players. Stark inside his own smoke, jumps up, spots the gap, but Addicted shoots first. 13 seconds, not much time for this Spike to be planted, means that the Rolling Thunder is a necessity to get it down. It will eventually go, but at the cost of Fragger's lives and many ultimates being invested. Mouse with the numbers, GRT equalizes. His backstab finally comes to the forefront. Fizzy sending a bullet back though, and with it, Cunha in the clutch. Of all the new additions on Saw's side, he was one which stuck, but it's Alluri that sticks the landing and Maus which find the conversion.
It is over. Right here. What do you say, drone? Ready to stretch your wings?
Timeout coming through.
Seconds left.
Just the previous round, mid being utilized a lot more by Saw. The value from GRT, yet still, these retakes have been so strong. Mouse being able to hold on to a lot of the space. And it's Saw which called the break-in play first. You look at them being the forever champions of Tempest as their challengers calendar has packed down and will be sent to Spain for 2025. Every single split that we've seen so far has been picked up. However, Maus now coming into their own in DAC after winning almost every regular season except for the one where they're finally crowned champions. Momentum is building. And from the boot camp in Hamburg, energy will be high right now amongst their squad. Another gun round coming through from Saw to try and offset that a little bit. And after we saw So much pressure, so much proactivity at the start of this game. They've taken their foot off the gas pedal a little bit, Mouse. They're reacting to what Saw are trying to do, and it's this heads-up Valorant which has been punished so much up until this point in time.
Get out of my way.
Sus with the operator, Fizzy down early. Difficult position to hold, but he now has support. A kill picked up, scoped in, waiting for Cunha to peek, and when he does, it's not a pretty sight. A kill picked up for the Portuguese, a 3v3 and even standing, a chance for them to make this difficult. The Cosmic Divide goes up. It locks them in to try and clash horns head on with Mouse as they make the retake happen. But Stark has slipped away from the pack. It's thinned out the numbers and left Alluri by himself. The recon already landing. Nothing else from which to work. It's all on Stark to make this happen, and he makes a meal of it instead. Put on a platter. Alluri will be given up. The game is no longer unless he can find a way to turn this on its head, and he can't. GRTW picking up another round for Saw.
Will they try the same old tricks? This goes here.
Only a second round for Saw, but in terms of what went well, it was a more aggressive post plant. Something which you see more commonly on that B site if you can take it. And with the setup that Mao's had, that's few and far between. Reveal goes over mid, but they still don't know about Zus. The poll remains posted. GRTW always on the back of their minds, thinking about the possibility of the flank coming through. Drone onto A. And for Saw, this is just pressure. You do have, on the other side of the map, the possibility that Cunha could call them back over, but it seems as if his services are required on the A site itself. But Mao's, once more, incredibly prepared for what's coming through. Stark holding for the dart, which will land not before Zus has a chance to get off his first shot, which he will connect. The null command making great use, stopping any utility from hitting the neck of the site as there's still players here. Around the nebula, Stark is the thorn in their side. They can't find a way to remove him. It's nigh impossible. Zus getting freebies, chances to shoot at them. BRK eventually does respond, reclaims upper, and joins side by side with GRTW to make this more difficult, and in fact, grabs a hold of the round by himself. 3 kills should be more than enough. Zus has the world up against him, and Alluri's clutch displays so far have not hit the mark, and they won't. It's a quad from BRK. Back-to-back rounds for Saw.
Spike planted.
A huge performance from BRK as well, with Raze being his main agent. This isn't something which we've come to expect from him. Such huge shoes to fill from Tomasi, who would have been there last year in the same role.
My camera is
And it's the first man call to arms this time around. The point man of the push. He goes straight in, barreling over the top. Reveal won't catch anyone on Saw's side. A chance for the spike to be planted, but they want it open. They haven't settled for the space that they've been given. They're hungry for more, and they get everything. Zus out of blades and out of chances. He will simply roll over as Saw pick up yet another.
I mean, Hazza, I've been watching, and honestly, it looks good from Saw. Something to come back in with. Something that we're seeing. That positivity. As for Mouse, I mean, Hazza, generally, the aggression actually being punished for once.
A.
It certainly makes a big difference. Saw rinse and repeat on this B site. It's these deep holes which have looked so strong. They're expecting the retake to flood back through from Maus, stopping it right at the gates. Here is Zus, back to the aggressive nature which they demonstrated in those opening couple, setting the tone and removing Addicted. He's forced to call this one from the spectator screen.
It's not only that, you're seeing straight away, like after getting that pick allure, he's trying to be proactive. Clear out mid, see what's happening, and Zeus, again, trying to go down mid, find something, and there goes BRK. More issues for SOT as they hemorrhage players throughout this. And it's just on ones, Hazard, continuing to be the case, as there goes the Cypher, GRTW.
Spike down mid.
Another big pickup for Maus. He hit the form of his life in Dak. A real propellant behind Maus getting as far as they have done. For all of those times which they fell short, he was at the forefront for their success. Now Cunha 1v5. He's a boy up against men right now. Zus has the angle held, will miss the shot. It's just that timer ticking on down. How much more can you possibly do? Oh, nothing. Obnox will shut that one out. It is flawless from Maus in their retaliation.
Listen, a flawless round, there's no better way to answer it. Saw stringing those three together. A 6-4 as well has it. Maus really need to start to have something to show for the dominance which they've had in this first half and get that advantage.
Here.
Just the amount of opening picks for Zus as well. As I said before, such a key part of the rebuild. Has now spent more time on Maus than any other roster he's played for. And celebrate that anniversary the day after the final if they make it there. For now though, yeah, it's just him holding on to A with support. Saw letting themselves be known, but not doing anything more than just that.
The thing is though, is with all the players watching the choke, you're just creating a pressure pocket, but they know that the A site isn't under siege. Looking to re-clear out mid and head back towards the B site where a lot of teams tend to finish when they're on Abyss. More than comfortable just to leave Zus here on the op as they start to change their positions to more of a backside hold Hazard and easier for rotations towards the other side of the map.
Addicted still has the recon bolt, but it's a very deep drone to try and re-clear B. Maybe throw off an op, but that's when the information comes through. On BRK's death cam, now Zus has been alerted to the SOAR forces. For that reason, they move towards B. He'll do the same, match them for pace. Rolling Thunder comes into Link, and the double stun is a double knockdown for GRTW. A 4-on-3 with the op in play. How much more do Maus want from this?
I mean, the ultimate even compounds it, Hazard, because you look at where what SOT can take from the information is they can set up their post plant perfectly. Even looking to deposit Cunha for a late flank around. Just holding on towards that trap wire. Maus have so much to do in terms of re-clearing the site. And you look at the utility they have, 2 flashes in that knife.
It's the freedom to do so as well with the Astra utility. The knife clears the site, the aggression expected, but nothing revealed from SORT. Zus landing yet another shot, and this is when the utility game will start to be so imperative. Not much more that you can do. As the final grains of sand hit the bottom of the hourglass, it is a SOAR round yet again. There's only one in it as we come into the final of this half.
Yeah, and the fact that SOAR's still keeping themselves competitive. I thought, honestly, after Zus getting that entry pick with the operator, completely alleviating any pressure created on A main, this would be an easy read for Maus, and the fact that they'd be able to really hold out on the B site, but the GRTW, assisted by Fragger as well, that's the key point. Getting a double, getting SOT back in the round, back in this half, not allowing Maus to run away with this.
Saw have already shown that they're happy to use their ults first, draw their hand. MOUZ now fighting to keep this advantage, and with only 1 round left to try and do it. Zus's op has been right at the crux of this, and he will be again. The dash is available, and he's thinking about a peek, Cairo.
Dash gone. Now leaving himself here. Misses the first shot. That's going to be a disaster, because now you look towards the site and you have to rely on Fizzy, who can get it done this time. Cosmic Divide straight in and sight in Shaw's hands. Spike will go down easily enough. It's the utility to come back in, but not only that, the player disadvantage as well.
Obnox only has 1 knife, but it's got to be perfectly placed because BRK still holding on to all of his. Anna Vandal gets the information, 2 players on spot, and they're not going to go down without a fight. It's a scorched earth policy. They'll sit on the other side of the wall. You can already see Saw looking to play back through. All hands on deck. They want to duel this right in front of them, but instead MOUZ line them up. GRT, the one in the hot seat. 21 clutches in Portugal split 2. Can he add another in Ascension? It's looking like a chance to do so here. Running out of bullets. Shorty, duck and weave. GRTW. That's the man you want in that situation, and that's exactly why.
Unreal stuff. Dancing between the wall, dancing between everything that's been sent forward towards them. Has a MOUZ look to have the round in their hands, but let it go once again.
Going to be going to a half-time and will return, but they've got to think about that clutch for quite a while now. Huge end to the first half for Saw, tying up the scoreline onto the defense. MOUZ with plenty of work to be done if they want their own map selection to head the direction of the Hamburg boot camp right now. Early celebrations have been dulled. And looking at this one here, it's a couple sheriffs on either side to spice off this opener.
Yeah, onto the big players as well, has it. Most importantly, Zus. That's the big player, the one who always seems to pick MOUZ up by the scruff of the neck, carry them towards that finish line when it's needed. At this moment in time, though, it's fair to say MOUZ have all been on firing cylinders.
Just took a little bit of time to get going, and that's expected. The jitters at this kind of level. 4 players who have never been that far before. The names that they had to replace to stand on the shoulders of giants. One of them Fizzy, and now him blocking the path to another playoffs run. Gets spotted, out on A, but it's just a ruse. MOUZ grouping up to play into B, and BRK has been revealed by that knife.
Still wants to stick around, finally being pushed to the back of sight, but has dodged all the utility that could have put him into a bad spot. GRT looks to hold fast with them, trying to activate the cage and gets distracted doing so. It's his own utility that will end up costing him his life, as BRK can't quite get the second to make numbers decent. Addicted spam, not quite there, and neither is the players nearby either, as Fragger's late to the party. And the party is certainly already started for MOUZ on this pistol round. Addicted, trying to find something, but Hazard, you're already starting to think that this should be a mouse round. Finally, Saw will get themselves back in, but all in all, everybody's already in position.
Dog's peeking around the side, trying to get something done. It's all Saw in these late stages. Addicted, taking down 3. And making it yet another Saw round win. The lead is theirs for the first time so far in this map when Mouse held a 5-1 lead.
I guess just don't count out Saw at this point. Started to do it, and already you're seeing Saw come back into it. But that's the thing, Hazza. Saw have always been the heroes of Portugal, right? A team that have, again, as we said last year, started to really find themselves in the limelight, getting that 4th place finish. I just get the commitment to the Portuguese scene has been second to none.
Yeah, and that's the question that we were asking. Is the next generation of Portuguese talent ready to walk that same path to Berlin set before them? Or is it a moment too soon? And I feel like this is the perfect test. The old guard on the Mouse side, the experience they have in challenges, versus this complete unknown from Saw, with Addicted continuing to pull the strings. You're seeing the mental resilience from them already. And for as much as we've spoken about Maus having been there, you still can't say that they've done the business when it's counted.
Happy to allow the Cypher to be all alone towards B, relying on that utility. This Mouse still hang around in A, and again Hazza, look how easily and ready, like happy they are to just give up the A site, allow Mouse to send the utility in, and just hold on to the extremities of the site.
Junior has the pull. Everyone on Mouse has already gotten past it. The utility finally gives the game up, and the spike on the floor with it as well. It's a sorry state of affairs. Fizzy can recover against his countrymen, but with a classic and 4 players in front, he is another target yet to be hit. GRTW finishes it off against his counterpart, Saw building into the second half.
And then after the back of that Hazza, bonus round becomes not a bonus round anymore, becomes a rifle round with the amount that was able to get in towards the next few of those Bulldogs and Vandals. Making Saw have to really consider what they're doing here. For the most part though, I mean 4 players sitting outside B, you'd figure that this is probably going to be a quick take.
Marshall Sheriff still a bit rough around the edges. GRTW, deep cage. Looking to play off the cam that he has set up, but BRK's already moved so far up mid. That's exactly what the breach is for. Stun onto Stark's head. Nowhere to move, nowhere to hide. Opening pick for Saw coming into their retake, which they're well prepared for.
Yeah, and already, I mean, putting themselves in a position to go and take the fight. The trapwire still not being touched by Mouse, which allows some information, but as Alluri starts to send it forward, Saw well aware of what's coming their way, although they can't quite fight it. That's insane, Alluri! That's what you need! Last player's on the flank, and it is BRK, and Fizzy will easily collect him up.
I've been watching Alluri for 3 years, and I've never seen him do anything like that before. Hard-headed, pragmatic, call him whatever you like. There is a situation sometimes where the IGL simply needs to set up, step up, and get things done for his team. Brilliant work.
It's not even that, Hazza. Like, on top of that, I mean, actually, I had a look at comparing all the stats statistically from Split 2 amongst all the players. Alluri is actually the worst statistically across everybody in Ascension.
Okay, in Ascension, right. I was going to say, IGL tax, you pay it. Everybody does. Already, you've seen Maus hand sort that blank check, a hefty build. Orb is tapped, they're waiting for the reaction, but it's not going to follow through. BRK is happy to post up here. but so are Maus. A waiting game right now. And behind their own smoke, it's a clear of the left side and perhaps a deeper line for this Oppa to move into.
Smoke to stop anyone, and you can see BRK just gets the opportunity and gets out. Stops Maus in their tracks. That null command still going off, and Saw just finding the opportunities, the gaps, and where to get the picks. Maus sending it forward, but still being stopped. Still BRK hangs in the wings, but can't quite get it done. Brings it back to a 2v2 with a spike down and retreat to main. Utility to work with. Info up in 15. You've also got 2 shocks.
It's the shocks you've got to be thinking about on both sides right now. The fact that BRK's op picks up Fizzy first probably isn't too much of an issue because that's not what you were looking to play for. Those aren't your win conditions. Obnox has a flash to re-challenge this as well. He'll throw it in over the top. The double peek comes through. It's Obnox to do it all by himself. But instead, the youngster, GRTW, the one to pick it up.
He's such a great clutcher. And also great sight anchor as well, has it. That's the thing about the players that Saw picked up, who redeveloped their roster with. Highly criticised for the decisions that Saw made. Didn't go for star-studded names, ones that the community loved. Went for the ones that they felt were right for the project. And already, you can see why GRTW, Clutch King, Fragger, so good with the utility.
They swapped competition for competition. Kispawn was the original Sentinel player from the GTZ team put to the sword by Saw last year. And after Split 1, GRTW hopped ships from Elevate, the grand finalists against Saw that we see here today. So they're happy to pluck from that talent pool when players become available. This next generation continuing to make strides against the established elite, the ones which you expect to move up a space.
Addicted and Fragger, oh, can't quite find Zus, but again, it's the utility that's always on point. Zus continually having to give up the space, being oppressed by the utility sent his way. In the meantime though, has a look towards B main.
Yeah. Again, it's just about putting a player in mid and then setting up for your B execute. Nice set reaction from Saw to try and challenge it. But now this op needs to start hitting some shots. If you want to hold on to the site, you've got to do it now.
Nowhere to run.
Hunter's Fury being sent back in, and the op isn't hitting either, has it? That's the thing. And the Sheriffs are. This is now Maus to send it forward. Get something back. It was been essentially a thrifty round to buy. Hasn't been great. And you can see the trepidation in which Saw approach the site. I mean, towards this middle, GRT tries to pose another threat, but all in all, the time is ticking away for Saw.
It's an empty one. There is nothing left to do here, Cairo. As soon as you see Stark there playing late, you know it's another 10 seconds off the timer with no numbers to make it a possibility. And exactly as I put it, you have a decision to make on this B site. Do you look to try and hold it with the op? Something which teams successful in champions such as DRX and Buzz were able to do to great effect? Or do you play for that retake? Is there even a chance that you blend them both, get a quick one and dip out? I think that's where Maus were able to punish Saw, caught between two minds. That decision-making in the big moments is always something that we're going to have to question of a new team at this level of play.
Yep, timeout coming through. Has a momentary stop in proceedings. Talk about what's been going wrong, and I think with the, I guess the lack of composure from Saw, you could understand that. The occasion, perhaps, getting to them.
And that's something that we've got to talk about a lot as well, to play the game and not the occasion. A lot of these teams will be celebrating how far they've managed to get, but the job is far from finished. So many matches to play, and every single one of them counts. You look at head-to-head, how much of an effect that can have. Saw had a flawless group run last year, but this time, with how competitive things have been, I can't really say that there's a group of death and an easier side of the bracket. Whichever way you look at it, every single game just as important as the last.
I think with the amount of players who are reaching for the first time this stage in competition and Tier 2 as well, has it, you can never really judge who's going to come up trumps. I mean, this is the first time we get the inter-regional competition.
For 2024 at least. Plenty more of that to come. Zus tries his luck, but nothing more. BRK still posted, so patient. Just have heard the cue, and if he can isolate Spike, that's the Spike. It's Alluri by himself, yet he's the one revealed. That neural theft has done God's work. Kuna attempting to fake the rotation, but with just the classic in hand, he's out of options. BRK with this Vandal is the only thing that stands between them and a level score.
I mean, Hazard, you're talking about GRT and how good he is in clutches. BRK, just as good. Clutch percentage, much higher. And we'll get the first onto Fizzy. Opens it up. Stark in mid will catch the cross though and stop that in its tracks. All equal on the scoreline here. We're heading into the last final few rounds.
Yeah, it's do or die. Really, Mouse's pick, Abyss. Pilski was saying on the desk how, we saw it in DAC playoffs, but it's one step further than that. We only saw it in the final. A couple of weeks separating the two stages of play meant that it was only introduced in the best of 5. Yeah, they picked it up against CGN, who have since come back and looked better here. But with a whole champion's worth of VODs to review and adjustments to make, scrims to set yourself up, if this isn't the final form, when do we get it?
Straight away, Cam gone, mid now, a big question mark. And you could argue, in Mouse's control, the Solid to hold on to the exits. Double stack towards the B side. I mean, this is the heavier side for Saw. In fact, they're going to try and re-clear it with the drone. Zeus, getting caught in Obnox. That's a second player seen in mid. So I'm starting to get a good idea of the picture in which Mouse are starting to create.
These are the front lines here as well, so as soon as you hit contact, he's straight out of there with a dash. A smash and grab, and there's nothing Fragger can do to trade off of his teammate.
Yeah, Alluri clearing most of the site and hasn't found Cunha, the only player to hold on to the B site. Finally, Fragger will come in, and the null command has been used. And look at the repositions here from the site anchor. Just misses out on Stark, but at least Fragger's there to capitalise. And the op, all the way in B main, has a long way to go before this is going to be even doable. In fact, no, we'd rather save it up. So, getting things back to winning ways and getting the advantage back in their hands.
There's so many layers to why Saw finds success there as well. Sure, Zus gets the opener in mid, but the execute was fairly telegraphed, and they played to hold the site. The null command was available, and for that reason, you see GRTW start the round over on A, making sure that those traps stay up, so Cunha can stay alive that little bit longer. The cage to hop up to top site as well and take such a powerful angle on the push as it comes in. Really, really nice micro play from Saw, and it's stuff like that which shows they've been doing their homework.
I mean, with under the threat of the null command as well, the timing can't be stated enough about how perfect it was. And look at the trap that's been set up on A. Fragger at backside is currently holding on to a stun. They've caught BRK, but they haven't seen Cunha, Hazard. And in the meantime, you look towards mid.
2 players. And the two players that you'd want there as well, because their impact can remain across the round a lasting print, which is going to be difficult to remove if you're Saw, but you can already see trying to make some moves of their own. It's a rolling thunder onto Zus. He will be stunned eventually, but so is BRK. The only capitalization is information. Maus are already ready to make their final push.
Yeah, they don't have an idea about the back lines, or at least that's what you thought. GRT, even getting the alternate off, have a right good idea of what's happening, and Fizzy still manages to get a kill, make that 2 off the back of it, and brings it back to an even scoreline between the two in terms of players. Spike being denied, and look at time, it's getting increasingly low, getting worrying for Maus to get this over the line, but Zus is looking to drag them over the line. Now it's up to GRT! No way! Not again! So close, but Alluri, the captain, will at least make it even.
Just about eludes the clutch. Out of the hands of GRTW, doing his damnedest, but Maus, again, playing heart in your mouth Valorant. They're one of the slowest teams, attack speed-wise, in this competition. In a group with Pacific and Saw, some of the quickest. You could not ask for more, you know, virtually different styles of play than these two. And even Alluri looking for that open plant, always wanting this perfect situation to pan out rather than playing with the hand that you're dealt. These little decisions sometimes, in my eyes, complicating affairs for Maus. They do get through, and this attack side op remains to be posted.
The drone that they keep using, Maus, basically demands they have to use utility to clear that backside space. We'd rather get the information towards CT, and with one shock, they've got rid of 2 traps. This becomes an issue for Saw because they've been playing off of these traps quite a lot, Hazza, in terms of their sight holds.
They have. But it's more utility expended in the process. Sus is just going to fly straight in. Up by his side. Updraft. So exposed. And as the dash is gone, the flash has peeked back through, and Saw are ready to face this fight. Alluri keeping them honest. So much work done by the captain. A break-in play and a chance for the spike to go down while this Cosmic Divide stays up, and the flank is making its way forward.
Stark needs to be big here, needs to win the fight. Looks to do so, as it but BRK get relegated to the Classic. Now you start to look towards Maus, and in fact actually has it. So, looking to call it quits. Would rather play the percentage play and have guns for the next round.
And you can't blame the decision either, because Maus this time are a little bit more straightforward in how they do it. Yeah, they take the aggressive fights, but you know, Spike goes down when they're given a chance. As I said before, they're not trying to play perfect Valorant. If you thought they were, with Zus headlining that one with his operator, then look, you tuned into the wrong stream. These guys don't play it by the book, but they play it by their own strat book. The Maus way to play is always the same.
Yeah, I mean, with them having so much success in regular seasons, I mean, Billy had touched on it on the desk about how for the first time Maus failed to top a regular season, but it was the first time that they were able to actually win a split outright.
Let's fly.
It's huge work from everyone involved, and it's turning a corner from group stage Maus to playoffs Maus. And Zus, as we've said, averaged 60 kills across all of those playoff best of threes, which, again, a component. He's on track to put up similar numbers here. BRK trying to match him for pace, but Fizzy is there with a punish instead.
I know exactly where you
I mean, the information coming through from the neural theft, they know that there's 2 players on either side of the map, so you may as well start to send it forward, but Maus ever so slow to get onto the site, they'll still capitalise upon the push that they were making, and it's Zus that's cutting and carving up a picture. something which they can behold to look at. I mean, this is a 2v3 on site, Hazza, because you look towards the other side of the map, and Stark's nowhere to be seen.
He still has that utility late, no star yet placed on the spike. Instead, it's a stun to invite further Mao's aggression, holding them there. And they're going to walk straight back into his arms. There's only one rifle to take away from the situation, and Fragger will fight for his life to keep it. Operator, in fact, Mao's not going to give them any chance to run away with this one. How many more bodies will they invest to remove it?
Oh, I can't quite get the last, but Hazza, the most important thing about that is that's now 12-10. That's it. You're playing for overtime now on Mouse's pick.
Match point.
And it's not been the, I guess, most concrete map that we could have seen from Mouse, but it certainly is all about getting it over the line. And Ascension, it's essentially 4 or 5 games to decide your season, Hazza.
One enemy remains.
Free out.
Rise and bring glory.
Barriers dropping, back at it for both teams. Clearing out mid, that's where Mouse are putting most of the pressure. Looking to at least create some Fragger already. Looking to prime the utility. Using the drone to clear out the trap wires, or at least make them visible for someone to get rid of. It's massive.
Cheeky cam again for early info. Addicted! Finding Fizzy on the extremity. And getting the once over. Information on all of these players out in main. Mao's feeling as if they need to go now. Their opportunity to strike is right in front of them. Spike not yet down. Ability invested to claim them some upper space. Cunha's able to hold on. There's nothing they can do. They're fighting up against the odds, and the walls are closing in. GRTW from the flank. The aftershock gives him everything he could have possibly asked for, and Cunha will close. It is flawless from Saw.
Flawless.
And they will bring this one right back into the game.
Worry. Don't think it's
One round has up, the 1 round shootout between these two. Another timeout coming through, this time from Mouse. Looking to use everything in their park to get this one over the line. Kundi introducing himself, getting to discuss with his teams what went wrong in that last one, because it felt as if everything went wrong.
Yeah, you lose your pressure on the other side of the map and all of a sudden corralled into a push that you don't really want to go for. And we see that indecisiveness come to light. Like I said before, they have bodies on the site, but Illuri is a gambling man. He wants to hedge his bets on finding more picks before they feel comfortable to get that spike down. And you understand why. Saw very quick on their retakes. When they see those triggers, when they have those cues, they're right back through. One of their best maps is Haven, and that's the exact reason why, because they're always finger on the pulse, looking to take engagements. To speak of the coaching staff's involvement as well, now that this has been 60 seconds for both teams and heading towards a potential overtime for Saw, they brought in an assistant coach this year, and Cello in this setup has had such a big impact in preparing for, you know, a vast variety of teams.
Looks like Saw want to take this on the front foot, out on A, clear out that main position. In fact, they're even going further. Remember, Stark behind the box, you can see the outline. In fact, will get caught straight away. Utility being sent forward. Has to get out from behind the box. I mean, at least take Addicted with them. At the same time while this is happening, Hazza, Mouse are scaling up really well. Finding themselves in vents.
They should know about this, Saw, but it's a huge pick because Stark's gone down, and that's your post plan. Now Maus are going to need to be on the front foot, as we said before. They have space, but they've lost Fizzy. Again, he goes down. It's BRK to do it this time. With a spike in the hands of Illuri and little time left on the clock, the B play feels like the only answer.
Yeah, and they're forced into it. Don't know who's out on main, don't know what's happening. Give away their position because they've destroyed the trap wire, and you can see Cunha is just lying in wait, set up by Fragger, but the stun isn't there in time, doesn't reach exactly where it needs to go, and GRT needs to at least get one. Perhaps a second. Omnox swinging out, but Fragger getting the spike is massive.
One enemy remaining.
I don't know what Illuri was doing. He was following up everyone late. Trying to carve out gaps, was too scared to go alone through main, so instead it's middle where he's put to rest, and Omnox can't convert. For all his experience, all his years, there's nothing you can do when your head is lowered to the guillotine.
Switching sides.
Saw cut the string and start out the overtime.
It's not Ascension without a little bit of drama, as it has it. Always the stakes are at the highest, and always you get these drama-centric games. This is only map 1 as well, by the way. Mouse's pick.
Feels like we've been here forever.
Yeah, I know, mate. Stuck. I mean, that's the thing. Stick your head above the clouds and you realise, right, we've got one more map to bring this back, send it to map 3, whoever loses this out. A great contest so far. Showing their ideas. I think it's the simple mistakes as well, which has been a real issue.
Early drone addicted. Zus's operator will be in play again. Mouse with all the utility that you could ask for, and the information early doors. Mid now may just become a concession though, and you can see from the positioning of Illuri and the pings on the map that they're not comfortable as things stand. The boat is getting rocked, and Saw are making waves.
The fact is, Zus still holds this angle. You've got that passive information. That's what's keeping the players towards the A side of the map, Hazza. It's about when the engagement's taken. Dash still not burned through.
Yeah, he's just waiting for that utility. Or in fact, even the peak, the read is perfect. Cerebral from Zus, but the trigger not pulled. BRK comes straight through the sight. And now he is the one to take the mantle. The sniper in his hands to batten down the hatches. The spike yet to reach the ground. Cunha on the tap to play for a little more time, but goes for the safe option instead with only 12 seconds. Skin of their teeth. Saw ready to play this out with 4 players onto 3.
BRK stuck on the site with brings out the knives and already sees where Omnox is and can't quite get the capitalization on the position. GRT though certainly will, and now it's up to Omnox. Stunned up and stuck. Doesn't get a chance. You can see Saw so eager to try and get this. Cunha being brought back and caught in the grav well. No chance of getting out. Omnox vulnerable, just waiting for the peak and doesn't even get it half. Time is getting low, and so is the chances to win this round out. Saw will get it over the line and put themselves at advantage in this first round of overtime.
Switching sides. Match point.
What a situation. Saw now 1 round away from winning the opening map of the second group, and it must be said, Cairo, people would have had their favorites coming in. A lot of the questions centric to which version of Mouse do we get. We've seen both the good, the bad, and quite frankly, the ugly so far, but this, beautiful from BRK. Any gun, any ability given, he will take his chance. And now 5 players strong, Mouse looking to assault on the A side. Cunha the one which stands between them, the youngest player up against it all.
I mean, doesn't even want to go up against it though, Hazza. Would rather wait for the comrades. One of the youngest teams in Ascension. And Mouse, will they have all the sight to hold on to? Can't quite get Heaven. Looking to fight this on the site, and when they do so, they fall. Given an advantage to Saw, not even in utility has a bit in numbers as well.
Yeah. It's the 18-year-old who finds first against his counterpart, and now they continue to constrict. BRK doesn't even need to take a fight here. He will simply sit on the back of their minds. And while the spike is open, Maus are equally so. A target-rich environment, but this one shoots back. They found all the fights that they needed. Fragger is sold out to dry. A 13th for Maus, but not until overtime arrives. We can go for a second round before we have a winner here on Abyss.
Honestly, I thought it was all happening for Saw there. You can see with the flank of BRK, the pressure that they create. Maus being forced into main, nowhere to go, having to fight. There's a lot of similarities between this roster of Saw and the last. The way that the Breach is always trying to set up the duelist, BRK waiting for Fragger to send the utility forward. But Maus so good at just playing off one another. Zeus has the op back up for this defensive side, but this time is in mid.
Always floating around his positions on the map. And with little material in terms of how Maus like to set up, you're not always going to know where he is. Stark gives his position away quite happily, revealed, stunned, but yet to be selected as First Blood. A competition few would be happy to win.
I don't know, mate. I've seen you play Valorant before.
Steady. Zeus. Will he pull the trigger here? He's thinking about it. Double cage setup, but the drone has lifted the curtain. That veil is gone. Zeus needs the adjustment. Brilliant. BRK gone. Wants a little more. Second chance from a different avenue, but the answer is different. Alluri flashed. The kill is good. Fizzy following up. 2 from him. And all of a sudden, Saw have half the numbers. Kunya needs a collection. It's big. The trips are down. But he is isolated. It's a 3v1 with 20 seconds left. The pull brings Sus right in front of him. And there's only one player ever winning that fight. Maus with the advantage.
Yeah, that's it. The big German org. Maus with so much history and esports in general, looking to get their first map pick. I mean, that's another thing between these two. It's just a difference in the stories that they've had organisationally. I mean, only in the last year have we seen Saw start to hit the highlights. And they're going to take a moment's break. Perhaps Saw has feeling a little bit of the bum. Had the chance to win it out in the last round. This round, that attack just did not work out at all.
Maus, for those who remember, didn't even win a single map in play-ins last year, back when it was the BO1 format. They crashed out of the group in surprise fashion, but the conversation that we reserve for them typically does center around the knockouts. Groups is a different beast, but it's a challenge which they seem up for right now.
I mean, that's it. Talking about like last year as well, you look at some of the players in the server. I mean, Stark missing out, was originally on the CGN roster that made it to Ascension, but got benched and finally gets his opportunity to play here. I mean, Maus, how many times have they sat on the bench watching someone else represent their region?
Yeah. Like you say, 20 years in this game. They're always one for sticking around and sticking it out, and through 28 rounds of Valorant, we might finally be one step closer to the answer of who wins Abyss. So many questions coming in, and look, that's what this is all about, answering them. Cam spotted by Alluri. A lot of times we've seen the drone invested just to tag out the position of this Cypher setup, because it's an information game at times, not just what you take, but what you can starve of your opposition. And now Saw have turned all of their attention to the library.
A war of attrition, and I like this though by Saw, because no matter what, there'll be no late flanks if they can clear out Stark's position deep in mid and focus on the B site.
Reveal comes up at such a brilliant time though. They got the mid info and now they're ready. It's a choice that Saw have to make. Do they want to try and dump some utility early, create some damage, disrupt this? Do they want a fight or do they play fully for the retake? Because it all comes down to this final round. And Obnox can finally get this one planted. So it's a 5v5 in post for what could be the final time.
Start looking to play upset, but gives away the position. I saw with an idea now, and they'll actually have to dedicate BRK to that. You can see as Saw look to set themselves up. There's still Obnox lying as some sort of a surprise. Something to upset what comes through. The knife is spot on, and so is Zeus's crosshair. The player's looking to still try and make it on, and it looks to be successful so far. It seems to be going even. In fact, even better for Saw. 2 to the good, and it looks to go even better.
That's
as
it.
they just hold 4 and defuse. We go again, round the merry-go-round. Another round of overtime.
Just a peek from Alluri felt like all that was needed to drag that one out to close for Maus. They had the opening pick from Zus on the site defense, and Obnox has been doing such a brilliant job at delaying this whole time from post-plant to post-plant. Had both flashes, that's the game you play. But Addicted gets straight onto it and has full faith in this squad of selected youngsters called up from the Portuguese talent books onto Saw's hands. Now the attack side is theirs. And it seems to be another group up.
Same Cypher utility that we've been seeing being put towards mid to create the pressure pockets that they need, right, to stop any flanks coming through.
Yeah, and this is huge as well because you've just seen the drone invested by Alluri. So they're thinking about a reclaim. What is this? BRK, where's he off to? Right into the smoke over the top, and Stark is downed. Goomba stomped in the back sight, and Obnox is the next to go. Advantage Saw on their attack side.
Not only that, having to retake with an op as well, Hazza. Sure, those long legs. Oh,
he's gone! Of all the rounds to do it, Sus trying to open up the angle, but will wave goodbye to his chances here. Into the jaws of defeat itself. The numbers game is made worse. Now Saw have twice to play around with. Fizzy's already dropped in. The headshot is his, but no conversion. All on Alluri, and he can't stand up to the task. Saw sending themselves to a potential map 1 win.
Oh, I'm stunned, Hazza.
This is just insanity.
Well, truly. It's getting caught in the moment again, right? Focused on what's going on around you, the awareness on the site. We understood that there could be issues, but not in a round like that. Now Maus have to do it on their attack.
Just one misplaced step makes all the difference when it felt like he had the angle. Kept on walking and ran out of runway.
Enemy tag.
How much room for error do Maus have now? We know they like to attack late. They play the game to its very death. Zus into the vent early. They're getting ready to take this through both entrances, both upper and main. It's the duelist. And Obnox by his side with both flashes to get this one started. Do or die on the A site for Maus.
Cunha, well aware of what's going his way and just looking to hold on to the smoke at the very least. Again, it's the extremities which Saw place the most importance on, not the site itself, although this time they try and fight their way into it and actually get cost out for it. Cunha trying to do his best, but it's futile in the end. It's all up to BRK, and I know we talked about clutch statistics, percentages, whatever it doesn't matter what you've got, this is a tough ask.
Maus were just so ready for the execution, and then Saw fluffed their lines when That was the most important delivery that we've seen from them so far on the defense. Just a slight disconnect between the players that they had there stationed. You look at the utility from Fragger needing to come in a bit sooner. Addicted takes the peak by himself, and from the IGL, you quite simply expect better. Mao's full capitalization of the situation, despite the delay, which it felt like Saw had. Another timeout called as we head into our third bout of OT.
I mean, to have this as your first map on a best of three has it. On your first day where there's going to be consecutive best of threes being played, like it's all about mental resilience. And both rosters, I think, have had their own story of mental resilience. Mouse, obviously, maybe not having the same performance that they're used to in the regular season and having to fight their way in towards the top spot. But Shaw as well, they didn't have a great regular season either.
Neither of these teams have performed as they wanted to. This is the first time which Mouse have failed to win a regular split. They were known as the untitled favourites in DAC for so long for a reason. They placed 4th, Saw placed 3rd in Split 2. Both took their chances on the big stage, but no trial without error, no success without failure. Both have learned, both have bent, but who breaks? Our opener continuing for one more. A cheeky cage dropped on the top from GRTW, just jump spotting, bit of headroom. And Fizzy's cam has now been removed. You can see Mao's playing for the knife, playing to keep bodies on the site.
There's plenty of utility to back that up. BRK didn't anticipate another player being close by. And remember those trap wires that they have to walk, try and maneuver around as Stark continues to hold up from up above on the books position. 2 players to the good again. Mouse look to consolidate this advantage with a round win. Fizzy hanging on the edge, still poking and prodding. I mean, there's so much action happening on the site, and you start to ask yourself, where the hell is Cunha? Nowhere to be seen, looking to act as a backstab.
Has to do everything here, Cunha. Needs to pick up at least 1 kill as Maus make that transition. He's rolled out the red carpet for Fragger. The spike will go down in the 5-on-2. How much more can you possibly ask from your individuals? The first initial pickups made to this new Saw rebuild were these two. The only ones which kept on the roster were these two. And Cunha, the first of those, finds the pick onto Stark, which could have just changed this round.
Could have. 2 players against 4. Cunha in behind enemy lines, a zealot, a rogue. Something for Saw to gain some confidence in, to find a win condition, and not only that, actually has a line of sight from heaven onto the bomb.
That delay utility starts to come through. Another kill for Cunha, and it might just be the 5-on-2. Fragger throws his hat in the ring and dies, but Cunha is still alive. And while Alluri will last a moment longer, he's run out of time, and the youngsters found 5. It's an overtime ace to extend Saw 1 more round away.
It's map 1, Hazard. We're meant to be getting this drama towards map 3 later in the series, not promised in our first series of Ascension in our first map. Going all the way through overtime, coming up when it's needed, playing from experience when this is his first time in Ascension.
Dude, the MVP that Saw needed is their 18-year-old. Had his birthday just before the final in Split 2. And his eligibility for the International League in EMEA will continue to keep him a prospect in the eyes of many. Another twist in the tail when it felt like Maus had everything all wrapped up.
Again,
they're used to the drama, like you said. They may very well have crashed out this competition if it wasn't for a 5v1 from Fizzy.
Yeah. Got to be thinking about how Saw looking at this round as well, has it? placing so much importance towards mid and being proactive with it. This is something that DRX did quite a lot in Champs. And I'm wondering, does BRK back the space up from the drone? He does. Mouse need to be careful about their flank. While they're getting that spike down, trouble is brewing in the back lines once again.
Oh, they know about Zus. They've stunned him out. And GRTW's plucked Alluri from the madness as well. Stark to restore order, but it's only a 3-on-3. The Flash has pushed Addicted wide, and his chance is ultimately evaded. BRK to clear it out from the back lines. Cunha, a freebie, but Stark turns his head. The back and forth continues. Now BRK, the last one left. Stark out in the open. But it's never that easy, is it? A 16th for Mouse means that this game goes on.
Hazard, we're in our 5th round of overtime. And if we make it one more round, that is basically a full half of Valorant being replayed in overtime. It's absolutely insane, and there's no side bias either. Fair enough, there's been players teams getting the attacks, rounds and stuff like that, but it was 6-6 halves. There was nothing to really base any sort of bias on, right?
Yeah. And again, it's the two rookies at this level, the two Astra players topping the charts.
Camera taken out.
Both fragging out, but not quite at the point where we need to recall our kill record stat just yet. Zus, the headhunter, adds one to his tally. Fragger backfilling the space with the spike on his back, but hesitant to step any further. BRK lost through the smoke. This is the issue. Saw want to try and make this play late, but the numbers have been so thinned out, they're forced to go in without the support of the third member, Addicted, who's the next that falls.
I mean, that's the thing. Mouse are well aware of what Saw were doing with placing players in certain parts of the map and lurking through. There's no way that they get away with another 2v5 here. Mouse need to be sure of everything that they do on this retake.
Cunha and Fragger again, though. If it would be anyone, it could be them. Fragger 2 heads. Oh, are they off the map? No, just the sun. That's what they'll settle for now. And Cunha up on high. Yet again, ready to close out. Alluri knows it. Headshot down to 9 HP. Wins the duel, and inside the smoke, Fragger needs another ace. Maybe one kill would do. Time is low. Do they have it? I'm not too certain, Cairo. I think it might just be there for the Maus. And they will haul themselves over the line. They dust down another defensive round and take us to a 17th.
Hazard, I said the Mouse needed to be sure of what they're doing, and they were just feeding Fragger. Acuna wins that 1v1 onto Alluri. I think it goes Saw's way. I mean, you can see the rustiness from both teams. In terms of the month that they've had off, right? A month without officials. Sure, they'll be scrimming, but all the best teams in EMEA aren't in EMEA anymore. They're off to APAC, off to Korea, playing in Champs. Prac might have not been the best for them. You can see it starting to manifest itself in the server.
It being such an introspective year for Saw, finding out what this new identity is with their old heroes lost. What a chance to build some new ones in this lengthy first map. Every player has had their moment.
Only one team can get the roses though, has it?
That's the truth, and it's the one in Ruby Red right now which is looking closest to it. Sus up in middle, furthest man forward. Inside the minute mark, that's where Maus strike, and this is where you expect Saw now to get a little bit more agitated. Change the numbers up on the map, try something different, and yeah, you see it. GRTW's heading A, and he's bang on, because that's where Maus will be finishing this one.
He's basing that opinion off the trapwire still not being broken and hearing the vent's door being broken. This is well and truly being scripted, has it? Saw have a great idea of this.
They've got players on the site as well, and there's only one to come from main is Stark, so this should be well held for all intents and purposes. We're down to squeaky bum time. 15 seconds to plant the spike or plant those heads with lead. Zus, 3 kills, a triple which may just have taken it for Mouse. Saw had all hands on deck, but they're cut cleanly off. Zus has done so much, but now BRK, the Jet on the other side of the server, needs to try and do it. It is the duelist which deals the last blow. 18-16. Mouse went out an opening thriller and Saw put on the back foot early doors.
I mean, that's the thing though, Hazza. That is only map 1, right? When you think about it, there's still plenty more to go and still plenty more Valorant to be played.
We're going to get the break. Don't go anywhere. Mouse winning Abyss in overtime.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Definitely did not expect Abyss to go that far, to be that exciting. Pilski, did you?
I mean, I wasn't really sure. You know, you never really know what you're going to expect. You get two teams rather, that haven't really played each other too much. You haven't seen too much Abyss from either of these teams. But I think that's exactly why it's the perfect showcase for exactly what Ascension is all about. Both of those teams just had to be adaptable, had to feel each other out, had to make a ton of huge plays as well to keep themselves in the game. But after all said and done, after multiple OTs and a bunch of really, really thrilling rounds, Mouse do actually win their pick here. So the Abyss pick has ended up paying off, I guess.
Yeah, there were so many times that we just genuinely thought, oh my gosh, is Saw going to take Mouse's pick here? And I mean, considering we've never seen Saw play an official on Abyss so far, like at all, I think we had a really good showing for their first outing on Abyss.
I think they were almost a little bit unlucky, right, not to take that after taking it all the way to overtime. But I think a lot of that came down to Kasus on the side of Mouse. 30 kills, by the way, first map in Ascension here, 30 kills. I just want to say the record set by Natank last year was 40 kills on a map. So Billy, he's got time to catch up.
He does. Zus on the op. I mean, I kind of like alluded to it a little bit in the pre-show that we need to keep an eye on Zus. He's a player that when he's popping off, Mouse, they're going to take it. I mean, he's kind of one of those players that's kind of hard to punish. And when he had this op, he was really good at pivoting on defense. Like, he was not afraid to play in front of Cypher Chips and then move to mid to kind of control that area of the map. And Saw were really struggling to be able to punish him when he had that op in hand.
Yeah, 100%. I think Saw, they started out that attacking half just playing super slow, super defaulty, and that's kind of what you have to do. And you don't have a read on your opponent. You've never seen them play a certain map. You've never really played them too much. And I think, you know, obviously Zus with the op able to kind of read what they were doing, able to punish the slower play style until Saw took that tack pause and started to play a little bit more assertive and lean more into the 1-4s.
Yeah, and let's talk about Saw being assertive here, because Pilski, the clutches that we were seeing, that was absolutely insane. I want them to make it to LAN. I want to see this sort of level on LAN.
100%. I mean, this was a big one to start out the second half, especially after bringing so much momentum back. They didn't start the game particularly well, but there were plenty of them. There was that massive ace round in the 2-on-5 from Cunha. I thought they were going to get another 2-on-5 put together with an ace from Fragger inside the smoke with like the last second defuse as well. A ton of huge plays being made by both sides, but particularly Saw. I mean, you know, even just getting to know some of these teams a little bit better, but also, as we mentioned already in the pre-show, Ascension all about getting to know these individuals and the kind of plays they're capable of.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, like we said going into this, Saw is an org that was underestimated last year. Let's not underestimate them again this year. I mean, they had individual players having their moments and being able to come out on top in these clutches. I mean, as I said on the broadcast, GRTW, Clutch King of the Portuguese scene. So yeah, even seeing Addicted in those moments as well, you know, the IGL looked very calm posed. So yeah, individual players definitely stepping up for Saw.
Yeah, that's ice cold from Cunha as well. Fourth time ever playing Astra, 18 years old. Being able to do that against a team like Mouse is crazy. But this is the thing. We are moving on to Icebox next. And this is also where I feel a little bit more confused, because the Abyss pick, you know, we explained a little bit about how maybe they were trying to take a risk. But why Icebox, Billy? Why do you think that Saw has opted for this one?
I mean, they had a 9-win streak on it in their league. They've only lost it 2 times as well over across like split 1 and split 2, so I'm not surprised. Mouse though, we've not seen it from them so much. They've played it 3 times, they've won it 3 times. However, they didn't play it in playoffs. So I don't know, I'm going into this one really open-minded.
Yeah, I think Mao's a little bit less recent reps in officials. I think the only games that Saw have really lost, although they've been very dominant in their regular season over in the Portuguese scene, is they've lost a couple of close maps on Icebox, but they've all gone to like 24 rounds. So when you're only making a few rounds difference in terms of errors, you're feeling very, very confident. Like a team has to take you to a full 24 just to be able to take this map off of you.
I mean, it's going to happen. I'm judging after map 1. I'm fully kind of feeling like we're probably going to get another OT here. Who knows? And we're just on the first match. This is what is crazy about these teams. They've never played against each other before, these two rosters. They come here. We get OT map 1. I can't wait to see what we're going to get for map 2. But in terms of the agents, they both, again, for the side of Saw, we didn't see their Abyss, but they adapted to the other metas. They adapted to what other teams were doing, notably a champs. Icebox though, Pilski, not that many places I feel like people experiment too crazily, but teams have been trying like no jewelers. They've been bringing in the Gecko. You expect these two teams to maybe also change things here?
I would like to see them change things, and I think it's something that I kind of mentioned before we got into the matchup as well. Icebox is a map that I feel like you can kind of comp change a little bit. You can lean into maybe like a Gecko Sova comp or something like, or a Gecko KO comp. Both of these teams were playing, you know, more of the standard kind of Sage comp that you used to see a lot more and going for those safe plants. So I'd like to see a comp change going into Ascension, and it's one of the best ways to throw some mix-ups at your opponent.
Yeah, definitely. I think especially when there's so much coverage on Saw as well, it's very easy for Mouse to go back and anti-strat that. When they're playing these mirror matchups as well, they probably have a feel for what each team has a play style going into it.
Yeah, and I think the Jet battle, if they do stick with Jet, after what we saw on Abyss, Billy, the Jet battle is going to be, I feel like, as ferocious as it was on Icebox as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, although BRK didn't have the kind of higher numbers on that team, there was so many multi-frags entering that site. You know, he had serious impact for the side of Saw. And Mouse, I mean, we've already gone over Zus. He was absolutely insane on the Jet, and that is who these two players would usually play. So I'd be very surprised if they decided to take out the Jet from their comps.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. Both players look pretty comfortable on the Asian. I think Zus leaning a little bit more heavily on the operator and looking for, I would say, like, you know, those classic op frags on defense, or just looking to be set up to get some entries. Whereas I felt like BRK had a bit more explosive potential, maybe. Like when he was, you know, executing on the site and actually dashing in, if he found the right angle and was set up well by the breach util or set up well by his teammates at a pre-planned execute, the multi-frags looked really effortless from him. And the site just ended up crumbling a lot of the time for Mouse as a result.
Yeah, we are experiencing some slight delays right now, but just to keep you guys updated, we have another game happening on the Omega stream, and just in case you two didn't realize, Apex, they are winning. So you can take a deep breath, Billy. It's all good. Your boys are doing well. They kept that deadlock comp on Lotus that we saw before. They kept it, and they won map 1. So you must be very happy to hear that.
I don't want to have bias on the desk right now, Yinsu, but you know.
It's fine. You could do it.
We can rip for the Polaris boys.
Yeah.
We can rip for them. I'm sure Cairo and Haz will also be delighted to hear that.
Yeah, and they are into Haven right now. I believe the score is 6-4 to Go Next. But of course, Pilski on the side of Go Next, they have Zeke on this roster. They have a literal world champion, which I think is crazy to think that he's playing Ascension right now.
I mean, in terms of, you know, the players in the server, these are undoubtedly some of the most experienced players in the tournament. You know, maybe even just the players on Apex could have as much experience as almost everyone else in the tournament. And then you add Zeke into the server as well. That's a hell of a matchup, and that's a bunch of players that people will have their eye on as the keen favorites. So to see them go head-to-head in the first matchup is really going to set the tone for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, so if you guys want to watch that game, it's happening right now. As I said, Apex, they won map 1 of Lotus, and Haven is currently going on. But over here, though, we have another game that is coming up a little bit later. I mean, it's at the group stage right now. Everybody is going to play everybody. And I feel like the format, Pilski, does breed an environment for potential upsets.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you get to play a little bit of everyone. I was even, you know, looking back at the tournament from last year and saw kind of scraped it through very, very close group, winning some head-to-heads and things like that. So if you're able to pick up a couple of good matchups, be a little bit more adaptable, then things can go very well for you. But it can be, you know, very, very close in terms of the head-to-heads, very, very close in terms of the overall round diff. So even that game that we just saw, like winning a close OT game that really could have gone either way, it might end up biting you in the butt later on.
Yeah, I think that's what's so nice about Ascension as well, though, is as we said, it's the first time we're getting to see these teams play against each other. And with it being the first day and it being this close, I mean, I can't even imagine what the rest of the tournament's going to look like.
I can't wait. I don't even know who's going to win this. I feel like last year I was all in on Apex, and this time around the competition is getting harder and harder. And to keep you guys at home updated, there was an issue, but there's a PC restart right now on the side of Mouse. So hopefully once that PC gets restarted, everything will be good to go, and we'll be jumping into Icebox. A reminder, of course, they are 1-0 up in this series after a crazy Abyss all the way into OT. And again, I mean, it's OT on our side, right? But Pilski on the other stream, it's not like Apex won that game dominantly. It was 13-11 for them as well. So we are really living in the narrative that every map is going to be a close one.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking the same thing. Like, I looked at that scoreline while that map was still going on and seeing that it went to all 24 rounds, which is not too surprising, as I kind of mentioned, with the caliber of players in the server there. And I think that just goes to show that even, you know, teams looking at this matchup, as well as, you know, looking at Apex, who have had an insane run throughout, you know, both of their splits, even domestic dominance does not guarantee that you're going to be able to roll over the opposition once you head through in towards Ascension.
think what we've seen here as well is the individual players and them actually stepping up to the plate, knowing that VCT EMEA is on the line. You know, like you can play your first sort of group games, but because of how, not brutal the format is, but you know, only the top 2 teams going through, it really is all to play for.
It is indeed. We will be heading into Icebox very shortly with Agent Select, and of course, we all want to see them do something new, right? I mean, the comp that they play, it's fine. We know it's a trialed and tested comp that it's existed in Valorant since the beginning of Icebox, but you know, let's do something funky, perhaps. Pilski, throw in a Gecko. Although I'm not a personal fan of the Harbor, but I know that at least on the side of Mouse, they have done that before. They could bring that back.
Yeah, I think even like the team that I was playing challenges with, we pivoted between playing a Harbor comp and then going into KO Gecko, and it really, you know, plays differently. You can swap things up, and you know, both of these teams even playing the Sage comp, so a lot of different styles. You can give the opponent a lot of different looks, and you know, keep them guessing about what comp you're actually going to play when you head through into the official, and it can make preparation for them a lot harder. You know, they're anticipating maybe playing that map control style of the Harbor, where they're kind of zoning you with the cascades and things like that, and then they load into the server in towards Agent Select, as we see here, and you're playing against an exec heavy comp or a map control heavy comp.
Oh, they heard us. They heard us. We will, Billy, get a Gecko.
Yeah, I mean, slight switch up from Saw playing that Gecko on there. Trading out the Sage for the Gecko, which I don't hate. I don't hate that, honestly. It's nice to see them switching it up and trying something new.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fantastic, like that they're going to have some different options. The execs are going to be a little bit better. Maybe they can have a little bit easier time taking yellow and things like that with the Gecko, and kind of hard breaking the map control, whereas the Sage, you know, a little bit more safety with the plants and throwing up those walls and coming in for the retakes as well.
Yeah, and of course, Fragger's first time Gecko. I can't wait to see it. So without further ado, it's time to bring back Hazard and Cairo.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, this is going to be a crazy second map. Saw undefeated in Split 1 on Icebox, but yet another change with the Gecko coming through. Can they see Abyss as a missed opportunity, or do they keep moving forward here into what is territory that they're going to be a lot more accustomed to in contrast to their DAC counterparts?
Exactly, Hazza. Mouse haven't played this since the 10th of June. Nearly 3 months ago, right? Whereas this is a staple in Saw's map pool. Got to chat to Batty just before we came back into this one, and he said Saw are very, very good. There's no better place to start a comeback in a best of 3.
The former IGL of Saw, of course, now forced to watch his former teammates go at it. Like a parent, when your kids are fighting over the last slice of chocolate cake. Sure, both of them can qualify from the group, but this is head-to-head early doors. 18-16. What a mark that could have left for Mouse. Proactive early on. You've seen Zus already clear out some of A. That's the information, and Obnox posted up as the rotation is called towards a B site, which Saw are starting to sniff out.
Mouse are starting to doubt themselves on the rotation towards B though, and you can see them reinforcing, in fact, even bringing across Fizzy as well. You've got to be looking towards Stark here to give us something, give Mouse something to rely upon.
Yeah. And in terms of utility, he brought up the orb instead, so doesn't have a molly to delay this any longer. Mid still held by the Killjoy. Mao's calling that rotation once the spike will have gone down. There's a 6th man in the server now, the wingman to help, but it is dropped as it clips through the toxic screen, and that's made things interesting.
Very interesting. Both teams able to go at it. This becomes a brawl between the two, and whoever comes out on top of that is probably going to win the round. Spike being recollected and planted gives Saw something else to work with. Time to buy it. Stop Mouse getting back in, Hazard.
4 on 3. Saw have so much room. You can tell why they call this map home, because they've put their feet up right inside the site. Snowman's where the retake was coming from, but it melts away into nothing. Mouse losing out on the pistol, and Saw back to winning ways.
And that's it. I mean, what a better way, again, to start off Icebox, the second map. Your pick. The one where you need to bounce back heavily upon. And winning the pistol round will certainly make you feel more comfortable doing so. on towards the better weaponry, and it's that old FPX buy that's coming through. 3 rifles, 2 sheriffs.
Standard stuff. Nothing more than what you'd expect, and Mao's a sour taste left in their mouth to start this one off. You want to talk about their Icebox and big games? They beat CGN 13-0 in the opening round of the first grand final that we saw in DAC this year. Didn't go on to win a single map from that point onwards, and it sort of slipped down the rankings in terms of favorability. They're yet to lose it this year. They've just not really had the chance to play it. What have they cooked up in the time that's passed? BRK moving forward, chance for Stark to disengage, but he goes back for more with his classic. And the result is unexpected, but Mao's having the numbers.
Yeah, in the meantime, well, Stark has got that pick. He's allowed the spike to go down. You can essentially just play on your post plant here, Hazza. This is still not good for Mouse.
Backs against the wall, but the more of these weapons you take, the better. All of this is trying to deny Saw's bonus, looking too strong, but with Fragger finding a kill before he falls, the Thrash is available coming into the bonus, and I think, Cairo, that probably makes the biggest difference, more than anything else that Fizzy could have tried to have done at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, still managed to get a rifle back into GRT's hands. Fizzy's looking to try and cut players off on the flank, and does so, but it's only the Sheriff that got dropped. It isn't a great loss, maybe an extra 150 credits in the pocket. All in all, though, Saw can be happy with how that round went. They lost 1 rifle, yeah, but they'll be able to reinvest into this one. Post plant was pretty decent. You got the Thrash online. A lot of real positives to come out of that, even though we looked pretty bleak towards the end of that round.
And Fragger being an immediate priority point for these ults as well, I think is a huge one for me on Saw. With him playing the stage before, you're now doubling up on initiators. We'll have to keep an eye on how it looks into the defender's side. Again, you're expecting retake heavy. But in terms of the outlets that it gives you on your offense, you're already seeing one of those. The Dizzy tossed up, recollected, going through the motions while they're keeping Maus at odds. Look at how much of a rotation this has forced. Just a little bit of utility.
Yeah, it almost feels like Saw are the orchestrator and dictating what Maus do. Not Alluri, and certainly not Kunta Kunti.
Ooh. Mosh lineup as well, so not only have they brought this change in, there is method to the madness. That should deny backside, Thrash round the front, pick through mid, Stark taken down, and now no more cover to hide behind. They've got to start taking some of these jewels. Fizzy stands his ground for a first, but there's plenty more on the way.
There's still time to work with here as well for Saw. BRK forcing his way through Kitchen. Can't quite get anything done and makes a meal of it. Spike being dropped, players following. And yeah, GRT's good. Seen him clutch up before. Don't think it'll be happening here. Yep, Maus get the rifle round that they were looking for. Deny the bonus, the reinvest it Saw went. And managed to manoeuvre their way through troubled waters.
Yeah. Look, we're thinking about the Saw comeback into this series, and while the scoreline sits at 2-1, an interesting stat to mention is the fact that they didn't win a single one of those games last year in their flawless group run cleanly. They dropped at least a map in every single turn of the corner, so this isn't something that they're not going to be used to. You saw from the push on the previous as well, as soon as they got halted from that 1 kill on Fizzy, it felt so disjointed between the 2 arms of the push. On this round, the default, with the turret broken, it's a little bit more attention drawn towards mid. Right now, Maus are getting players up A early, which is a lot of information that Saw have been yet to reveal.
The only issue that I have with this, Hazza, is Obnox is all on his own. And you can see, as Saw look round, if Obnox isn't careful, he could get caught off guard here.
Oh, the timing! Turned his head just as BRK made the peek. Alluri wants to hang on to this as long as possible. The Sova dart is expected. And Saw have managed to navigate this well. They've repurposed the space for their own. And like you say, the worst nightmare does come true. perhaps a chance to retake quickly, but the wingman means that there are more players that can hold down these angles. One of them was BRK, but he too finds himself isolated. Util combo backside shuts out Fizzy. Bodies either side of the screen. A 2v2. Fragger doesn't find his, so it is on GRTW to clutch out yet again. He hears steps, he has info. Alluri won't hold for it. The adjustment is good, but doesn't expect Stark at the second time of asking. And with that, Mouse will tie up the score.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of just really eager gunfights from SOT, putting themselves in positions they're untradeable, or perhaps the tradability wasn't quite there. You think about, for instance, the BRK up on Fridge, things like that just allow Mouse to get the advantage. I mean, from the get-go, Shaw finding that first pick, I would maybe be asking them to maybe take things a bit further. They had the space to take there. Sure, there was only a Luri at the back of side, but I mean, you should be able to trade that at least and gain that extra space that we're talking about. Yeah, it's sort of not only that, but the fact that it's only BRK in that position when they were choosing whether to play on either side of the Viper wall or not against a comp as standard as Mouse's. The same comp that they played the last time they were on this map. You expect it. As you do Zus's operator. No shots from him. Cunha picks out an absolute belter, and that's him gone. Not only that, I mean, it's the weapon back in BRK's hands. Talking about eager gunfights, I mean, Stark's well eager to find his way through the smoke, and I mean, they're just giving weapons to Saw to play in their post plan. Viper's pit down, still get GRT on the flank, and Mouse looking to play around the lockdown. It'll bring a halt to proceedings, or that's what you would think, because in the meantime, GRTs went like that. A is free, everybody get over here and support me, and that's exactly the case. The pitch stays up and creates another issue for Mouse to think about. Mouse will know now that this is a fake because GRTW has shown himself towards upper. The pit does eventually fall as Cunha's called to action. Sheriff already by 2 Mouse players. Space the numbers in their advantage for now. Yeah, it is an open plant, like you say, and it's that operator that you've got to think about. With Stark gone, there is no smoke to cover this. I mean, GRT's nanos. Oh, exactly, has it. The nanos aren't there either to take players off the spike, so they're going to have to run forward into Obnox, but he's fell off, and it's just going to be diffused. Oh, the heads
it's
up
such
thinking.
A painful one to lose.
Oh, mate. That's tough, man.
Round of all rounds. Mouse taking the lead with that one too. It was only a half buy for Saw Sheriffs, which they bring to the table. The odds stacked against them, but as you say, that's something else you have to be aware of. The Sage Wall in these retakes. And as much as you want to play for the operator in the stall there, just one snake bite isn't going to cut it. Yeah, I mean, GRT, losing him so early. That's the thing, Hazza, like in general, like that's like losing a goal to passing back to your keeper, right? Hurts, Obnox again in the same position on A, will just destroy utility and immediately drop off. Not one to hang around like they did last time and get caught off guard. The limit testing done for that side of the map. Mouse happy to give up mid, play for the information that they're getting from that alarm bot, but it allows BRK to get towards Tube. Fizzy is at the other end of it. It's the important thing. Fizzy will stay kitchen so long as this is a gap which needs to be plugged. So heading up to A now. The drone has suggested it. Obnox and Zus both taking account of different angles, but it's the Sage player that drops off and leaves it to the shoulders of the pole to push back Saw. Locked in on the angle, but the util has already helped them cross, and he's forced to dash away. BRK looking to
support and actually win off the back of the utility that's sent forward. The spike plant denied from the wingman, and the wall creating an issue. Players hesitant to move forward and support others. GRT manages to get something back, and the spike rescued. Look towards the other side of the map, towards Kitchen. It's the Viper who gets to Cunha again, and it's up to Zusizop, who you cannot underestimate, as we've seen it plenty of times before. Knives to work with if he has to get up close and personal, but doesn't even need to. Onto the spike, and well, Cunha's not even close by. Doesn't have the snakebite lineup. He's got it. It's just going to be diffused. As simple as that.
I can't believe it. Zus makes it look easy. An ace from him. The blades to cut the lifeline from Saw. And cut further cash from the pockets. How do they throw that one away? Cunha's flank here looked to be the killing blow, the stake in the heart, but then Zus just knew the situation too well. This kill onto GRTW's huge, and Cunha's pathing not to carry on the backstab where the spike was planted for his own snake bite. Again, the damage is not going to be enough to take a single player off. Another round to let marinate as the timeout of their own comes through.
I think I really like how Sota aren't hesitate to invest these timeouts to talk about what has gone wrong, because that's now 4 rounds in a row, right, for Mouse since we've got onto the rifle rounds. I mean, it's just overcooking after overcooking. It's like trying to add too many spices into the pot and suddenly it's on fire, right? There definitely needs to be some firefighting here, and I don't know what you adapt, Hazza, because they've tried playing on site, they've tried playing off site, both haven't worked. There's no,
genuinely thought that. Yeah.
I was going to say there's been no issues with getting the spike down. It's the post plants that are the issue.
Exactly. But so this is their ballpark. This is their territory where we expect them to be best. Yeah, right now, from Abyss to here, it feels like they've gone out of the frying pan and into the flames. Ultimate, nice set piece, trying to catch on the players holding A. Yeah, it's 2 tags, one of them healed off on Alluri's behalf. This time, Cunha's brought company to the mid play, and the result is very much the same. Fizzy gone, all of the information from his utility lost in the process.
But can easily be brought back up. There is the res available.
Stark.
And on top of that, you look towards Stark's position, exactly has so much information, and saw, I mean, here, they need to clear this garage position up. Actually hiding behind their own wall. This is being used against Saw here. And look at the post plant, has it again. Another awkward one for the Portuguese side.
God. The timing as well, yet still BRK diligent enough to gut it fully. Saw with the spike down. Post plants have been a problem, but with the amount of space that they haven't seen since the pistol round, surely this is the one which locks in. Alluri would like to argue against it. The captain, for all he has to say, is silenced by the detain. Fizzy, what is this? What are we trying to play here? It's just a tap for a single kill, and may just have his work cut out for him now. I don't think there's a chance of much more for Mouse, and BRK clapping back in such fashion makes sure that minimal rifles will escape the matter too. So Mouse with 4, but Saw clawing back.
Yeah, Zus keeps the op in. On top of that, another thing to be noting moving forward, Hazza, is something for Saw to look at. It's got to be that lockdown that's sitting in their pocket. The dark side easily bounce back after this one. I mean, start buying up the closer range weapons. Judge, it was original. Now it's onto the now onto the Spectre. I could see this being invested very quickly to hold down one of these lanes, perhaps waiting on contact.
Saw have done a brilliant job so far at dealing with the operator. Whether it's a cloudburst with a recon over the top just to get out into a wider position for BRK to challenge with extra info, or the Dizzy that we've just seen thrown. Against Mouse, though, it always stays active, and you're expecting it to be backfilling this space as it has. Zus already on an aggressive angle, despite what we saw in the opening 30 seconds.
And comparatively to last map, Saw were having real issues trying to shut down Zus, right? Like, it's nice to see that there is that adjustment, and as we said, this is their home ground. They should be expected to know how to deal with an operator and anything that's thrown at them. Stark just playing off the angle, gets the contact, but still not willing to invest the Viper's Pit just yet. In fact, there it is. That's what we expected of contact, straight away invested.
Yeah. And it's just going to give more credibility to this Spectre as well, but that's only if Saw play into it. The lockdown was invested ahead of the curve. There aren't numbers yet here to actually fill that space, but Mao's forced to vacate it. Obnox clattering back through, making a whole heap of noise and not leaving Saw guessing as to where he stands. Alluri right by his side, and this is exactly what you expect to see. German efficiency, engineered protocols in reclaiming that space, and Mao's make good of it. 5 for them now. Saw's pickup was just a blip on the radar.
I mean, we're talking about it, men against boys, Hazard, and that's what it's starting to feel like. Mouse, well, at the start they were getting played with. They starting to really understand the read and what Saw trying to do, the macro game plan. And every single time, I mean, they're swinging into it and just winning gunfights. And you know, at the end of the day, Hazard, it is an FPS game.
Oh, yeah. No, I have heard that before. And I'll tell you what, Obnox is a shooter. I can't say it's not the most valid of sources. That has been proven true a few too many times. But as I was saying, as we get this sort of slow start to the round, Obnox is always that guy who's going to be confident. Yinsu was saying it on the desk, part of the greatest ever German team that we had, big, back in 2022. Not only did they win the VCT promotion tournament that year, when they went on to stage 2, they faced some big names. M3C, the ex-Gambit team, and they beat them. He's not the kind of guy who's going to turn away in the face of danger, and that's exactly what you need in these bigger moments.
I mean, that's it. The DNA of Big runs through this Mouse side, right, Hazard? I mean, also remember they won the relegation tournament that they were put into from the Challengers, as it was called at the time.
Yeah. Kundi, the coach, the second aspect to that, and now that partnership with Alluri, as we're talking about this macro game, has had time to develop since he was there at the beginning of last year. There's now 88 maps of partnership built up between them. Have they got what it takes to shut down this Saw push, though? The question probably should be, does Saw have enough to get over the hurdle? Because they've not left very much time. Finally, the utility's dried up, and they've got an opportunity to plant the spike if they can take the jewels.
Alluri, as you were talking about earlier, has been found out, but there's plenty of frags in this round to go either way. And still, Mouse come out on top every single time, finding a way to do it, but escaping up the rope. Does Addicted find a way to somehow get the pick on to start? It's unreal. Here comes Us's up, and here comes Addicted to somehow get around back in Saw's favour and stop Mouse running away from this. Starting to build up that momentum on the defensive side.
He had the 3rd highest assists in the Ascension tournament last year, but this time around it feels like he's had a lot more of an active role in terms of proceedings, stepping up when the rest of the team shy away from the big stage. A huge clutch, and you need rounds like this, honestly. For all we speak about character, Addicted is one of those. In terms of ultimates, it's also set Saw on course. The pick comes through, and the Thrash is only one away again. Tools which they have used to their advantage to find rounds here and there, because it's few and far between at this point, Cairo.
That's, I mean, there needs to be some consistency, right? That's the big thing. And Saw, for the most part, they won't be used to be getting pushed like this, right? For the most part, everyone looks at Saw as being the big part of this region, like the ones that everybody looks to just go and sweep everything. And again, we touched on it in the first map that things haven't always been great in that second split. But moving into Ascension, it's a much more strenuous strain on your mental.
Exactly. Maus as well. You've got to remember, playing from boot camp right now, That's another advantage which they'll take. This performance center that Maus have created in Hamburg has been in planning for the last 5 years. But plenty of building work later. Couple thousand square meters of space, and they are making the most of it. Fizzy goes against that rule, though, and he's lost his life early. It is a flank. The turret guards it for now, though, and Saw do have control of this site for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, it's going to force Saw, though, to go further forward, right? Try and gain more, which Maus, you can see, are aware of it. A little bit apprehensive to allow screens to be unattended to as Zus looks towards there, and they wait for Start to rejoin them, which buys Saw more time to build up the perfect post plan.
How much more time are they going to have? And who else is here to support GRTW? Maybe he doesn't need it. Usually the one who plays spoiler in the late round has employed a scorched earth policy to make sure that if he goes down, everyone else can stay up. That the captain of the ship will fall only when the rest of it sinks. BRK continues the fight into Maus's mouth, and it is a flawless finish that ties up the score.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it was coming down to gunfights, but Saw look as if they're back on all cylinders once again. May come into what is the second cycle of ultimates as well, Hazza, and that's going to be an important part of this first half to decide who comes out with an advantage or not.
And the big adaptation made by Saw there is that poison cloud towards upper, and you see it here. GRT's fighting through it, then he's got a nano. There are layers of utility, the same ones which would usually be used for the spike plant to just simply stop Maus from retaking on their own terms and conditions.
That's it. Maus usually getting their way. Champions of Dark. I mean, always been that Dark representative. Again, we spoke about it. DNA of Big. You know, having experience of being that #1 Dark team who, let's be honest, as a region, haven't had much joy in these inter-regional tournaments.
No, I mean, look, the depth is definitely there for them this year. With CGN coming through play-ins, it only corroborates that idea further. But talking of these teams, it's been a couple years since these guys were actually able to show it in the main event, though. As we said, it's usually CGN there. They've had only taken their first ever playoffs win against them in the first split of this year. So now the final couple rounds of the half, money on a knife edge for Maus. Important that they can find some success here, because the chances that Saw can find an advantage for themselves are becoming all the more likely as BRK continues to fight forwards.
Addicted just ran through mid and was a spring chicken waiting to be plucked. And with the Hunter's Fury coming in, look as if there's going to be some spring chickens getting bummed through those bolts, but not quite finding what they're looking for in Obnox. Actually looking to add more to that manpower, what they had. Zus, who's showing exactly how to use that operator, how to work it. GRT looking to challenge, but that Viper's Pit still stays up, and that puts the operator at a disadvantage, looking through with a shorty, can't quite get the spray transfer working in their favour, but time has been bought. GRT now in prime position to win this out, but can't do it. It's the captain of Maus, the captain of the Dark representative that gets it over the line.
Everyone on Saw seeing if the shoe fits on that operator, but Cinderella themselves, Zus, always going to win that fight. And into the retake, just well dealt with for the pit. It's a situation in the 3v3 when Saw take control, deep site control, you do not expect them to lose. The fact that Kunya is here solo, though, does feel like a little bit of a head scratcher. You understand the reasons for wanting to stop the cross, but again, so isolated there. Ultimates on the books of both teams very shortly, but not without a slight technical pause before this final round of the half.
Pause to affairs allows us to wax lyrical about everything that we've been looking at these past couple of weeks, Hazza, in terms of these two and the stories that they bring to Ascension.
Exactly. I mean, we mentioned before about Maus being that favorite, but not only that, it's the fact that they've always been the best roster on paper. It's in the server where things then become difficult. And that's from the style of play that Illuri has implemented here. Like we said before, they play a lot of the same setups from map to map. And I'll be curious to see if we get compositional differences, if they bring out something new. Because the only real difference right now in the veto from what we've seen the whole of this year so far, I think, is this map, Icebox, because they were not allowed the opportunity to go here. There were games that they won out in 2 when it was left as a decider. They are yet to lose it, as I said before. You're always going to see them as being the Maus that we know and love as an organization, the 20 years that we talk about, until they take to the server and some of those mistakes come to light.
Yeah, and I think as well for Maus, this is a real defining year for them, because for a lot in the community, they're a favourite to make it out of this group, and it's Saw looking to challenge. You've got other great rosters in this group, like Pacific, a young roster who are coming to challenge and upset the status quo like they've already done in Turkey, right? I think if Maus are going to be able to do it, and this roster is going to be like the Maus roster that is being backed, I feel as if they fail here, Hazard, will they finally get their chance to make it? I think there has to be change.
100%, that's how you're feeling about it. And for all those watching at home, keep with us. There's plenty more to play and plenty that's already taken place. 18-16, map number 1. We were asking of Saw, you know, were we going to get a better performance from them on map number 2? Does it just pass them by, this initial opportunity to put pen to paper? It is a keyboard issue on their side, so hopefully nobody's already gone ahead and thrown that out the window.
I know. Listen, well, that's it. I imagine there'll be plenty of keyboards going around. You know what these players are like, Hazza? Do you know something, right? You love your wee like interesting stats, right? You usually have like a little one up your sleeve. I've got one for you, right? Maus have played the most Valorant since the start of Split 2, and the reason why this is an interesting one for me, Hazza, is the fact that, like, when you actually look at what's been happening since then, we've had play-ins, we've had an extra stage of Valorant, yet they are like probably a good 100 rounds ahead of other players in this competition, which is crazy.
And one to add on to that as well is that you can see it fully reflected in the overtime, which we had on map 1. Not only the stat that you mentioned there, but also when it comes to overtimes and in DAC, Maus won 9 out of 12 so far this year,
crazy.
Right? That's a 75% conversion rate when play extends. So for them to add another one here on Icebox, coming into, you know, or another one on Abyss, sorry, coming into Icebox, it's the long game which they've always been capable of. And as much as you want to give a break in play, Zus is just as hot coming back out of the ice.
Confidence from Stark to push B long as well. And that passive information allows Maus to gamble more towards the A side of the map, and the rotations are already coming in. They've seen the drone being used up by Saw, and that's why they're gambling on this being the push.
Well, B long has been such an interesting spot so far for Jules, and Saw do get the better of it. Yet again, in fact. Think how many times a player's pushed up towards Garage and been routed out by the Portuguese, and this has just rolled out the carpet to get a B site plant, but Maus looking to challenge before that opportunity arises.
Oh, Cunha catching Zuswell, who's looking elsewhere. In fact, maybe he should be the one on the operator, because he's certainly fragging out with it. Lockdown to buy some extra space after the spike goes down, and players are just getting caught off guard. Sure, it's a wasted ulti in the end, but I mean, it's the end of the half.
There you have it, 6-6, the same scoreline as we had to open up Abyss. That one went to overtime, plenty more after the break.
Spike planted. should run.
So another 6-6 half and a slow start for Saw. But those rounds towards the end, Cairo, 4 from 6, after Mouse were able to find 4 on the bounce, might just have been the injection of confidence that they need. But taking it over the line is a completely different thing in and of itself. Onto the defense now. And when you look at how they tend to play, this is their favored side. So if there was any place to do it, it would be here.
First half is truly ebbed and flowed, and Fizzy respecting the space, which Saw were taking. That spam won't matter much, even though Zus took a boatload of it. Healed immediately straight back up, and Mouse really controlling the map, making inroads into Saw's setup. But how does Saw react with the re-clearing?
And BRK has such a deep line here. Taps away on 2 players, but takes nothing. He can only keel over, flash into mid to try and get things started. Saw with the ball rolling eventually. Mouse volley it right back at them. Alluri and Fizzy combine. That is the B site open, and yet another pistol round, which Mouse are able to find for themselves here. And Cairo, this is on their favoured side as well. We speak so much about Saw doing a brilliant job on their defence, but you're looking at a difference of 46% to 62%.
Yeah, there's a massive jump. And at what point do you start to look at it and just be like, this is Mouse starting to stretch their wings, starting to enjoy themselves more and more, certainly finding a lot of success. At the same time though, Hazard, we still have a full half of Valorant before we can truly, I guess, compromise the assumptions that we're making, find the answers that we're looking for.
Yeah, not draw any conclusions too early.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Who would ever feel that the casters would have any sort of biases? Not me.
I don't have any bias.
I'm joking. This is Dak after all. 7-6. Mouse up for now. And it's an outlaw on Zus as well. I just love these scoped weapons, and you can see why. Cunha put down to a thread. 6 HP from that first shot. But there is no respect given. They follow up off the back of it. They re-clear B. Now GRTW will know that his site is under siege.
Yeah, the fact that they're also using the anti-eco to test the limits of what Mouse are trying to do. I thought they were going to go for a 4 flank, but no, would rather invest in just going for the traditional.
It's just a little bit more hesitant to call the play on a round where you only have classics. Still worth playing. And we know from Abyss that they don't give up easily. Not like what has been on meta for others.
Very true. I mean, players are taking their time, getting over it. Mouse are having fun with it. Like they're in the range and just trying to find ultimate orbs and for the back pocket. GRT might get one back, but in the grand scheme of things, it's going to be water in the pond.
Yep. Obnox, like you say, just farming these up. The ultimate orbs are placed on the shoulders of Saw, and those heads will roll. 8-6. a strong bonus buy to bring through. Now I want to see who's taking the plunge and spending 1,000 credits on heavy shields, because if Zos hits a few more shots like that, I can very easily see this one spiraling out of control.
Yeah, and I mean, that's it, like the trickiness, the difficulty of trying to implement an attack side scoped weapon. Usually, like we talk about the attack side op and it's being left on a lurker, but Zos is using it to entry and has some prowess in doing so.
When you think of scouting players as well, it's the perfect fit because Mao's play so slow on their attack side. Saw setting up for those players contacting through though, no trouble whatsoever in dealing with Obnox and Stark. Zus still has the Outlaw in play. Could have a difficult time clearing Kuna here though, and that shot that whistles over his head is the only warning that he needs to leave the site.
Yeah, well and truly respecting the pressure and the push that came through with the spike going down though. So, keep it simple, all 5 players towards screens, and Maus though on the other hand, they can't keep it simple, Hazard. They have to go and try and find something to bring back in their favour because they're down 2 players and down a boatload of utility.
Zus still looks so dangerous here though. Maus are fighting on the front foot. It's Route 1 stuff. Saw looking to challenge them back. Illuri at the double again. He has been sharp today, but Zus is that bit sharper. Another headshot connected. Needs to find that of the wingman. The yellow dome just about poking through. Not long left for him to win this now. Addicted the last line of defense to keep it even for his teammate. Ooh. And he will. Just about. Saw have the day saved by their captain for a 7th round.
I think the pinky was the only thing keeping them on there when they're trying to stop themselves from falling off into a mouse ledge. I mean, they keep themselves close, neck and neck with their opponents, but that shouldn't have been as close as it needed to be. Great job by Zus again, and I get something that's been happening all through DAC is Zus go kill, Zus drag us out of position, Zus be our win condition. And that is not something that Maus can regularly rely on. That's what you could think, because the man has been so consistent and finding value, finding these picks.
BRK needs some of the same here, and he does. The point man executed, Zus gone. The X in his name marking the spot where he now rests. Fragger needing to be clear. Does he dare to peek this? No. BRK instead. Back with a bang. But Fragger stays here. Kept honest by the numbers. And holding his nerve against everything. Zus has a new lease on life, but yet he will not expect to clear it. Fragger's timing could not get better. Illuri pushed forward by the Mosh as well. Saw will maintain the numbers for now.
Silence creates anxiety and doubt, and you can see Addicted just wondering if a player has got the timing on him.
Saw should know that these players are boxed in. They expect the B play, and it's confirmed.
It has been, although Fizzy just managed to escape for a moment. Now it's up to Illuri. Trying to find something, anything to work with 15 seconds left and 2 players bearing down. I don't think there's much to really work with. There isn't. From Snowman is where he'll be dropped. All even across the board, Hazard. And this is deja vu from map number 1. As the teams keep themselves close and almost back to that boxing right that we were talking about, that analogy between the two.
Down B.
Maus punching drunk, going back again for this B fight, which is working for Saw. It's 2 rounds in a row now where they've looked here for early duels and won them. And the read called off the back of it to invest numbers to the left-hand side paid dividends. Trading blows, a couple each. Now Maus with a timeout, the 2nd timeout of this map for them, Cairo. In terms of what we want to see changed, I don't know. I feel like Zus is getting involved in these early duels. He's being traded, but he's maybe not finding the entry picks that he was before. Is there enough supportive utility to allow for that when he's not playing on the operator?
I would say like Saw are definitely the ones who are being most successful in the entries. Like past 2 rounds, they've been able to find the first 2 picks at least. I don't know if it's necessarily like Zeus going finding kills, or maybe more MOUZ need to stop allowing their opponents to get the entry kills, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, what I'm talking about is give the guy an out, a safety net, right? Drop a flash. I say flash. There is no flash. That's probably the problem. You know, a recon, something. That's where you're a little bit light. And in this round, even lighter. Stingers straight into the flames. BRK gets one. Let's do the rest. They're eating their fill.
Yeah.
And the Outlaw is not done yet. That's one hungry hippo.
Yeah, and I mean, Alluri, yeah, he's rescued a rifle. Just waiting for it to be confirmed at this point. Is Shaw finally getting themselves back to the advantage? Start to get themselves into winning ways. I mean, now Hazard, this is the most important round for them. Win this out, put MOUZ back to an eco. Because they invested in the last round, right? They used what was left in their pockets, so things aren't looking great for the economy state. And the reason why that's so important, Hazard, Shaw can start to build a little bit of daylight between them and their opponents, and when it's on towards double digits, the important end game of this map, they can start to feel a little bit more comfortable, build themselves into finishing this map out like they were unable to do on the last map.
That's where we give MOUZ the credibility and where Saw remain largely untested. Ultimate committed. BRK still holding the line. Same utility from MOUZ as it usually is from Saw here to clear him out. Into the reveal. Up and out of there. Zeus with a chance to plant, but the nanos have forced him to the top site where he's a sitting duck, plucked by GRTW, the numbers and the thrash to come back in.
I mean, everybody's here. Good to go. HOTT OGO, but it's whether you can capitalise on it. The thrash being sent forward, and actually, look at this, the Hunter's Fury denies Saw from getting in. Spike has got down and it's easy collection. MOUZ are not allowing this one to go away anytime soon, and Saw's not allowing MOUZ to get an advantage. It still continues forward. Now up to Alluri, who doesn't get a chance. It will be Saw, it will be 10, and it will be a great chance for them to build that daylight we were talking about.
Double digit Saw, like you say. And oh man, for a map which had been flawless for them before, coming in with a couple losses in Split 2, it seems as if they've made the adjustments that were needed. The Gecko utility is fantastic. Saw had players everywhere. Stark was trying to be Julia, but it was not enough. And now, Saw... Yeah, I mean, just, again, I think the macro game style of MOUZ has just been a little too readable in these last couple. They are straight up executing. They're not playing with mid like they used to.
I mean, Hazza, this has been the greatest criticism of MOUZ all the way back from when this roster was created, right? Since we've spoken about the police style and what Kunde and Alluri have been doing, it's back to the grindstone, it's back to A, and it's back to another execute. And look how easy Saw read this, the same utility being used, and well, oh my god, this is uncharacteristic. Zeus has missed everything.
He had a banjo and couldn't hit the barn door. Nothing landed. Stark playing outside the valence of this. Looking for Kitchen, but Kunya has been cooking so far. Can't serve up any success this time. Addicted is right there by his side. B is where the opening eventually lands, and this is what you want to see from MOUZ. When they commit pressure to a side of the map, do they have a re-clear in them? Because that is the other facet of their game which we have not seen so far, and it's worked this time.
Well, on through mid, Obnox can't even see it. GRT gets rid of Zeus, and the guns aren't shooting like the way they used to. And now Alluri once again left to himself! No! It's not gonna happen! Oh! like last map, for a minute you think it's on, but Saw managed to limp their way over the finish line for this round. It will be 11, and they will be 2 away from finishing this map out.
I haven't seen a bald-headed Finn make shooting look that good since Teemu Pukki. I do not believe that's Allurian, the server, right now. He's turned this one up to a different level. It doesn't count for much. These are consolations. But, Jesus Christ, he's feeling it. And I think Mouse need a little bit more of that. Do you know what I mean? 5 rounds in a row now for Saw. I said that we're getting the version of Mouse that are a little bit more explorative on their extremities.
Yeah.
They haven't quite been able to tie the ideas together.
Right here.
I mean, that's the thing we were talking about, like Zeus being sometimes a win condition for Mouse to get it over the line. It's not always the case, but for the most part, it certainly has felt that way. And with Zeus missing shots, the rest of the team now need to start picking up the slack. Supporting their duelists who is usually so good. Back to the attack side up. Back to old reliable, something dependable. Try and challenge BRK, who, let's be honest, has been having a lot of leeway.
It just signposts a bit of that space for Mouse as well. You know that if Zeus is there with his operator, it's not a concern. You don't have to worry all too much about what Saw are doing. But a new level of passivity has been brought to the table by them here. The turret has the info on mid. GRTW the closest to it for now. All roads point towards this being a B finish though. And with 4 players standing between Mouse and meeting that end, you can only be concerned for how this one ends.
Oh, GRT can't quite get the second. It's the opposite number that wins that one out. And, well, they try to walk around through the enemy lines. It's the ultimate, still probably ultimate decided. And Cunha's has gone down. BRK's shot, he gets something done, but it's still the advantage in terms of player count. Addicty's just sent it, and Hazard got control of the spike. They're nowhere near it. Fragger needs to get there quickly, or else this could be a disaster. Zeus low, and it will be a stray bullet that gets it over the line. Fragger doesn't know about where the last player is. Stark behind, looking towards Kitchen, worried, but Stark's coming from behind. Fragger needs to be aware, he needs to react, but doesn't. It's 9. Managing to chip away at the lead.
Mouse are barely hanging in there. Clutching onto the olive branch, Cairo, and the only reason why, in my eyes, Mouse win this round is Saw believing that the setup was better than it really was, because Fragger fully expects Stark to be playing a position where he can actually see the spike. Not on the other side of yellow, the same area where Zeus made a timing that allowed Addicted to get in and set up such a messy situation. 11-9, still the lead for the Portuguese, but Mouse are chipping away at it now, so much so that it's caused for concern, and we're getting a timeout.
Yeah, stop the momentum. But the thing that worries me about this, Hazza, is it's not only the fact that like Saw stopping to talk about what they're doing, stopping like what Mouse are up to, they buy maybe not great, but Hazza, you got to look at the ultimates. That's the thing that's important for me here. Like, this is key points which Mouse can leverage wins, leverage a chip away at what Saw have. And they need to be really wary about the position that they find themselves in. So maybe that's what they're thinking about. Thinking of plans to talk about. A technical pause coming up. Maybe that keyboard issue coming back for Saw that we had previously. But at the end of the day, always going to lie on your head. It's really pivotal. Last couple of rounds that we find ourselves in.
One more round would guarantee the overtime, but as we said before, that's where Mouse just turn up every single time. If overall this year, with that win on Abyss, you're looking at 80% win rate overall. It was 75 coming in. Someone can do the maths to, add the extra one on top. But It is ridiculous. And I think they were given a gift in the previous. Saw should understand that it comes down to the 1v1, it comes down to positioning. But in terms of setup, it was bang on. They had all the numbers in the right places, and they've been able to read what MOUZ have been doing so far. But economy now is an issue, and ultimates on top of that.
That's it, like, you can have the best read in the world, but sometimes it will just come back to that, like, just these one-on-one engagements, and especially the economy state and the ultimates that decide things. I mean, not to say that it's sort of completely written off, right, Hazard, because we've seen Thrifties and the likes before, but while they've been winning rounds, they've not been winning them cleanly. When's the last time you've seen a flawless come up on your screen?
MOUZ should be prepared for these high pressure scenarios. Had a little bit of time before to speak about it, but they are playing from their facility in Hamburg. As I said, it's huge. They have booths where they can simulate crowd sound, so I don't even want to know what these guys look like if they get to the point where we're in those stage games. And to just focus on the details even, this is going to sound crazy, their coffee machine is digital and has a picture of their DAC trophy lift on it. So constant reminders of their success as they walk those famous halls.
Right here.
Can they etch another victory, their first victory as an organization at an interregional competition inside 2 maps? Or does Saw have a little bit more for us here? Mixed investment, couple sheriffs, but getting close to a few ults, and the Thrash is always going to be something to think about when Fragger has it.
I think the big word for me coming into this round is respect, and what is shown from both teams in that aspect, because right now, as they walk down mid, on the other side of the orb, there's no respect being given. And MOUZ are complacent in this, has it, allowing Saw that space, which could be the biggest upset in this round.
Addicted in middle, part of the trap play, his first test against a top quality IGL seems to be going fairly smoothly, but this second map has caused concern. Those concerns are swiftly silenced. It is the spike. BRK the one that drops it, and now Saw can fall back into those deep positions because time is an issue. There's only 25 seconds, and while Zus is up on B, I don't think they even want to commit to this. They're going on to A.
And Hazard, this is where all the players are. If they use the Hunter's Fury or the Viper's Pit, they're not going to have enough time to get the spike down. This is issues being created. Spike's down again, and it's BRK to put them there. 12 looks to be the number that Saw will get. Zus trying to keep the op in his hands, but in the same time, he hands at the bare minimum overtime to the Portuguese side.
And with the amount of time that they had to process that one, it just looks half-baked from MOUZ. Little material to go off on this attack side for them. It's a map which we've only seen once in Split 2 and has been sheltered for good reason, it seems. You know, it gets to that last 15 seconds, and the fact that Fragger still has the ult up means you know it's the stable win condition that they're looking for, and that's the thing. Saw have just been too comfortable right now.
Yeah.
BRK won't be able to nest himself up on Chen. They do still have players here.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Hunter's Fury used early when you know there's a lockdown available from Fizzy is an interesting one. I mean, Alluri will return the favour. But at the same time, Saw need to be aware that it's not just a storm brewing, there's a tsunami of ultimates to be sent their way, as well as the earthquake of Stark in mid.
Yeah, the team from Tempest, no less. Forever champions with 4 titles, now tested against some serious names. They're holding up for the moment. BRK has done so much this map, and there's more to come. Low HP is Alluri. He can't find the target. GRT panicking in the backside and giving MOUZ the time of day. Half the chance, yeah. They're just about hanging in there, but this could have already been done. The lockdown gives a bit of time to set up in post. Ultimately, Saw are a man down.
They are a man down, but one spray could finish off two. In fact, one shot could do that damage. Viper's Pit, everything's been sent forward, Taza, but the kitchen sink. Look, there's the first of all.
Got the first kill. It's a big pickup, but it doesn't look like it can go much further. That pit has to drop, and it needs to go now. Stark into the crosshairs of Addicted. He paths around the side, jumping to be the hero that plays in Saw for this second map win. Time is cut close, but I don't think there's enough, Cairo. Mouse can keep this one going for just a couple more rounds.
I mean, you still get Saw to come straight back at you with the exact same buy that they had. As for Mouse and what they can bring forward, it's still a tentative state. Everything isn't going to be rosy until we can reach 12. The pressure's still building for the dark side. And that's
it's genuinely so close. Like two players on site are pre-firing a player who's 1 HP.
Mate, at the end of the day, for Mouse here, it doesn't matter how you get it over the line. You just need to finish this round and make sure it's in your favour. BRK already pushed back, respecting the push. And I mean, for the most part, like for Saw, like that alarm bot still being up is massive in terms of the information that they have.
BRK is going to be sweating here. Drone hits him, forced back. Has the blades, still plenty of chances for Saw in this retake. A 5-on-5, and they're playing around the wall. Where exactly is Stark right now? He's tucked up close. Luri was there with him. He drops off. They would have heard the steps, but Zos stands his ground. My God, he does. They all fall around him instead. A 4-on-2, which Mouse have made the most of. Fizzy finishes the job against his former team. Mouse stopping them from going any further than taking 12.
And there's no saving grace for Saw now. That's the economy gone. That's the ultimates. I mean, all falling away. Everything is starting to look towards the dark side. Mouse once again. The good times. I need to start rolling. Because at this point, it looks as if it's going Dark's way.
It's crazy, man. Mouse, the knight in shining armor. The final hour where they excel. When the sun is setting and you need to kiss the princess. They're right there at the forefront, but so is BRK. He wants the fairy tale ending for Saw on map 2. It hasn't arrived just yet, and it's a 2-on-2. These blades are hot and heavy, but Zus has to fall back as there's no flank control.
Oh no, that's a massive kill onto Stark. But it's Zus again, who has to be relied upon and can't do it. Saw will get the map that they were looking for. They'll get the comeback, but it won't be without blood, sweat and tears.
It's right down to the wire. Mouse kept us there. We were thinking there was a chance that this would end in a 2-0, but instead it's Saw who are taking us all the way to the decider of our first game in this group.
I feel at home, silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my way. I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl. You're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy,
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
What a response that was from Saw! You guys, we're going the distance in this best of 3. I'm joined once again by Pilski and Billy. Honestly, first half felt like maybe Mouse closes out, but when we got onto the defense side of Saw, Pilski, it was fantastic.
100%. I honestly even thought that Saw could have probably got more out of their attacking side. Like a couple of those post plants were head scratches, a couple of situations where their spacing was not particularly great, and Mouse was taking full advantage, but you're 100% right. Like Saw on the defense, they were rock solid. They were really taking an aggressive, proactive approach, trying to break some of those Mouse tendencies and the Mouse default and map control that they were running, and that really set them up in positions where they got their money together. They started to get the ult rolling, mixing in the ult rounds, and they were able to just be dynamic enough to keep Mouse guessing and scrape it across the line.
Yeah, I mean, I was concerned looking at the first half of that one to begin with. It was looking like a Zus masterclass yet again. But I mean, Saw doing really well to be able to deal with the up this time round, especially with that Gecko pick, you know, being able to isolate those fights with the Dizzy. And yeah, I mean, even on their attack, Saw looked a little bit disjointed to begin with. The post plant looked as though it needed a little work because they were getting the bomb down. They just weren't able to fight out those post plants. It wasn't until we seen them come onto this defensive side where we actually seen Saw shine.
Yeah, and I actually wanted to go into like a little bit more detail about that as well, because like the Gecko pick, this is the perfect pick to be just fighting a comp like Mouse has. Like you can see how aggressive they are fighting B long, contesting the map control. You know, if you're just looking at the comps in, you know, brass tacks, you're looking at things like Gecko and KO mixed into the comp versus the Sage. You know, Wall's not going to do as much justice as really fighting for the map, throwing out those dizzies, doing a couple of little traps and things like that, or even having some really strong retake tools like this.
Definitely. Round 18 in particular was one that I had noticed that Saw kind of changed their setup at the very beginning of the round. You know, they played a bit more disciplined and a bit more back rather than that aggressive push that they were having on their defense initially. And it was just really good reads on Mouse, to be honest. You know, recognizing the ults that were available to them, so being able to play passive whenever they wanted to. But this round in particular, Mouse doing really well to counter that Gecko ult with that Sova ult coming in and recognizing the adaptation from Saw's previous comp too. So, I mean, it was just really nice though for Saw to be able to play aggressively, to be able to work themselves back in off the back of that Gecko ult.
Fragger's first time on Gecko, by the way. Never played it before, whips it out. They managed to secure the map, but we are moving on to Sunset. Of course, Saw had the choice of maybe going to Haven over Sunset, but they chose this one. Pilski, what do you make of this?
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one. You've seen two pretty dominant wins over in the Portugal League from Saw, but they haven't played it for almost like 2 months, so maybe lacking a bit of match fitness, which is what you could probably say about Mouse on Icebox, to be honest. Only one game in the regular season is split too, so we'll see what's going to happen there. Only 1 point of difference between the two comps, which is just the Gecko and the Sova, and outside of that, it's going to be, you know, pretty mirrored.
Yeah, I mean, as you said it, Pilski, the kind of reps on these maps, we've kind of switched now. So like Saw only really having 4 wins and 1 loss, and Mouse, they've got plenty of reps in this one. I believe they've played it 15 times, no, sorry, 13 times over the course of the past 2 splits. So I think we can expect them to be prepared coming into this one.
Yeah, of course. If they stick with that Gecko comp on the side of Saw, it is not Fragger that plays Gecko this time. It is their IGO addicted. I would love to know why they stuck Fragger onto it on Icebox, and maybe they let him carry on with it. On Sunset, what do we think?
I think it's just because they were running Sova Gecko, and it seems like Addicted is, that Sova specialist. So that's the kind of plug and play that they're doing in terms of the flex role there. But in terms of just sticking to a traditional initiator and plugging that into the comp, maybe a little easier for Addicted to be playing that. Also kind of helps as well when you're playing like Sova or Gecko is another good example. Playing around the cycles of util as the IGL can really help you kind of direct the flow of traffic and how you're running map control on attack, or even setting up plays on defense and re-clearing them out.
Yeah, that's a great point to mention, Pilski, is, if you're the IGL, you're kind of wanting to set the pace, and you can do that on the initiating role. But I think Sova, for him, we know he plays it a lot, and it's a little bit less risky than the Gecko. If you're playing Gecko, you kind of need to follow up off the back of your duelist and be able to trade, shouldn't they get that first engagement.
Yeah, and for Mouse, though, of course, they had a couple of opportunities to maybe push to the OT, maybe even close this out 2-0, but they're not going to be able to do that. But they will, however, have the opportunity on Sunset. And again, I mean, if I were them, I would be really happy at the fact that Saw actually opted to give them the chance to play on Sunset. But the question is, though, Billy, the stamina. How much stamina will they have when they could have maybe closed this out on map 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think Cairo mentioned it on the broadcast, as mental resilience is a big part of this, and it's the first day and we've already seen an OT and double digits on the second game. So going into this one, they're going to want to have a clean sweep. They're wanting to make it clean, get it finished with. They still have so many more games to play after this one, and they don't want to show all the kind of cards in their deck at once, especially on the first day. So yeah, I think going into this one, they're going to be wanting to, kind of keep up with the game.
Yeah, you've mixed in a couple tech pauses in there. It's starting to like draw out into a long kind of day, a long series for some of these players. So heading into the third map, 100% need to keep the stamina nice and high, keep everyone focused heading into Sunset. And yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one for sure. It's been a back and forth series like the whole time. Even if it had a lot of 6-6 halves, even if one team gets off to a hot start, we're always going the full 24 so far, even going into OTs and things like that. And I think that's partially down to these teams seem to be fairly evenly matched despite different runs in their domestic scene, but also getting a lot of big individual plays and things like that.
I mean, this is as close it can get, really. And of course, this is the group stage. Every map at this point matters, every round matters. But I guess the good news maybe for them is that the Apex Go Next game is also gone to map 3, extremely close. And Go Next, they seem to be in the lead right now. It is they're 11-7 up on Abyss. So that's gonna be an interesting match if they're able to clutch that one out, Pilski.
Oh, look at this though. Like, this is a statement after losing the first map, and Alexi in particular, 400 ACS, 28 and 6 on the Jet after losing the first map against maybe one of the favorites for the entire thing. That is really pulling yourself up by your bootstraps and saying we're not losing this series.
I think the thing that I have noticed the most is the fact that we're getting close back-to-back games like this, and games are going to map 3 on the first day, just kind of indicates how competitive this tournament is actually going to play out for the rest of the stage.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. But let's bring it back to this series, because we do have one last map to play between Mouse and Saw. And like you guys have both pointed out, it's already insanely close. I have no clue what's going to happen on Sunset. But on paper, it seems like it favors Mouse. But Saw, they picked it for a reason. And I think we've seen their game plan already. When they incorporated Gecko onto the Icebox, it worked out really well for them. So Billy, would you like to see maybe a similar change on Sunset? Do they even need to change anything?
I don't know. I think that the way they've played Sunset has obviously worked out for both of these teams. So, I mean, they've had time to make changes should they want to make changes. So I'm kind of, like I say, it's the first day. I'm kind of just like going into it with an open mind and seeing if teams have been cooking whilst they've had that time off to kind of prepare for Ascension. And yeah, kind of just taking it day by day.
Yeah, I think similarly, we've seen, like, I know we keep going back to the regular seasons and things like that. You see Mouse drop maps here and there, but And whereas Saw, they've had like really dominant wins, which were a couple of months ago. So I think Billy put it best when we were kind of getting into this series. You have to put some of those results aside. You can touch on them a little bit, but we've already seen, like, you know, both of these two teams very evenly matched in a lot of the other games, going a little bit more back and forth as well. So you just never really know what you're going to get necessarily.
Yeah, and speaking of the regular season, I do question though, Saw, they haven't had the best of 3 reps. They're one of the leagues where they are playing predominantly best of 1. So as we head into Agent Select, let's see if they have also been cooking. They've been cooking so far on the other maps, and it's Mouse on the other side are the ones that have been cooking.
Yeah, there you go. So going towards the Gecko and the KO, going to be a little bit closer to that kind of classic Sentinels comp where you're able to go for a lot of re-clears on defense and, you know, get a lot of info with both the Gecko and the KO, get the hard reads with the knife and things like that, as opposed to the Sova, which, you know, has seen a lot of popularity. It's seen the Heretics running around with that and, you know, drone re-clearing on the map, breaking the trips with the Shockies and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see that they've got kind of mirror matchup going on here. And I mean, Maus have been notorious for playing breach comps throughout their region. So it's surprising to see that we've not really seen a breach from them at all today.
Well, I can't wait to see who's going to take this one. It's going to be a very exciting map 3. Hazard and Kara, who you got your money on?
We are right down to the death. A decider on Sunset, a map which in recent history for Maus hasn't looked fantastic. They've made the changes they felt necessary in the time off. Both of these teams haven't lost the series in over a month, but one of them's got to give way for the other by the time this finishes.
I mean, that's it, Hazard. When you come here, this is where champions are felled, where giants and legends find their way to the top. I mean, Saw have been the heroes for Portugal, but DAC have been crying out for heroes of their own. The first time this year was when they actually were able to beat a Turkish side that came from CGN, and now Maus look to fall once again. Saw sieging the B site, and they've got it successfully.
Numbers for Saw. This is their chance to kick Maus in the teeth. 2 losses from their last 3 here, and looking to add another. Opening pistol starting to go their way, but that kill through the smoke from Fizzy could be all that they need to keep this competitive. Smoke still up on Stark, and you've got to bait some kind of pressure onto the spike. The trap in mid has Kunya caught. It is all about this defuse.
I mean, top of the spikes. That's the thing though, Hazard, with the steps being held, things aren't looking good. Smoke's not available for Stark, and the health isn't either. Kunya looks to get this one over the line, and in style, not allowing a chance for Stark to win this out, although allows his health to be dropped deep. A nice little flick, a pistol round back in his pocket.
Saw adding another to their tally. So far, we've had 2 6-6 halves, and either team has found a couple of pistols each. So I think right now, you've just got to be looking at building some serious momentum if you're Saw. Use that last map to your advantage, where it was one-way traffic for the majority of the second half. They've got the rifle buy that they want to make the bonus damaging. And looking at how Maus play this map, you don't really get the full feel for their setup until those gun rounds, until Zus has the operator, for example.
That's it, and it's a massive part to how Maus want to play both sides of the map, right? It's about whether they're allowed to build up into it, what concessions they make to allow that to happen, and you look towards Maus' side. I mean, classics, not much realistically being bought up.
Saw keeping it slow here as well, which is an interesting style to approach Maus with. Typically, I think a round like this does somewhat dictate it. And ding, 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 open A site. Surprise, surprise. There you go. That's exactly what you would have wanted. But it's because they play a lot of the same rounds, you know? Cypher's usually towards B, Omen A. If they're not putting Stark in an advanced position, then chances are the initiators are hanging around mid, and it's just a very set way that they play these defensive rounds, and that's something we need to see Soar start to read as this carries on. And the question on my mind is, with the Gecko coming in instead of the Breach, how different does that look, and how much early space can you take?
Investigating what the back of the hold looks like. Cunha just holding on to his paranoia on the engagement. Remember, there's so much utility to come back in on as well here, has it? Just because there's wasted next to nothing in getting control of the spike. Here we have it, the assault in, a little bit messy, and Zus does his best. It's actually ended up being extremely expensive. Fragger is elsewhere, and we're starting to see Fizzy looking to go down to the spike. He does, forfeiting that ultimate point away from Saw. But at the end of the day, they've forced Saw now onto what is a poor bonus, and they'll be able to hopefully get this one over the line with next to no issue.
Yeah, Fizzy, I don't think even needed to die there. He goes for the safe percentage play because there was a Vandal on the ground to get picked up, but so messy for Saw, and you can see the hit that it's taken. Addicted this time, the one playing on the Gecko, as Fragger is the Breach player that we know and love. That's the pick which is most comfortable for him. One away from another bonus round thrash.
I mean, again, like, to talk about the comparison between 23 and 24 Saw, just until actually wait until we get past this engagement. A nice flash in, but won't be anything capitalised. The point I was making is more like how important the Breach is to their usual setups. I always think to that Lotus and how good it was at setting Tamazi up.
Yeah. Always. And it has been a bit of a role change coming into this year. Like you say, Addicted picking up the mantle. Even for Fizzy, staying on Sentinel after he'd been trialing the whole offseason with Focus to play a controller role. This is what we expect of both teams now, though, and Saw, again, going against the grain. This is a loaded B-site defense. The Thrash is enough to fire BRK into market. That's the control that they take, but not backside. Not a step further. Cunha peeks out, but finds nothing.
Oh, nice second peek off the back of the Breach utility. Zus is still alive and kicking, and he's looking to kick hard. That's a second for him. There's still only 2 players for Saw now. A Sheriff in the hands of GRT, and remember, this is the bonus round. This isn't the round where they're expected to win. Fragger's Sheriff needs to find the heads. There's the first. Nearly catches Zus and does so, but there's a player pushing him. Start close by. Can't quite connect the shots. Has to reload, and he's dancing around the box. Box! Oh, it's a dance of death, Hazard! It's Fragger to frag his way to 3 for Saw. A massive round to convert.
Fought his way into the initial lineup. He was one of the initial pickups that we saw almost a year ago now, and the only one that was able to claim his space, keep his spot, and in a clutch with a Sheriff down to his final bullet, Stark just can't hang on. He allows the space for the bonus to be converted. The first bonus round win that we've seen so far today, Cairo. Of all the corners turned on Mouse's behalf, improvements to their own performances. Saw are stepping it up right at the final moment.
I mean, there's no better time, right? Crunch time. As you said, what was it last year? Never won a single series in Ascension without losing a map.
Yep. 2-1 all across the board. Notable names in there. They did beat a DAC team along the way, but as we know, CGN don't play Valorant. They play their own version of the game. An accustomed taste. And Mouse having to swallow the tough pill of the loss taken on the previous 2 rifles. You look at Obnox and Stark, they're both the closest towards this A push.
Something that I guess we can take out of CGN's, because Saw are contacting a lot of this, has it? Using next to no util. This could be a
That's
big
very much the
paranoia.
same. That's what Sunset can be like at times. So it's just a mental timing that Stark has to try and take here. Not full capitalization. Needs the support. 10 seconds left.
Oh, nice shots. Nice crosshair placement. Just nice in general from Saw, but that spike was denied. This can go the wayside. I ends up coming down to the gunfights, luckily enough, but tentative Saw.
Comes out and it's a short fuse. Pun very much intended. That's the only way that you can look at it. A technical pause called. And from these situations before, it's hard to really say who makes the advantage most. Saw are going to be feeling comfortable. And again, Mao's made to stew.
Yeah, at the same time, like the other aspect to it, momentum stop for Saw on their attacking side. That's it at the end of the day. It's just who bounces back better off the back of the technical pause. Coaches can't speak to their players. They can't come up with the plans that they would want to, contrary to maybe some belief and the community has it. It's just a stop to play.
And to again draw back on Mao's history and finding themselves in BO3s, in deciding maps, Dark plays very different to the other Challenger leagues. It's so much so they have a middle bracket in playoffs, and in their first split, their best of final series, the grand final, was a best of 3. It wasn't a best of 5, so you didn't see that depth really tapped into all too much. And to speak of that as well, you looked at Mao's being great in that regular season. They won 10 games in a row. They were on a serious streak, and the one that they lose, the final. It feels kind of like a situation here where another best of 3, where there is a lot of pressure on. You win the first map, far from comfortable as it was back then, and now you come into, you come out of Icebox into Sunset and Saw immediately putting you up against it. And I think it's taken a bit of time for Addicted to get the right reads on this IGL battle we've been speaking so much about as well against Alluri. But it's hitting the mark. He's starting to find the results. And when Mao's plan A doesn't work, what is the plan B? That's always been the big thing. Those game plans haven't changed much since we were looking at Alluri leading Focus, for example. Coming into the new roster, it does feel cut and paste at times, and we want variation offered. You've changed the comp, but is it the same DNA that builds up this team, that same DNA we've had for the last 2 years?
That's it. I mean, it's the faith in the system they always put in, but when does the faith become your undoing? Sometimes there needs to be something different, Hazza. The thing that really worries me is that, like, Dark is in this little microcosm of their own way of playing Valorant, that when they come out of it and they start to play these other regions, like your Saws, like your Turkeys, they start to find themselves getting punished. And I mean, you think towards last year, there's a little bit of deja vu about it, right? Because it was CGN who played up against Digital Athletics, against Saw. Things didn't go their way back then either.
Another surprise Turkish package, another, team which plays aggressive set styles. CGN is very much the laughing stock of the EMEA at times. I think that Mao's have some serious work to do here to actually remove that mantle from their region, really.
Yeah, I think, like, listen, whether the criticism is, like, good or not, whether it's actually deserved is another question entirely towards CGN. But when that style then starts to spread towards the other teams and consistently they don't find the success that they're expected of Dark, which have produced great players in the past, right? Like ones who have been on, how would you put it, like on big rosters, quite literally the big roster, right? You've had Lucker and the likes coming through and playing in VCT for ages, not finding the international success, but regionally they've always been well respected players.
Yeah, the slight internet issue is the reason why we are not on just yet, right? We'll get that resolved hopefully, and for Mao's sake as well, with them all being in the same facility, you would hope that the internet works, because it goes for one, it goes for all of them. They are back, and we're ready to head into the 5th round now, and the most important round, not just of this map, but it feels like of this series, because right now, you've gone through your paces, a couple of maps where teams have looked to create early leads. More often than not, it's been Mao's. Saw starting quickly, and not only starting quickly, a chance to build up an advantage of which we're yet to see come round 13.
Mao's being pulled away from the A site because of the smoke placed deep into CT, having to clear that space and make sure that Cunha hasn't somehow escaped their sights, and allows them to easily go back into A main after Mao's vacating that much more progressive positioning that they originally had, Hazza.
Dizzy's on the roof. I was going to go get a step ladder to try and pick that one back. So as much as we speak about recyclable utility, keeping the earth green and whatnot, not much like the hair on Gecko's head, yeah, you're not going to be able to grab that one. So Mao still have their setup on B, and it's this double layering I was talking about before. Fizzy is there with the Cypher util, but there is a snake in the grass, an operator lying right at the back, ready for first contact.
Again, though, as a Saw must be well aware of it because they know exactly what Mao's like to try and do. Thrash doesn't quite get the value that they're looking for, but the neural theft might. Everybody getting pinged up. Unfortunately, the wingman, well, he's being the 6th man and getting a spike planted, will not get pinged. GRTW hiding behind the box will the rest. Much more deeper in main. In fact, that's going to be converted into a late flank, as one to keep your eye on.
This is going to get messy. There's barely any utility on both hands, and sure, there is a late flank coming through, but there's a trap to keep them there for now. The Aftershock has bought a little bit of time, and they have players in position, Saw. That's probably the biggest thing. They're yet to be flushed out, and Mao's are running out of time. Addicted the captain. Fizzy might have picked up one, but this is going to be most painful of all. It is close, but Mao's have just about got it, and the fact that they get through that retake says a lot about where this one's headed.
I don't like the plant spot. I don't like the post plant. I don't know if I like anything about that round, Hazza. I feel as if there's just so much overcooking. They've tried a really complex round, but at the end of the day, it's a house of cards that it costs them.
Feels like everyone has their own ideas about how they want to play, and this is, again, the conversation that we had in map 1. Does Saw play the match or the occasion? I think Cunha there's trying to be the hero, swinging out. The reclear from Mao's is excellent. And, should they look for any of that here, they may very well struggle because BRK is in an unexpected spot on top of that one-way. And look at this set piece. Showstopper right back through. He's just about TP through it.
Yeah, out. Ultimate not finding the value, but I mean, it finds value in the space that it's been given. Ultimate orb back to Fragger, who's on away from the Rolling Thunder. Zus still holding on towards mid. The Sheriff with the long-range weapon. Saw still not quite made up their minds about where they want to go. That might do it, force them into showing their hand, playing the round, and in fact has a mouse. Gamble towards A, leaving Physiologist lonesome towards B.
He's going to give this space up. The trips will let him know it's a notice. Market is the area that he's concerned of, and that's where they go. There's a cage to stop the jump up. And again, both of these exits are well guarded, so Fizzy will profit off the back of his own trap. The flash had him held, but only just taken down. It brings the Rolling Thunder up, and Cunha is straight in for the fight. He's not been detained. He slides straight past Opnox. But with him taken down, it's a core yet to be restabilized.
Spamming out, trying to see if they can catch the player, trying to stabilise the core, but remember, Hazza, those two players have given up their position, and now Addicted, trying to be that hero, all on his own, at the next to the spike. Now it has to be Fragger once again, almost did it on a miss, time to do it on Sunset, and get the ace that he was looking for previously. Shaw, hit 5.
Fragger hitting the heights, and Saw are soaring towards a first win. Looks like Mouse have done enough to keep them at bay here, but the duels were unrelenting. This change of places with the Thrash comical and Zus always being consistent for value. But Fragger, what more can be said about this 1 versus 3? So huge to just push the boat out and keep Mouse relegated to the worst of weapons.
That's the worst thing about the defensive round, being held at arm's reach. Serious questions being asked of the dark split 2 champions, has it?
Sunset has been difficult for them in recent moments. You know, as I said, 2 of the last 3 games here. This is a change which has been made to remedy a problem rather than infuse success with further opportunities to bolster your hand, give you more, you know, agents to play, comps to bring out in a tournament where everyone is going to show something a little bit different from time to time, where you need it.
The worrying thing for me is when we get to it, I know we're only halfway through the first half, is the switch of the sides. It's even worse for Mouse. Their attack side not usually convincing. So, haven't cleared Fizzy. He's just sitting there. Finally he does. Obnox with a rifle that Zus had. Gets a double off the back. Again, we're getting there.
Brilliant.
Thrash sent through, now it's up to Addicted. Still got the spike in pocket. In 15 seconds, has to force himself onto the site. A difficult task, but has to get it done. Dizzy not there to being used to protect the spike going out. Up against one, up against Illuri. The opposite captain trying to scarf him, but time's on his favour. Needs to get the kill! Oh! And does it! An ace! Again! Back to back! So just keep finding the chances when they're not meant to!
Oh, Mao's trying to park the bus in the backside, but Saw will not take their foot off the gas pedal. Another ace from their veteran this time around. It's Addicted, of course. The same guy who was there to wipe away the tears of his teammate last year adds further anguish with that one. 6-1 now for Saw. And sure, you're coming into the gun round, but how many more of these will Mao's give away?
I know we've got some amazing replay ups. I would love to see how little time was left on that last round, has it, for Addicted to get that kill.
There.
Talk about cutting it fine. Both of these teams have been in a position similar, but that takes it to a new level. And something else as well to think about how that round's set up. It's the B main space, something which they've opted against here. Zus's op is in play, and I don't think you'll see him hold a deeper line all afternoon long.
Elbow being totally given up. Mouse just starting to respect everything that's been thrown at them. At what point does Mouse start to doubt everything that they've been up to? Because at this point, it certainly looks like they're starting to doubt their sight holds. Maybe playing for more of a retake, the double initiator. You would expect that to be the case, in fact, actually. Look, Obnox taking a step forward.
They'll know that the gaps do not lie in the hold. It's more just these crazy moments late on. And if you're a fan of drama, there's plenty more here. 20 seconds to take it, and the numbers are thinned out further than they ever have been. 2 aces in a row, but asking the 1v5 of GRTW from this position is fool's play. Not happening. Flawless finished by Fizzy. A second for Mouse, but how many more can they pick up?
I mean, that's the question. And at the same time, you've always got to consider that there has to ebb and flow, has it? Still could see Mouse come back into this and equal out the scoreline, which would be highly, I wouldn't be just of how well Zov played in these opening engagements. As for now, this round, it's a difficult task to ask of them to win this one out, considering the buy that they're putting forward.
Cover going out.
It's the first time we've really seen them on the ropes this entire time. And Mao's backing up the A control with the wingman, with Stark continuing to just shoulder spot with the paranoia. It's not exactly a feeling of comfortability, especially with Saw smoking off top mid, because now Alluri, this is the time where you don't want him to panic, where you want him to call comfortable, knowing they're against the eco, and that he's the one taking the info, that top mid is a concession.
Oh, Stinger not hitting like it should at close range. GRTW's Sheriff certainly is. And, I mean, it's awkward gunfights, but in the end, it seems as if the rifles are just coming out the better. Alluri has control of the spike. It's looking like this should be an easy one to clean up, and it is. Just swept under the carpet and dealt with by Mouse.
Mouse get the mop out. That's what you want to see. Alluri there can't overcomplicate things and sweat and call some elaborate play for them to fight back through. They just set up as they were. They knew it was a gap, and they plugged that hole successfully. No more papering over the cracks. No chance to do that here. The stun was great onto Obnox as well, so I think Saw feel a little hard done by. They were playing for damage by the time the spike dropped. They wanted to eliminate those players' backside. As still, both teams are building up the money. Maus have some big credit after the Flawless, honestly. That win that they picked up, round number 8, has gone a long way, but ultimates are starting to come through, and this timeout for Saw is starting to feel necessary.
It definitely is. I think on top of that, it's something difficult to contemplate the fact that it Saw that times out first has it, considering how well they were playing, how much Mouse were put to the sword. It gives time for Kunde to talk about what's been going on, but all in all, I mean, Saw wanting to put a stop to the DAC resurgence, right? Finish this first half strong, last first half that they'll have, and to create a great advantage, considering the ultimates that they have to put here.
Another round that looks poised for middle. Saw have highlighted this as an area of issue for Maus, and I'm surprised that we haven't seen all too much from Zus's op in this area yet, because usually it's market or top mid where he likes to operate, and a set piece from the Saw strat book. Null command comes through, but it's out of range of the Thrash, which detains Obnox, not without a kill.
What? Fragger?
That's a spike!
He's just walking up with his knife out. He's given up the spike, but he's just given up everything now. This round is completely on its head. What?
Yeah, that's a bit of a head scratcher. Maybe one which Saw take back to the drawing board for another time. That's your ultimate round. That's why you call the timeout, because you have that piece ready to go. It's the ult in spawn, which was already faked, conditioned earlier in the half by Kunya. It's red, and then Fragger is in no man's land. The Thrash did all it needed to, but the follow-up, it was poor.
Mate, I went full Scottish after watching that round, like... I don't even know.
What's going on there, mate? He's just got his knife out.
Right, that's plenty for you.
All good. The dual Scottish duo would be too much to handle, I think. Sorry, Billy, he's mine.
It's actually a riot rule that you're not allowed to have 2 Scottish people on the same part of the desk.
Yeah. Just, I don't know, man. The friction causes fires. Problem. Info Maus. Let's not let this one get too far out of control. They know what's going on towards A. The orb's been given up, and no guessing who that's on. Fragger has the Rolling Thunder. The question you've got to ask with 2 rounds left is it worth investing here, or do we wait to the next?
You get the opportunity. You find yourself an advantage. Obnox, gets the fast, but gives a rifle back towards Shot. Naturally forcing players off the angles. A nice crossfire all in all. Nothing to get too excited about. Towards the other side of the map, that's where GRT is, and Kunya has just completely beheaded the remaining players towards this side of the map. With GRT giving himself up by breaking a trap, it will be easy enough for Mouse in the end.
Yeah, and Speaking of losing heads, I think Saw have lost theirs.
Yeah.
We're gearing up for 6-6 again, Cairo. Deadlock at the half, of which we've seen twice, and a difference of 2 rounds. All that has settled, either Abyss or Icebox. Saw have turned down the pace. They're not hitting as quick as they were. They are concerned for these double-barreled setups that I was speaking about before, and it's like watching them lower themselves into the meat grinder. It's painful. They do have the ult up now, though, and Mouse won't be getting anything unless they pick up some orbs. This is your chance to take the fight to them, and your final opportunity on the attack side.
Us is going investigating. But what does he find? Well, he's heard the raise, misses the shot. I mean, he's having to burn a lot of utilities, getting chased down, hunted, and it's addicted to gets the kill. Physically trades it out, raise for raise, and info on where players' positions are allows start to come out. Nearly gambles on a player on 10s. Gets something, spike down. We're seeing players walk through. Addicted's getting the timing of the sentry, and Ultimate's being traded back and forth. Chaos, and this one has it. But Mouse still haven't got clear-cut a chance to get on the spike. They're worried about mid. They're worried about backside. There's not even a tap of the spike. You're not forcing players out.
It's the first time that the trap is gone, and we're talking about triple Vandal spam from main here as well. This isn't even the usual.
It should be easy to close out for Saw. That's what you're expecting. That's the case. It will be an advantage to take into the next half. Not what they were hoping, considering how many rounds they had to take the advantage as it. But it's still good that they got it nonetheless.
Final half of this map coming up after the break. The first time we've seen a team take the lead inside 12 rounds, and it's Saw that are up in front. So then, Saw out in front with their head just above the waterline. A difference of 2 rounds between the teams, as it has been from map to map. But the beast beneath them has started to wake up, and now Mouse on this platform could pose a serious threat into the final half of play.
Yeah, the thing for me though, Mouse have a negative win rate on their attacking side, has it, whereas Saw, their defensive win rate goes up into the 85%. That's where things get worrying. That's where Mouse need to be careful and walk with trepidation.
We saw the same thing on the last map of Icebox in terms of what those stats say, but again, skewed by the regionality of it all. Saw are a dark horse, and they're also a black swan. They do not conform to, you know, the rules that are set. It's a one-team region at times. People will say it has gotten more competitive this year, but that's the final chance that we get to see it. And now, with this opportunity in front of them, they didn't let Abyss go without a fight. I'm liking the trap play by Fizzy just to confirm if there's any kind of recommitment to that space later down the line.
I mean, the information economy is key for making your decisions, especially on a defaulted round and a defaulted team like Mouse. Contact taken from Cunha, taking his time to get the one way out.
Yeah.
With no re-aggression. I mean, on you go.
It's a really huge play there from Mouse as well, because in terms of how they set up this map, Zus is always signaling where they finish late. So a team which applies pressure through the mid-round, now a chance to move on to B. Only issue is, Saw have held their position. They have not moved, and GRTW has managed to set up Addicted and Fragger to what will effectively close the round, unless Alluri's sharp aim can convert to a clutch.
Done it before, can't do it this time. Wingman will disperse into the goo that he is, and again, Saw finding that pistol makes the woes of Mouse even worse. Haza, now that they can double up with the anti-eco, which if odds are to be believed, they will do so. And that will be a 4-round gap re-established from the way it was previously. And about how they build from that as well. Double digits, certainly within the horizon for Saw. As for Mouse, I mean, it can't be understated enough. It gets more and more worrying as this map goes on.
And from a macro perspective, I just want to see more of that from Saw, because Maus, as I said, they don't play fakes. They put on pressure, they go quiet, and then they hit the site, whether they're re-clearing the same area of the map or simply scaling upon the space that they have. They've just been known to be too readable of a team at times. And right now, heading on to where Saw are set up, even like the pistol, you've got numbers there, ready to activate, ready to cause issues.
Yeah, it's looking like an easy cleanup in the end, and it's actually BRK's Ghost that does it. Manages to escape. Nade sent forward, Spike in Saw's lines. I mean, at the end of the day, you're now starting to look forward towards the next round, not expecting us to get anything from this. And now you look towards the rifle round. I mean, from the back of that, there's ultimate orbs being picked up, BRK getting 4 of them as well. So the showstopper halfway confirmed to the end.
One enemy remaining.
The rifles that come through are huge too. Couple Vandals, couple Bulldogs. I'm surprised that the Outlaw isn't invested here. It has forced Maus to dig deeper into their pockets. Heavy shields on players means that Obnox is one flash drive short of the handful he would like, until he buys it just before the barrier goes. Cheers, mate. But they have the utility. That's the more important part. Saw have the guns to make this round difficult.
They certainly do. Thanks for your astute observations, Haza.
That's what I'm here for.
Taking the time as well with picking up the ultimate orb in case there is any trap plays or anything being sent forward. The poke and prod effects, and at the same time, Saw are so happy just to do absolutely nothing. I mean, they're progressive on 8, but Maus haven't even went near that side of the map.
Again,
Top mid.
it's just so slow.
Yeah.
And Zus at the forefront, yet to be spotted.
Looking for investing in Zus towards top mid again. This has been 3 rounds in a row where Maus have walked through market, and as they walk out onto the site, still they haven't challenged Saw's setup, and it's just walking into crosshairs. Utility being sent their way. It's not really moving much, and with that being the case and time being so low, this is so doable for Saw. Spike finally being attempted. It looks to go down without any issues, but it's the engagements towards the latter stages that become an issue. BRK is running and gunning and perhaps looking to steal this round away. Alluri 1 away from getting that thrash online, but whether he gets a chance to use it is another thing entirely. Both players are in main, and they will grab double digits with both hands and collect. Maus have not been able to win a single round so far in the first 3 rounds of any half in Sunset.
Back-to-back pistols, back-to-back bonuses, and this is just so well set up by Saw. They bunker up the site as they're clearing A, that eventually becomes the flank, and to forget about the tactical side of things. BRK is just an absolute monster. How on earth has he managed to get 3 there? Blinded up, out the backside of it. For everything that we said about Tomasi being that irreplaceable duelist who, yeah, traded roles when he went to KC, but always had the possibility to punish you. Maybe the Portuguese talent scene is ready because they've stepped up to the plate here on Sunset so far.
The hierarchy of the regions starting to be developed. I mean, we know that perhaps East is maybe ahead of Polaris after the last result, not wanting to admit that, but I mean, Portugal perhaps ahead of DAC. I mean, plenty of spam and players being found. Looking to try and convert this last one, but perhaps I've spoke too soon. Spike going down. The rest of Saw very, very late to this one. Should be easily collected, and it is the case.
BRK was so focused on there being a wire there. It's gone up against him. Kuna, clutch. No chance. A haircut given to Stark instead. The mirror pick shall stand up against him. Mouse onto a 6th. Their first of the half. The bonus will see them pass them by. But, I mean, wow. What a situation to now find yourself in. There are ults coming up for them here too.
I mean, we've seen both teams navigate difficult issues, difficult situations. The experience on Mouse, though, as you would expect, would be able to bounce back. We've always ended up in the latter stages of any half or any game, any map.
It's Fizzy's timing late there after the re-clear as well, though, which is so big. If Mouse can read that Saw are looking to try and take space during the round and deal with it, then their game plan starts to have a little bit different of a cadence. A different view taken. BRK brings a powder of the incendiary types to this one, though, and that is the opener, which he is able to disengage from at the cost of a thrash on Mouse's behalf.
I mean, they've re-cleared mid, and what have they found? Absolutely nothing. Used one use of the thrash. I mean, now you've got the Gecko who's on a mission to collect every bit of util. At the same time, it's the proactivity from Saw, taking map space away. B main is theirs, a trap is set up, Addicted holding with a full belt of utility, and you've also got the Cypher set up to support this. Mouse need to be careful because they're walking into Saw's trap.
And there is no Fizzy this time.
30 seconds
All
left.
4 through the front door. They do go the long way round, though. The scenic route. Util taken off, but not before the cage is unleashed. It allows safe passage for GRTW. This should just be a backside plant for Mouse. And that seems as if the route that they're going to take most comfortably, knowing that they don't have main. It's a topsy-turvy. And one more go on the thrash. Comes up empty yet again.
Still 4v4 has it. And with both sets of players on Saw going to crunch the site, this will be a powder keg of a round. Plenty to go off in terms of gunfights, but it's actually been quite delayed and staggered, which allows for trades on either side, down to 2v2, and you know where the spike's planted. This is a big 1v1 and Cunha isn't good enough for it. It just allows for a double swing in the end. And again has the lead being chipped away at. It's the same as Icebox. We're sort of looking to limp their way over the line.
It's so close. There's nothing in it. Even the fight that Cunha takes back sight, he's banking on Alluri, missing those first few shots. He tries to go a little wider to duck the spray, but couldn't pull the trigger quick enough. Now you're down to an eco, and this is the cycle that Saw will find themselves in. It's on and off. You're building ults all the way. Maus need to be careful that they can temper some of their own to find results, because we've seen adjustments made by this defense. They're trying to stay proactive, keeping themselves in it in the mid-round. And right now, Saw are reading it well. That plant backside is the perfect example of it. Taking what you're given.
We've seen the Sheriffs and the likes work before. Again, back to the B site, where they've had issues. BRK trying to capitalise off the pressure of the engagement that was taken, but it's just through utility. And you're starting to see Saw build up a plan, an idea in their head about what mid looks like, and invest in bodies towards that. Top mid is where Fragger is dedicated to, supported by Addicted close by. But as they leave the B site, they're gambling on the wrong side of the map, Hazard.
When that gap opens up, Mouse are so decisive. And with the null command taking offline the trips, it just gives them even more runway to get this spike planted. I like the use of this smoke. It's forced Saw to reconsider how they clear this. Any space that they'd look to try and take, and as the cam is broken on the flank, they know it's coming, but just not how much of it there will be.
GRT, I mean, that was one of your
huge
only bits of firepower as well. That was the Guardian. There goes the rifle. Sure, it can be picked up by the forces that are being sent their way, but it's still going to be difficult to get out. Trying to break the choke when you don't really have the utility to do so ends up being gunfights, and Mouse are starting to really compound these rounds together, starting to string them along. I'm starting to wonder, when do we actually get a timeout?
Mao's so decisive. As I said, they find the space, but then they take it one step further. Zus is looking towards spawn, and as soon as GRTW goes here, round over in my eyes. You know about the flank almost immediately. Even if Fizzy dies, the plant is a decent spot for you to try and challenge. They are reacting to everything Saw are doing, and it's spot on. Decisions which were not being made earlier in the half. They weren't able to activate their game plan, and now you got a strong set of options as well. Close to 3 ults, and one of them the showstopper. Sometimes for Maus, it's as simple as just flying straight in with that ult, and as long as there's no counter on the Saw side, with the absence of a KO as well, as I said, a strong set of options. It's their pick of the litter, unless Saw can do something to throw them off, because this is both of their timeouts used.
Yeah. I mean, they've been so much more like laissez-faire with it, right? Seeing how it goes and just allowing their opponents to time out for them, Mouse. As for now, as a key point, Saw want to capitalise and convert from their better position, especially being on double digits, has it? Especially how they started this half. Pressure will start to build. People will start to doubt themselves. Mouse really starting to take it effect here, and they've used the Rolling Thunder early to gain space on B and force Mouse on towards the A site, but that's not the case.
Yeah, Mouse don't make the early commitment when it looked like they were set up to do so. This is one of the maps where you will see them push early, but they've continued to delay for now. And it's this mid-duel where things get scary. The flash comes through. There's nobody home. The other side of the door immediate. Saw's setup will live to see another day.
It's the push and pull of the map, right? Saw, they're happy because they've got information on the A side through their Cypher setup, and dedicating 4 bodies towards B.
Yeah.
I mean, you could be mistaken with the little to no economy that Saw had, that they wouldn't have that reinvestment, maybe looking happier to just sit on the lesser buy, but this is a big round, and this could easily go Saw's way.
Yeah, BRK isn't that op duelist player on defense, so it's a double layered setup. Under stacker placed on the B site to stop Mouse from getting in, and the delay is there for Saw. They plant their feet. Of all the utility that was reused to try and take the space back, seem to have done enough to keep themselves in this one. Time is low, it's of the essence. The spike needs to go down. The TP from Cunha's ridiculous. He opens himself up to so many more angles, but locks down the only one that he needed to win this round for his team. Spike just about gets there. Cunha cleaning up again. The 18-year-old in his element and finishing it off with a hat trick. An 11th for Saw at long last.
I mean, Hazard have been waiting a good 4 rounds to finally get it over the line. And that will be a little bit of pressure off their backs. But it doesn't stop there. 2 rounds away from finishing out this series. At least 1 to confirm overtime at the bare minimum. Mouse still have things to come back in on. Don't doubt them just yet. Still ultimates like the Thrash to be used. But I mean, that realistically just comes down to the gunfights, not the utility or anything else. It comes down to 1v1s, duels, and I mean, Saw just dueled better.
MOUZ were able to bleed so much, and they only used the Gecko Flash to take mid back. The whole of the top space gone through the alley. And of those strong options that they have, a couple have left. They've been expended and cashed out for no value. The Thrash is still upstanding. Alluri holds onto it. Players getting into elbow before the execute comes in. This is as straightforward as it's going to get from MOUZ.
The good thing for Saw here is, again, the waste of utility that MOUZ are using to get the site. I say waste, the use of the utility, right? Because they're gaining the space and the site for it. Saw in the meantime are making up their mind about where they want to start this retake from. Cleared mid, routed any sort of flank that's going to be happening. So it's head on, Hazza. It's a collision.
It's that same metagame that we saw before. Too afraid to take the flank. They know MOUZ want the front foot. Fragger a couple back. 3-on-3 situation with a crossfire setup. It's broken in half. The aftershock sends Stark 10 feet under. Alluri will be the safest pair of hands and the head on MOUZ's shoulders that can call them to another round win though. The 9th is right back up and running, making it 4 from the last 5.
Yeah, it's good going for them. I thought that Thrash was going to get massive value when I saw it dash towards the players. I mean, the utility spot on in the end. And MOUZ just great at trading off one another.
Yeah, and I think Saw tentative about that mid re-clear and turning it into a flank because of the gaps that it opens up for MOUZ. They made the correct decision. Now they're back onto another Rico.
You did good.
Both teams champions in their own right. In times like these is where champions are made, has it? Crunch time. A thrifty round which will allow MOUZ to arguably get to 10. You would almost consider that to be the case, but never count out Saw because of what they have in their back pocket. Utility to work off and a Thrash as well. Protocols, I mean, while all this pressure is being made, they're looking to take a main, just having to take on 2, but doesn't account for the extra player. BRK only able to get 1 though, and it puts it down to a 2v4.
Any other gun, it could have been huge. I said it. The market players may have cleared it later on, but it certainly wasn't going to get checked again by Zas. Doubling up in the corner, and yeah, GRTW just swinging to completely give it up. But MOUZ under no illusions. And as you've said, if both keep putting up performances as good as they have, then this head-to-head counts for so much as the competition continues. Fizzy finding another, and 10 right on the tip of their tongue.
That's what they want. That's what they'll get. At the end of the day, it's all about the round count and how you get it over the line. And the way that MOUZ are doing it, Hazza, I mean, they're starting to build up a lot of economy. At the end of the day, it won't matter that much, but if you want that attacking side up, the option is there. If you end up losing a round, you can bring stuff like that back. There shouldn't be any issues for both teams, Hazza. This should realistically look like a rifle v rifle round till the end. It's the ultimates though that will be the deciding factor between the two. Is Saw have the key pieces, your Thrashes, a 2 off of the Rolling Thunder and a showstopper. Big stuff to get this over the line.
They've almost got it all, and that's why MOUZ want to play slow. Not only for control of these orbs to bring up some ults of their own, but not to go blindsided straight into the fire. Paranoias both ways. I think you'll find that a vacuum is very quickly left in A main here once all of this utility has been used.
Yeah,
or not. Yeah, just TP out and we just skip over that part.
Yeah, but Cunha's doing the exact same thing in elbow again, so
exactly
you can understand the play. Players starting to lean more towards A as well, as you can see where the position of BRK is. I mean, the fact that you can still see MOUZ scaling up allows Saw to easily make their decision on what they want to do.
Dude, it's like a horror movie. Security guards checking the cam and getting jump scared. Every time he looks, Zus is one step closer to that execute. But you've got to go at some point. Paranoia finally lands, and it's right on Cunha's head. The barrel is spotted at BRK, but he dips out before the rest of the site falls. Saw can feel it crumbling from the other side of the map. They will not set foot on A anymore for this round. Mouse have done everything that they needed to, and with barely any cash left in pocket, no credit to Saw's name, this is a necessity.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're going hunting as well will add to their own ultimate economy, getting that closer. Only one player left in B main. You can see Fizzy's just dancing with the idea of it.
Yeah, King Fizzy the Kingpin. He'll have 9k by the time this round ends if he gets out with his life. Mouse, all the trimmings. You couldn't ask for anything more. Addicted, got to come up with the goods here, or it's another rifle that they'll be without in one of the most deciding rounds that we'll get in the series so far, the penultimate on the 23rd, and we're taking level.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with the way that Cunha actually decided to go backside rather than maybe towards the CT's spot. I don't think that was the deciding factor, because realistically every single Saw player was on their own island, right? They didn't really have much of a combination. I wonder if the protocols were what it was called to hold down the A site, but they were very much more focused towards that mid space.
I'm loving how Zus has just already fully cleared the corner before Alluri uses the flash. Whether it would have caught close or not, hard to say. It does have that deep angle, and with no trap here, he's looking to try and make something happen. Already in, caught by the stun, gives it up. The Thrash is invested. And yeah, the Knife says, I want to bring this one right back home. Addicted. Nothing more to be done there, and it's the first charge which is lost. The second will be up when the execute comes in, though.
Death by 1,000 cuts is what Mouse choose for their opponents. But it's whether they can get that final incision and get the chance to actually even at that point, because 12 still hasn't been reached for either, and Addicted hasn't cleared the corner that Obnox was in. As he walks through the smoke, I don't know if GRT just caught him. Well, certainly has an idea now after the utility sent his way. B-side has been taken. Showstopper not finding what they were looking for, and players are managing to escape on their last legs.
It's so scrappy. How is Fizzy not blind? He turns away from it all and empties his clip in what could very well close this half. Zus with 3. It is perfect from Mouse. It does not get any better than this. No better than the next round that they may very well find, as Saw have no money left.
I mean, that's it. Looks like it's all up. I can't believe that Fizzy's just done that, and it's not only that, it sets up Zus to just come in and clean it up. He makes it look easy, and this is what he does time and time and again. Well, it's everything but the kitchen sink for Saw. They've been able to fight back, close maps out, get to overtime. Can they do it here? The final map of our first series of the night. We've still got another series to go.
Oh, bloody Nora. There's plenty more where this came from, folks, so make sure to stay tuned, but all eyes on this final round. EMEA is watching. An extension in play, perhaps, but Saw need to give it to us. You can see Fragger is waiting with this ult to challenge mid. They've got a cam above the smoke, which was placed by Stark. It's a trap for all intents and purposes, and BRK has loaded it with his ult as well.
You can just hear it. The round building up, ready to go. Ultimate's in, but look at this stun, Hazza. It's worked against BRK, and they're not going to be able to use the showstopper.
It's brought absolutely everything offline. That one small oversight and the mid-hold to which the hopes and dreams of Saw both live and die.
30 seconds left.
Nightmarish is how it begins. There's still
Time
players
again.
deep on the A side. Like you say, time is of the essence. Fragger and Cunha over on the A extremity, but it's a late B play which starts to come through to Stingers. Backside control, players prepared. Saw have this red. Mouse need to fight themselves from this situation or they're gonna lose it. Nobody's gotten onto the plant. I don't think they have it. Cunha simply backs away and watches the clutch pop up on his screen. 24 was not enough. We're going again.
Hazza, I can't believe we've found ourselves at maximum regulation on 3 maps. The amount of Valorant played already, I know we said that Mouse have played the most Valorant, but I didn't know they want to make it a record. This is insane amounts.
This is crazy. Yeah, and it's the fact that you head blind into this B site as well, where you know Saw have been stacking, playing numbers from time to time. They didn't even have enough left to win it out. It was just Cunha giving them that opportunity. But a quick reset required for every map which has taken a difference of 2 rounds. That is what this one finds itself settled on.
Glass cannon up, out for Zus again, and this time is so much more aggressive and gets the value for it. BRK gone. Saw left scratching their heads, hoping for another repick, another chance, another bite at the apple.
With the op here too, you somewhat have to feel that Fizzy is also in position. No less, he was spotted at the start. Saw with a decision to make. Do we recommit this, assuming that that operator has rotated, as it has, towards top mid? Or do they now head elsewhere with GRTW outside of A? He's going to take the peek at the very least. It's a duel with Obnox, which he can't win. And now you're stricken for chances. And Mouse can pay.
Right there.
I mean, Saw needs something back in their favour, and again, it's that same plant spot that they've gone for a few times. Very safe in getting the spike down, but in terms of post-plant Hazza, there's not much to work with. Tried to flash it into the back side, but it leaves 2 players sitting in main all alone.
The one-way smoke. Fragger needs another 5 here, I think, if there's any chance. Cunha by his side, the dynamic duo, and they're just about starting to get it done. Angles to be crossed, TP in his hands can cause so many issues, but his biggest threat is that paranoia. Pushed so far back by the pole. Stark to send Mouse to a 13th and series point for their first win in Ascension.
I mean, both sides of the server are sweating. Everybody looking on. Deciding factors in this whole group has every win is important as the next. One win could be enough to send you out. That's how close this whole group is. You only get one chance to play against each other in a best of 3. A timeout called by Saw. Mouse yet to call a timeout on this 3rd map, by the way.
Yeah, look, they're so confident in their game plan, and honestly, from what we've seen, it's been vintage Mouse. For the good and the bad. How much more can Kundi add? I don't know. And Saw's start, their foot in the door, was mistakes made on the other side of the server. I think it's fair to say Mouse gave them the time of day. Now they look a little bit more defensible. They've shored things up. This attack is still a slight concern in my eyes, but more than that, I guess Saw's own defense really, Cairo. It goes both ways.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, do we really know what's real? That's where I'm at, mate. Like, first series, 24 rounds, 24 rounds, 24 rounds guaranteed. What's that, like 72 rounds of Valorant guaranteed to have been played between these two without adding in overtime? That's a hell of a lot.
Cunha reloading the shorty for the cam, I imagine. Not many other situations you find yourself having to pull the trigger on that one so early. but making sure that every bullet in that Vandal will count. Not a single Phantom player in the server right now. Sunset, the spam meta we've seen, surprising. Zus in middle though. This is where MOUZ have taken their fights on attack and won them. An early loss could be so costly, yet Saw want more. They won't settle for anything less than just the second duel. Fizzy removed. There's 2 of your star players lost, and the more experienced heads which have to carry you through for a 14th.
I mean, that's the 2 top frags gone, exactly, has it? So now, what do the last remaining 3 have? They're looking for extra space, looking for something more, but it's that double stack, the high-low. I mean, paranoia is being used to trying to slodge it, but it doesn't work out. And now it's up to the last 2 remaining. To get this over the line for MOUZ, chances are it's going the way of the Portuguese. Going on their own individual gunfights. Yeah,
it falls on the hands of Alluri because Obnox is so low and isolated. You ask that much of one man, it's almost impossible to deliver. Saw back for a 13th, making sure that this one doesn't end until the night is older than I am.
Yeah, we're going deep into this one, Hazard. Just as well it's the weekend, mate. No school night shenanigans for us too. And yeah, we go again. Back into the second round of overtime. Adjustments being made. You can see that Saw are getting a good idea for what MOUZ want to do in mid, dislodging the lurkers, dislodging the top frags. As for the attack, didn't have much success.
Both teams playing off of vastly different timings from round to round. Their Saw, instead of immediately sending it out the gate as they have done, they wait for a moment. They call it in the mid-round. They only ever did that before when they had an ult available, and I think that's what caught MOUZ off guard. Onto their own defense, it's the usual suspects in the same places. Stark, his first chance to shine since being benched on CGN, watching from the bleachers in last year's competition. On A with Alluri, but they've called for support and support is arriving.
That does it. Going to be massive. Yeah, that's the go button being pressed because of that. Being forced to do it. Flashed out though. Allows things to stop, and that should be easy to collect Alluri. Hasn't this time. It still trades even and staggered out. Cunha being the saving grace, addicted, making it even better. The wingman will get the spike down, and Shaw look to get this one over the line. Obnox trying to be the upset, trying to be something that MOUZ can use to get this over the line, Hazard.
This is crazy. Oh, Obnox, given a chance, when it looked like the wingman was heading straight for center sight to place the payload. An opportunity given, but not taken. 14 for Saw. They make their mark. And it's the first time where they've been in a situation to close out this map. MOUZ were the ones which reached 12 first. For all of the lead that they had from the start of this, they could only settle for a 7-5, and that result reversed now means that this defense is a hit and an opportunity. Stark's just disrespected it. You've got to be joking. Of all the rounds to make that play, it's absolutely huge.
And sort of gambled towards the A side. They've completely bit down on the bait that's been given to them. As MOUZ look to rotate towards the other side. Yeah, this is it. I mean, you saw usually work better in the numbers, right? But if you allow MOUZ a perfect post plant, then the odds are you're expecting the DAC team to win.
MOUZ give themselves perfect post plants. They've always been taking that extra boba space, so as soon as they realize that there's no utility here, as the Fragment takes both traps offline, they've got to be limit testing this a little bit more. With Zus still healthy, a player to the good, it's the perfect read to make on a round like this to get that free pick and just roll with the punches into this B post plant.
I mean, the utility that's being used is quite a lot. One mosh, one flash, maybe the knife to be used, and Saw actually wanting to try and take on the main space where a lot of the MOUZ players are, creating different issues Mouse have to try and get themselves over the line here to at least even this out and give themselves another round of overtime. But Saw on the spike. Fizzy's the first one to get the pick in towards the post plan, and it's an assault in towards main. It's not going to work out in the end. We are going to go round the carousels once more, Azza. But you can see Saw have got nice ideas of how they want to take on the post plan.
I don't know how much longer I can stay on this carousel ride. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Timeout from Mouse. A little bit longer left to linger. The post plan was great. You expected it. And just to go back to the start of the previous, that decision to pick off Cunha when we've seen both Omens do exactly the same thing, cut from the same cloth, round on round, and go solo wide and take that fight. Little issues like that can spiral into round wins, and I think Miles approached it with the perfect idea. A little bit more now for them to cook up something else, and I don't know where this carousel ends, when it stops.
That's it. I mean, the journey is a long one for these two. Always has been, and this is what it culminates in. This group that they play in that decides their future. I mean, there's still plenty of games to be played, right? You lose this one, it's not the end of the day, but you win. You start your group off the perfect way possible, Hazza. Put yourself in the prime position, considering who's left to play, right? I mean, you look towards tomorrow and the games that are sitting there, like Job Life still yet to play and be watching on as their opponents Saw play today. Yep. Pacific play later, the Ultimates as well. This is a hard group in itself. Don't underestimate it.
That's the story of Saw. Always underrated, always underdogs.
Cage triggered.
Yet more chances for them to deliver now. The attack start is where this overtime campaign continues. Through the smoke that's set up here, the Dizzy connects the double satchel, 2 players to the good. Stark, with his vision back, deals the initial blow, and he's ready for Addicted as well. They just don't have any idea. GRTW protects his president, and the A site is open for the taking. Not unless Fizzy can catch anyone on the cross. How are they letting this happen?
I don't know. It's up to Fragger again. Just a chance. You see the crosshair lining up, and the fact that the Mosh was able to get one would have brought us down to the 1v1, where we know Fragger is good at. But Mouse do win their defensive round, Hazza, and pushes to advantage stack once more.
Match point.
We know more than we did before.
Taking stock of the kills quickly, Fizzy 29 and 18. A sharp shot threaded to the backside is what killed off that round, in my opinion. He has all his utility there. No one's expecting it after that double up was made. And flying straight in, BRK just didn't have the information. And now, into this next round, as the mind games continue, which version of Mouse do you get? It's not a fast take, but they have their sights set on B at the very least.
Pings and mid from Saw as well. That's what they're worried about. You can see them leave, vacate A to go and investigate and hold it much more thoroughly. Cunha not wanting to actually peek out and gain the information, and remember, has a Cypher Trap's not there to protect the market position that was used before. BRK is going to be under a lot of pressure. While there's GRT close by, it's not going to culminate in any real gunfights.
Yeah, but the kill trips are gone, Cairo, so it's a completely different setup. They're going to get broken before there's a chance for them to find any real value. Saw slipping around the back lines, filling the space that has been given. A page out of Mouse's book, but Stark is still here late. And with what could be the killing blow of this map and series, no! Addicted knows he's just too diligent. The 5-on-3 presents itself, and Mouse lowered to the trash compactor. Squished in the sight, the walls close in. Can anyone be a hero and stop this from coming to rot? it doesn't seem to be the case. Zus is your man for the job, but he is put to the sword as well. 15 each, 30 rounds is still not enough.
I mean, why would it be? These two are beating lumps out of each other. And it doesn't seem as if they want to stop either. The protocols from Saw as well, as soon as the A site is taken, to go and fight elbow, break off the weak arm of the push. And then Mouse just lose control of everything. It starts to spiral. The helter-skelter from hell, that's what we seem to be stuck on. And they can't get off.
Fundamental stuff, playing it simple, but reacting as a team. And in this team game, one name in Ascension has always been on the back foot. That's Saw. But an even standing up against Mouse as both take to the stage for 2024. It really doesn't feel like we're any closer to knowing how this wild ride concludes. Same Cypher setup on A, same positioning. This time it's Mouse.
Create a lot of noise. Stop. Let Mouse think about what's going on. They're pulling Zus over. This is working out to be a great fake. I mean, Alluri and Obnox are not connected on that B side. And as Saw continue to lay siege to A, they're creating question marks which Mouse have yet to answer and re-clear. They're just sitting a passenger to this ride that Saw taking them on. And the issue with that, Hazard, is this ride is soon to finish. It's 20 seconds left in the round.
Yeah. They've completely chomped at the bit here, Mouse. They've bought it hook, line, and sinker, and the penny only drops once Saw have made it into the site. 10 seconds. You can deny the spike here. Fizzy's managed to do it. It's going to be close. Fragger's just about managed to keep them in this Saw, and they've got that player advantage as well by picking him off. Their countryman lost. A kill on the site, and Cunha there as well. Double from the youngster. GRTW there with him. Saw's chance to draw first blood is here and now. Zus another clutch, but he hasn't got what it takes. No chance. Addicted strips that from him, and Saw send themselves to 16.
I feel dizzy after watching that, Hazard. I don't know where it was going to finish. Somehow we ended up on the A site. At the end of the day, it's all about Saw finally managing to close this out if they get the chance. A great attacking round, completely faked out Mouse. The defense side has been getting better and better as well.
Crazy, man. Coming full circle. Cunha closing out the last round. Saw so close. The first ever tournament he played was won by Addicted. The IGL which opened.
Yeah. This is different from the last round as well that they played on the defense, because the Cypher was towards A, this time it's towards B. Mouse are realistically looking towards this and be like, hey guys, we've seen this before, let's go to the A site. We know it's going to be weaker.
Oh, Cunha playing the same game, a dangerous one. He TPs out, as I said, flying the flag for his region.
Don't go backside. Yeah. I was worried if he went backside again, that's how he got picked off. He went CT now, and Mouse will at least get the site for free, but they will not get a pick for free.
Cunha headshot through the wall. His chance to shine, maybe cut short. Still hanging in there. 5-on-5 retake. The flank is investigated by Saw. And it's GRTW which will post himself up there. No other avenue for him to go. 4 players out the front of the gates, and the floodgates do drop. Saw into round 32 to take it from Mouse. Bodies on the line. It is all or nothing.
But Hazard, who's going to come out the better? It seems like Mouse have got the right best chance of it as they look to clear up Saw once more. And we go again. another round of overtime. This is where we reached our end on Abyss.
Overtime.
But do we finally reach the end of this map, of this series?
This is crazy, man. As I said before, Fizzy, 31 kills now. If it keeps on going, he's only 9 away from the record in Ascension. That was Natunk last year. It was the most that we'd seen on LAN up until that point, a record which only lasted for a week. But some serious heavy hitters right now trading blows. And Saw a little hesitant into that last retake. Mao's punish. Now they're on the defense. The cam is lost for the early info and the trips are all that remains of the B site hold.
Oh.
Zus investigating middle. He's here, there and everywhere. Every time Saw jiggle an angle, they are met with the face of Raze. It only counts for info this time.
Peering through the glass pane and seeing your rival staring right back at you. Still, though, there's been nothing really to dislodge either setup on either site.
Ooh. It's the paranoia and the TP burnt through by Stark, dropping back 10 paces on A. Fragger is still there, but has to wait for the stun to come back up, and his knife is out again. Zus has the punish. Maus are ready for this B execution, and that might be exactly what it is. Saw lowering their head to the chopping block, but BRK claiming skulls. Kunya addicted, a roll call of all the rest. Saw doing just about enough. Alluri the last one. They're all low, but there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, we haven't seen much ultimates, but I don't know how Sov got that over the line. That is just not what I expected. Moving into the stack, moving into what looks to be a Maus round. Everything about it. The fact that Zus even gets the flank. Everything.
Yeah. And Zus now as well, continuing on the streak that he had. We said before, 60 kills average in every BO3 he played in playoffs this year. That statistic has continued through the overtimes, through the extensions. Yet even with his support, Maus may not have done enough.
I mean, Maus not even really wanting to interact with mid, but leaves us there and he'll find something. In fact, find two. He's going to somehow win this round all by himself once again.
This guy, that kid from Queso now is Maus's #1 man. 2 stints on rosters in Spain. He's been to a VCT promo event before, but now in these big matches, making big plays. And unless Fragger and Kunya, the unsuspecting pair, can create more magic in these late moments, it is not going to be enough to close out this overtime. And that shouldn't be the case. Kunya, 1 on 5, he gets his first.
Oh, he's got a lot of hopes and dreams on his shoulders. Again, a young player that has been playing almost like the most experienced. So disciplined, so ready to take on his opponents. Already been caught by the cam, first ping, you'd expect to be spammed. Tap of the spike, expecting something, a molly, whatnot. But he has to investigate main, find something to work with. There's the first player. It's Fizzy that will get the kill. And that means, Hazard, that we have played a full half of Valorant in overtime now as we reach this next round of overtime.
Hang in there. Plenty more to come. Same amount of OTs that we got on the previous that we had on Abyss. That went 18-16, but just will not suffice here. Kunya, like you say, playing well above his years. The weight of a nation on the back of Saw again. One of only 2 national rosters in this competition, with the next yet to play. Pacific will be counting down the minutes for their chance to burst into the server. But a technical pause only adds salt to the wounds of both, I think, because they are battered and bruised, as you say, at this point in time.
I was going to say, at this point, we could probably chuck that on a mega stream before this is finished.
Valorant Omnibus. Yeah. We're on all night, folks. I know they like to replay the stream on the main channel once we've packed it up, but I'm not going to lie. I think we might be starting game day 2 by the time that one wraps up, but we'll just have to see. Something I want to mention about this tech pause really quick is that when we've usually seen this happen, it's MOUs that come out the better of the two teams. The issue is on their side. It's of the keyboard variety again, but these guys seem to bring that extra level once they've had a little time to cool down, whereas Saw, I think those thoughts sit on their head a little longer, and I'm wondering if this is it. Like, next OT, we're done, just because of this break in play, and that we get a bit more overcooking or something like that you were saying earlier.
Yeah, I mean, for me as well, you look towards the kills and who's leading the line for both teams. Like, there's nothing out of the ordinary for MOUs. Like, it's us, it's Fizzy. As for, like, Saw has a, like, BRK's been getting some impact, but for the grand scheme of things, you don't usually expect for him to be towards the bottom of the pile. Usually fragging out. I mean, but this time, Fragger, Cunha and Addicted are the ones that are having to do most of the work.
So then, we go again. Another bout of OT. Another opportunity, which both teams will be looking to try and take. As I said before, the last time which MOUs lost a series was July. Saw in June. Neither of them has felt that losing feeling in quite a while. But it has to come for someone, and already Saw a player short. The peak in unison is the fight back that they needed. The pushback from the Portuguese could just about be posting number 18, an advantage in OT. Not unless Fizzy has something to say for himself. It's a full house from the Iberian Peninsula. All accounted for, and now a 2v2.
Cunha solo. GRT also feeling the pain. In fact, they're actually investing GRT towards the flank, and MOUs worried about elbow. This is buying time for GRT to get in possession. The nade good, and now look at Zus. Forced his hand. Not much utility, the cam destroyed, and he's just baiting, holding to at least get half. That's where the next engagement is. Has a time slow, and finally Zus will get MOUs an advantage. It's been a few rounds of overtime since they've been able to do it. But it's up to the German side to finish it off now.
Switching sides.
This is exactly what I'm talking about as well. That break in play, time to cool their heads.
Right there.
And how on earth do they turn this around? Because everyone on Saw had made their mark, but Fizzy has no tears left to cry. Not against Saw, not anymore. And it sets up Zus for the biggest clutch of his career so far. That's it. We're writing these stories for every single player as they continue their pursuit to greatness. This is only the beginning of their chronicle. And a round up now. Saw are looking to bring back the aggression, and they get the value from it. BRK with the opener.
Takes away Lurie. Zasto continuing to add to his collection of skulls. BRK though helping out Saw, and look at this, 2 players to the good. Still looking to go another round. I mean, this bout does not seem to stop. Moving into the Cypher setup so they know at least an idea about where they cannot be. Where they can be is another question entirely. Another high-low setup for Fizzy to deal with as that spike will go down on B. Fizzy now
the hand is shown.
At least 2 of the players are, yeah.
That's the sound cue. There's still a cam to play back through here. GRTW can set up the team. He's having a look, and Fizzy is noted. Back to the wall. He has been Maus's man this year in these situations. The 1vx is his wheelhouse. This one not too far out, but Obnox ultimately who it falls upon to stop this. Then there was one. The molly has bought time. The first kill goes his way. And that hourglass is running empty, but Saw have done enough. An 18th round locked in, and we will continue.
Doesn't seem to stop her. I mean, the fact that we're going to hit 20 for at least one of these teams in round count is another thing entirely. I mean, we've already played one extra half of Valorant, Hazza. Why not play another?
It's crazy, man. I don't want to bring it up, but I'm going to anyway. Longest game we ever had in EMEA. Mech versus Fnatic split 21-23. The same Mech team, which only a split later, Obnox beat with his big side. History repeats itself in strange ways. That connection made between the two. If this goes any longer, who knows? Apparently, I've had, you know, the expert, Yinsu, drop in. It was actually FPX Forza. So, look, a long, long list of long games in EMEA, maybe getting a little bit longer.
Right there.
Well, Hazza, another statistic for you is that both Zeus and Fizzy have beaten their own records this split for most kills got. Pushed back further. It's 5v5 on the site. We talk about powder kegs and the pressure building up. This one looks to have a real big explosion at the end.
Flash comes through. GRT first line of defense, but Maus start to kick down the door. The resistance is appearing to be futile for Saw. They do have more control towards Ali. That's where it comes down to brass tacks. BRK trying his damnedest, but it won't be enough. Fragger in the back lines played the discipline, but dealt a bad hand. Alluri able to right the ship for Maus. A 19th and another overtime advantage.
I mean, both teams have had a chance to finish this one off. It's the fact that we keep going round and round. They keep finding that extra bit of effort. I don't know, like, it's the mental resilience on both sides is absolutely insane.
At this point, little more can be said of the setup from both teams. We have seen every single iteration, both fast, slow, retake, site hold, the works. Look, I mean, I know we're excited to cast Ascension, but we're certainly commentating our fill here. 19-18. BRK up close with the op. Disengage is going to be difficult. They've already began to clear him. Final chance for Saw, perhaps. A double entry on the books. And it's Fizzy, of all players, to open it up. Stark on the back lines. And now, surely, Maus have done enough.
Well, you'd expect it to be in a 2v5, Hazza. The Neural Theft doing the works, but Cunha has somehow managed to get one back in his favour, Hazza. This is doable. Saw can bring this back for another round.
Addicted needs his wingman. He's got to pick it up to get on the spike. Cunha not aware of the default player. Addicted gets there, but he's too slow. It was a long affair, but finally Maus make it. The series will be heading to Hamburg, their first win in Ascension.
Hazza, a lot of people would have doubted Saw, would have doubted the Portuguese region, but they've came out of the gates flying, and so have Dak. Do not underestimate this series as trolling or anything like that. There has been some sublime Valorant being played, and there's still plenty more waiting in the wings, which is the scary aspect of this. One more series to be played, Job Life still yet to play. They play tomorrow. That's where things get interesting for this group.
And just the flying start at the end for Maus to take it. The change of pace to win it all. Fizzy at the forefront for all that he's done for Saw against his former team. And there you have it. The win which they can lock in the first of its kind. You know what they say, the brightest stars burn the quickest, and Saw are burnt out in that final map. We'll be back after the break.
Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. Know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully that break was enough for you guys at home after that crazy best of 3. I'm now joined by the coach of Mouse. It's Kundi. Kundi, welcome back. It's been a while. How are things after that game?
Oh, I'm just happy that it's over, and I'm happy for the result. But that was hard.
You're very real for that. Yeah, that was difficult. I feel like from the first map all the way till the end, it was just so competitive. And of course, you guys during your splits, you don't really play the teams in the other leagues. So did you expect this game to be this difficult and this long today?
Yeah, of course. I think every team in this Ascension deserves to be here. They have done a great job whole year. It will be a tough competition. Of course, I didn't expect that it will be so many rounds. Next time I would be a little bit happier if it's like 13-6 or something, so I don't lose my hair. I have some left still, but yeah, the enemy played great, but why I was calm whole game, I think, because I felt like we were in control, even if it didn't look like probably for you guys that we were in control. But the players stayed calm. We had ideas going on. We know what to do, and then some unlucky things, a lot of mistakes from us. But I felt that we are in control, so that's why I stayed calm until the end.
And when it comes to your game plan coming into this, of course, as you know, other leagues have different rules, right? We know that in Portugal they play best of ones, and certain maps are also not available for certain teams. So was that the reason why you guys leaned over to that Abyss as your first pick today?
Let's just say that we like the map. Yeah, like what are the normal reasons teams pick them up? I guess it's that we like them up. It fits us well, and yeah, I don't have much else to say. Of course, we have some other things in the pocket, maybe also for the next games, but let's see.
Okay, and in terms of those things in your pocket, you're a team that, you prioritize that breach pick. You guys like playing the breach a lot. So why did you move away from it on Sunset?
I think we just wanted something to change. Sunset wasn't that good with breach for us. Like, it didn't feel that we were under control, and maybe we could figure it out, felt like. Then we changed comp and felt like good with this, but of course anything can still happen. But yeah, reason for change was that felt that it's time to test this comp out, and so far, okay, even today it was a rough game, but I think we did good with this comp.
You got the reps in. You got practice.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's valuable. It's valuable. Now, as a coach, you've been in this position before in terms of having to play a tournament in order to get to Tier 1. We saw you do that with Big back in 2022. So do you think that experience that you have is going to help you guys? And also, how different is it to do this through a tournament like Ascension?
A couple of years ago, I think it was a lot different. I think the game level has evolved a lot. But good thing now is that compared to the 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, when it was 2-3 years ago, that we had this team together whole year. We faced a lot of challenges and a lot of competition in our own league. So same time it feels harder because everyone has evolved, but also same time easier because we had a lot of time to fix our own things during the whole year. When we last time did it and qualified for the VCT, it was like a couple of months and then just like throw it into the deep end, and that felt like a little bit shaky back in days. But now we know what to do. We just need to do that.
I mean, you've been there before, like I said, you've been there before. And last question, your duelist, Casus today broke a bunch of records. I think he's now the all-time most kills in a best of 3 in Ascension ever, obviously with last year included. And also, he broke the best of 5 record as well. I know that was a best of 3, but Natank got 83 kills, I believe, in a best of 5. And your duelist got 88 today. So what's it like to have a player this explosive and this valuable on your team?
I mean, he's great. He's one of the smartest players I have ever met. He can always perform. Everyone is talking about this Turkish guy Zeus, but I think everyone should be talking about Xus. And you saw it today, and it will come tomorrow. Day after that, you will see. Take this name to your head.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Kundi, for joining me, and best of luck in your next game.
Thank you. Ciao.
All right, let me bring back your analyst for the next match. Of course, it is Pilski and Billy. I hope you guys had a good time. That was fun, right?
Yeah, that was a wild game, and the most fun thing about it is when you make it that many rounds deep, you play that many overtimes. There's not really much to break down when people are just kind of like dry walking down mid. 5 seconds into the round, I feel like I have a timing. This might work. Things get a little bit silly, but at the end of the day, it's all for entertainment value, and you did have one of the teams come out on top.
I think for me, it was really nice to see a sort of more structured team coming out of Mouse and their sort of play style versus Saw, who are playing very proactive, very, unpredictable. So it's really nice to see that coming out with this inter-regional tournament. And if this is the first day, oh man, we're in for a long one.
Welcome to EMEA. Now, I'm going to thank Kundi for this segue, because he said, everybody is talking about this player called Zeus, of course, a Turkish prodigy. Now, we have a Turkish team coming up. unfortunately does not feature Zeus on the roster, but they're the ones that beat them. They're the ones that knocked them out to get here. And there's a reason why we're so excited, Billy, for the Turkish talent, because we have just an abundance of them in Tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got a full Turkish team coming right up, and we already have 2 teams in VCT EMEA with BBL. We've got talented players, you know, the Riens, the Woot. Like, so can we get a third is literally all I'm thinking going into this one. Like, it's so exciting to see how the Turkish scene has evolved and seeing these, you know, developed players already in VCT EMEA, and we're getting to see the sort of younger talent within challengers.
Yeah, great run in the playoffs here, you can see, for Pacific, but it was a bit of a different story, actually. They qualified coming in through Premier, and then actually in the regular season lost a handful of series even to some of these teams that they're beating here in the playoffs, where they're having a pretty clean run. So, I mean, I've watched a fair few challenges, a fair few like domestic leagues over the last couple of years. If I was looking at Pacific coming into the regular season, I really would not be expecting this run from them in the playoff, and especially coming through in Split 2 and qualifying for Ascension.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like I mentioned, you know, everybody had their eyes set on HAL Esports. Everybody was looking at Zeus, looking at these other Turkish players, thinking, oh yeah, they're definitely going to make Ascension. But Pilski, it's kind of not only against the odds that Pacific made it here, but just their story of kind of embodying the ultimate grassroots underdogs that I think really moves people.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's obviously a fantastic thing that you're getting this Premier integration, you're getting it integrated into the actual game itself, a chance to try to run it straight up through the grassroots and be able to come to Ascension, make your way in towards the top tier leagues from there. And I think Pacific, a great example of that, but also, you know, some decent experience behind some of these players as well. They are definitely one of the younger teams in the competition, though. You compare them with someone like an Apex or, you know, even world champion Zeke in the series that we got over on the other stream. These guys definitely complete other end of the spectrum, but still looking to try to make a name for themselves and grind up into the top tier league if they can.
I mean, I think what I love about Pacific is they've already kind of written their own story, right? They've come up through Premier, they've won that promo relegation tournament, and then they've had a flawless upper bracket run to their finals of their region as well. So I think they're making history for themselves within their own story.
Yeah, they will be indeed, especially if they're able to make a deep run here, because again, we were expecting the Turkish team to do well last year too in Ascension, and that's not what ended up happening. I will want to mention though, one of the players on this roster, Rose. He comes from that Fireflux young roster, that roster that birthed so many of our beloved VCT EMEA players. Honestly, I need to know whatever it is that the scout was doing on that team, because they happen to find every amazing young Turkish talent. And Billy, this is the thing, even if they don't win the entire tournament, there's just something in the air about the tier 1 teams wanting to pick up young Turkish players like this.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Rose, eldest on this team, which is crazy considering they're only 20. And I mean, this player has been in most orgs in Turkey as well. So, you know, they're really experienced. They're kind of known by the community, and they've been able to lead the young talent within this roster up until this point. So it's just really nice to see sort of young talent paired up with this experienced player and being able to step up massively also.
Yeah, for sure. I'm keen to see as well what level the mechanics are on as well, even for people that are playing like in the initiator roles, because especially for some of the Turkish players, you know, you're going to get some explosive moments, not necessarily just out of the duelist role, but from every position.
Oh yeah, he swings. He's going swing. Like he's going to be playing initiators, and he's going to be swinging. But let's move on to their opponents for today, because Pilski, I guess their journey has been a little bit more up and down as well, especially considering a roster change coming into this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of things changing for the Ultimates going into this tournament, and that's concerning because, you know, although the stability of this roster is the core 3 that's qualified for a lot of tournaments, including Ascension last year and representing MENA, they did it in anything but clean fashion. Very, very close final that they had to scrape together, took all 5 maps. They've had, you know, Sand come in recently for Split 2 as a stand-in, and he was named MVP, I think, of that Split 2, and they've kept him in the roster, so he must have done well for himself, but also recently losing their main duelist player and having to fill in fighter. So we'll see how the Ultimates go. You got to reserve your expectations, especially against an explosive Turkish team. There's going to be some tough opposition for them.
Definitely, and although this roster is the former Falcons roster, the majority of it, you have Mo and Khaled who played for Team Ultimates back in that 2020 tournament first strike. So there's definitely a lot of history between these players and this organization in general.
Yeah, but this is the thing. We mentioned how, Pacific, they're the very explosive Turkish team. They're very fast as well in their playstyle. But Billy, how much of a loss do you think it would be for TU coming into this without that star duelist player, having to deal with 5 Turkish players on the other side?
I mean, I was looking at Akai's stats versus all of the Ascension players' split 2 performance, and he's like up there within the top 5. Like, not having Akai to me is a big question mark on this one. I'm not entirely sure what's happened there, but it'll be interesting to see how they've implemented Fire into this roster and how much of an impact that's going to have in their games through Ascension.
Yeah, he had the best stats in most of the splits in terms of fragging output, so definitely a big asset. And no disrespect to the player who's replacing him, Fighter's got some big shoes to fill, replacing a player like that, and I'm keen to see if he can step up to the task. But just looking at the level that he was playing on the league before on a less successful team, it doesn't really indicate that's going to be the case. But pressure can make diamonds sometimes. Stepping up into Ascension, you get some unexpected players making some big plays.
I mean, this is the thing. I think we can learn from the first match that we saw that quite literally anything can happen. And it gets kind of difficult to predict when these teams haven't played against each other before. It's going to be the same scenario going into this one as well. So let's talk about the maps. Because for the first one, I know Kundi was kind of keeping his cards quite close to his heart, but you can tell that in the month where they haven't been playing officials, they've been working on maybe new things, taking more risks, etc. and etc. Pilski, is this something that you think that you would like to see in the upcoming matchup as well?
I think I'd like to see it from every team at this tournament, given that they've had, a couple of weeks to prepare, to at least change around a couple of maps. Kundi even mentioned, like, on a map where maybe you're not feeling it, even just changing a singular agent can kind of, breathe a new breath of life into a map, make you feel a little bit more comfortable. So I'm keen to see if there's going to be any changes. And for, look, as far as I'm concerned, for the Ultimates, there has to be changes. They've had to change the roster. You've got a little bit different agent pool for some of these players, so they're going to have to be pretty creative about how they put the pieces together here.
Yeah, I think for me, as I kind of touched on previously, for the Ultimates, it's going to be, how do they have to work around having a roster change? How does that impact the compositions that they've been running? But Yinsu, you'll be pleased to know that both of these teams have played officials on Abyss, so we might get to see another one of those.
Do you know what? I actually agree with you. I think we will see Abyss, Billy, no matter what happens, and I'm fine with that. I think I'm really loving Abyss so far, but what is kind of tickling me is that we just haven't seen Ascent. I don't know is it a champs thing? Like, nobody was playing Ascent over there, and then today it feels like nobody wants to lean there either.
I mean, we have a full Turkish team, so you'd like to think that they would like to go to Ascent on this one, right? So maybe we'll see it. Maybe we're speculating a little bit too much, but I mean, it is known to be the Turkish playground. So I think, yeah, it's a good point to raise.
Yeah, I think banned out in the first series, unfortunately. The interesting thing is, though, like, looking at the history of former Team Falcons, the Ultimates, they have some funky comp choices for sure, and I'm keen to see if they actually are going to stick to those heading into this game, because they do have coaching staff. We've seen working with their Game Changers team as well, and I think I've seen them try to copy some of those comps over to that team with limited success. Maybe it works a little bit better for the main roster. Bix has done some great work. They've also, I think, got Calypso on the books, who's got a little bit of experience both playing as well as coaching over in NA, so they've definitely got some leadership in this team that not only in terms of established players in the MENA scene, but also established names in terms of coaching and experience there. So I'm keen to see what they come up with, because they're going to need it.
Actually, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's really rare, right? That's not a thing that we see very often. But let's take a look at the map vetoes, because my goodness, PCF, who have permaban Lotus pretty much this entire time, have decided not to.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I feel like surely this is gonna get picked into by Ultimates now. And
wait, what?
Huh?
Yeah. How do we feel about the fact that they've just picked their own permaban?
Well, it's risky, right? You know, going into a game like this, I think this is one of the teams that maybe you're not feeling like they might be able to punish you as much. What I will say is Ultimates have a very good record on Lotus. They're playing Chamber, Viper. Icebox going to be picked up by the Ultimates, and this is where they play one of these weird comps. Gecko, Harbor, Omen, KO, Reyna on Icebox is what they were running last time. So that's going to be a little bit wild to be seen coming into the server.
I mean, at this point, I don't even think the third map matters. Like, and this is, I'm not trying to like disrespect anyone here by saying that. And I really, really do hope the Pacific have cooked up something incredible for us to watch Lotus. But this was their permaban stage 2. They lost it 3 times in the promotion to Split 2. So seeing that come out, I feel as though they've lost this map veto from the get-go.
I mean, they've had a lot of time to work on things. Let's just say that. It is enough time to be able to pick up a map and learn it. And what I will say as well is that, you know, you're going to get the Ultimates picking defense. They're playing this Viper Chamber comp, which is very, I feel like at times it's a single initiator approach. It's going to be a little bit more of a defense side of comp, a little bit less flexible. And that's where you can try to read into the setups a little bit and try to get some counters going for yourself.
Well, this is what they've been cooking. A Neon comp.
Crazy. Honestly crazy. I don't hate it though. I mean, it's definitely a step away from how both of these teams played previously. So, well, actually, Pacific not so much. They were running the double initiator, so it's not too much of a change. But Ultimates, actually, yeah, they were running a double controller. Ignore me, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
So they've not branched out too far from what they'd usually play on this map.
Yeah, I think they're just going to run, you know, the double controller. They've had pretty good success on this map. Like I said, they're playing the chamber. So, you know, we've seen that in various regions where, especially on defense, you have these cheeky chamber setups where you're looking to try to get those opening kills. You're looking to, you know, potentially change up the setup around the TP and have a couple little traps. So that's something that, at least if you're the side of Pacific, seeing so many reps for the Ultimates in their last split, you'll have seen most of those if you've done enough homework and actually looked at the tape.
Yeah, and I do you guys think that this comp that we've seen is enough and it justifies their pick into their permaban even into the series?
I mean, if they have the confidence, like, you might as well bring it out on the first day and show everyone that you mean business. So maybe we'll eat our words. I don't know.
Hey,
all right. And speaking
what I'll
of,
say, sorry, go on.
Go on. What
I'll say is, if they do win it, right, that's just going to be a really big like play on everyone's mind that they just go from first banning a map to winning.
True. And speaking of business, here's Hazard and Cairo.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, look, if you're still with us and you thought the last series was a little bit volatile, we've got 7 players making their debut at this level of competition. Things are about to get crazy. It's Turkey's wildcard against the Ultimates in this opening match for their own campaigns. From what we've seen before, Cairo, on a map which hasn't been played in a damn long time. What expectations can we possibly bring?
I mean, I don't think there's a lot. I mean, the expectations for Turkey aren't all that high. As you see, a wildcard roster that would never have been expected to make it this far. As for the Ultimates, this score have represented MENA since 2022. Over 4 different sorts of promotion tournaments that they've played in, but only been able to accumulate 1 win.
That came last time. Could this be a different story? It starts in Pacific's favor. The run from Premier has arrived at Ascension, and LaRock is the one which draws first blood, opens up the C site. Loite is caught, and that will make for an equalizer, but still, there is a road to be crossed, and they are yet to arrive at it. Oh my god, come back.
Yeah, straight on.
Finally locks it in.
Yeah, Pacific looking to lock this pistol round down, playing off one another. The Dizzy manages to flash up the first, but LaRock there, lying in wait and activated. First round Pacific on the attack as well, Hazard.
Another clutch from LaRock. That's what we expect from him for Pacific. He had the most in Turkey Split 2. Yet he's the youngest player in the competition. 16 years of age, ineligible for VCT EMEA should they be promoted. That's just how crazy this roster is. But from Premier to promotion, they've kept on going. A steady pace if they're given momentum here for this opening game, which on paper, against a roster which has had changes of its own, which don't typically win at these events, it's the perfect storm, really, is the only way to look at it.
Posting comeback on C Mound as they look to explore towards the other side of the map and create a pressure point for the Ultimates to react to. Decent reaction so far, but the re-clear coming through from Pacific is pretty spot on as well. Finding that kill on C poses another question though. Where do Pacific end? Towards A, they don't fancy it, as we see the Ultimates head towards that side of the map.
Yeah. And something else as well with this Neon pick from Pacific, not only is it different to the comp they ran before, this is the only time we've ever seen Neon from them since Split 2. Comeback famed for his jet. On a different agent with the Outlaw in hands, loves a scoped weapon, much like Zus and what we saw in the previous series. They'll be hoping to try and keep it clean here though, because the previous wasn't. They knew about the flank, and they do here as well. Larok, safe pair of hands, and make sure that Sand's body looks more like Swiss cheese when he's done.
Cover going out. Have been fairly successful on the engagements that they were taking, as you would expect of Turkey and this region, and what they produce in terms of young talent. Another 3, I guess 5 technically, has this full roster with a high ceiling for their future and what they can provide with different levels of experience as well.
And when we were having that conversation about the only other national team in the competition saw the Portuguese representatives and how the talent pool looks in Turkey, it is so deep. The history runs from the very first champs that we've had in Valorant, and they're always a staple of the MEA, but these events haven't best suited them. The fact you do have a surprise contender doesn't make too much difference to the narrative, and more than anything, it kind of feeds into the lens that Pacific will be viewing this from, as if you're going to say that SAW aren't ready for the level just yet, well, these guys can certainly prove it, but they're still so much younger.
Yeah, so much more ahead of them. And well, for this round, comeback, looking for more ahead of them, yeah.
This is the gun round too. There are still players softened up. The Ultimates will fight back, but a 3-on-2. And Comeback still shifting around the map with this Outlaw is posing to be such a problem. Finally, he pulls the trigger on the high gear and they're in.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, but at the same time, Spike goes down. The last 2 remaining players for the Ultimates are disconnected. Can't work together. Can't even use utility, like for instance a breach to stun in for the other player. It's just contacted in. Jellison getting the first, and Sand, he's even looking to investigate towards A. Is this a save?
It has to be. 3v1.
Time.
Don't really know about the damage on Comeback or Jellison, like you say, and that means that Pacific will convert their bonus. This attack side has gotten off to the start that they would have been looking for. As we said before, we haven't seen this one from them since all the way back in May, the very start of that month, before the second split even started. But they're showing a strong version of themselves here. And to bounce off what I was saying earlier, that's nothing against SAW and their own development. It's more the idea that across all of Turkey, with the quality that they have, with, there only being like 10 domestic spots on those Turkish teams, BBL Foot, to make those upgrades, like we've seen former teammates of Rose, both Woot and Yetajay, employ their trade. I say that, Woot plays for Heretics, but you get the point.
Yeah.
It's difficult to make that jump.
Yeah, and I think that adds to the instability of the Turkish region as well as a whole, because for the most part, there's players being picked up left, right and centre, whether that's from a tier 2 side that can perhaps offer a bit more money, or even the likes of your tier 1 talent, right? Creates this instability for rosters that aren't always stable. Look at, for instance, Fireflux and what happened there. They lost out on Kiwi. That's
made a huge difference
this
coming into the second split of playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. This has allowed an opportunity for Pacific to thrive in the perfect conditions, and it seems as if that's to be the case.
Have to give respect to their opponents. Fighter with a big punish, nice shots landing, a couple of heads taken, and a 3-on-2. The young gun on the block, the newest face, the teenager that had to step into the role of the most potent player in all of MENA, has just lost his life. It does leave Spy solo, but with a Vandal in hand and the Thrash to go once more, he has to at least give this one a go. It is cut short by comeback though.
That was their best,
Yeah, very easily done so as well. Big stuff from comeback, big stuff from Pacific as they start to string these rounds together. I mean, Sand was an issue, and yes, a bit of an interesting commodity which the Ultimates find themselves with. The fact that, for instance, you have like Sand playing on Rad last year, him having experience going up against Focus, pushing them, actually beating them when I think back to it, Hazza, and then being loaned out to this roster.
Comeback ult available, straight in, B site taken, pace change from Pacific, the quickest team in all of Turkey. It says a lot about their style, and already Sand is on the receiving end. It's a combination play to pluck him off, and Rose is doubled up on it as well. The spike is heading for the hills. C is where it'll go. The C stands for chamber. Mo is still here, but how much can he possibly do?
Well, Mo's still here. He has stuck out the site without a key to get back in. It's almost like the Ultimates haven't really got an idea of what the map state is like, wanting to perhaps just go for a save, not wanting to risk it.
Yeah. The Ultimates just haven't had a chance to set up at all. Pacific are playing this fast and loose style, which we've expected from them, but it has experience blended in. Rose's ult there is so well tempered to just add on to the push. You talk about comeback being isolated, but he's toying around with his food now. Mo gets one. Khalid would have liked a little more. And finding 3 kills does do something, but it's still a 5th round.
I feel as if though, Hazza, like when you fight a Pacific player, it's like cutting off the head of the Hydra. For every one you cut off, 2 more is going to swing round and shoot you back. Like, look at Mo here, gets the first pick, tries to reset for the second. Jalasin, so quick to get the trades. I know we're talking about minuscule details here, but it's more the setup in which Pacific are able to play. And I think this is the perfect game to set them up for the rest of the group. Settle the nerves, the furthest that this team has ever been. And that's not even just talking about in the server, this is also talking about the coaches being introduced. Key.
Every single game that Pacific will play from here until the end of their 2024 campaign will be their biggest. The furthest any player on the roster had been coming into their debut Challenger split was Jalasin. He made playoffs with Galatasaray, but even then, he was the 6th man. He was subbing in. That's the story. A group of outcasts, very much known within their region, and as I said earlier, expected to make that jump up, as competitive as it is, but this is the next wave of Turkish talent, where a player on Saw will be hoping for their chance to jump up, and maybe one gets picked up here or there. This is, you know, an outfit of itself, with names which we'll be hearing for years to come.
It's incredible. Rose not being able to play in split 1 of 2023 and 2024. Sporadic officials for a few of the players that even got to play in Burla, because it's passionately called by the locals.
Yeah. And more so, like, LAN finals that they went to. Crazy.
Yeah.
Loita, the controller here, he was the MVP of that. And not only did he have the most kills of any grand final, but a +32 on controller. A 16-year-old on that stage with that kind of crowd.
Yeah.
These guys have really shown it at every single challenge they've had so far. This is another Rico. And Comeback just knows Sand is gone without a fight. The site falls and more tag damage is dealt before that opportunity closes. Oh, they're just hungry for blood, Cairo.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem to be stopping. Plenty to chow down on as Mo walks into a graveyard of his teammates. Morbid in nature. And maybe already thinking about backing away. He doesn't want to see what Pacific have created, although they're trying to get more and more.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you go up against the full might of the Turkish region.
To give credit to the Ultimates and their game plan in these last couple rounds as well, where they are making saves, it's what you've got to do at times. One of the best teams on Lotus we had last year, Gentlemates, they pioneered that meta to save on more rounds than where it would look like you wanted to take it. This, obviously, the 5v1 is a little different, one away from the ult for Mo. But something I want to talk about on the other side of the server, Rising Stars, a chance to prove yourself. Without Akai and having Fighter here, you know, you have so much to prove. But the fact that he's already topping the charts, finding a nice few shots here and there where he's slotting into this established core is showing me all of the right signs for, you know, TU doing something here and not just rolling over. But that needs to turn into a round now, especially when that ult is up.
That's the thing as well about, like, Akai, I mean, losing out on a player like that, statistically compared to everybody else has it, he was the highest out all the stats.
Not just in meta, but when you compare it across, I know what you're saying. The site has held here against the other duelist, though. Comeback been relieved of his duties on this round. Information to the A play. Loiter getting himself across and forcing those players out. Will TU react to this? Are they a little bit quicker off the mark this time? Or do Pacific want to fight while they're down in numbers? The spike hasn't been committed and they do have B free, but Larok does become invalid after a point in time. Flank seems to be so well timed though.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen the Ultimates with a real advantage to work with as well. Although Larok quickly deals with that. There you go. It's quickly turned on its head after one engagement by Pacific, and they've got every angle held, looking to play off one another, and they make it look so simple.
Players shot to the ground, and everyone on Pacific goes stationary, up at their desks. High energy. This team has always been of that. You look at the coach key that we were speaking about earlier. This guy has history in game changers. Second place with Oxygen in 2021. Na'Vi Celestials third 2022, but with the last 12 months not being able to, you know, do any more, moving into challenges now and finding his first spell of success, keeping these players grounded despite, you know, how much energy they bring to the server. It's really important.
I mean, you've got to consider as well what he's been able to do in turning young prospects into some real concrete players that can be depended upon. Comebacks just about turn and ran. The op still holding for when they get the peak, and there goes Khaled. Sand still holding on. Yeah, it's a complete rout on the A site with the spike going down as easy as it could.
You just can't catch Comeback off guard. The fact he's able to find one on the fadeaway there's ridiculous. The Pacific plot armor is thick, Cairo. 8-0. They've not stopped for anything. And TU haven't really called a pause or anything to make them call that into effect. You know what I mean? They've just kept on going. They're a momentum-based team, and they are being given all of the momentum that they could possibly ask for, given the room to set that up.
It's not even that though, mate. It's like, you look at Pacific as a roster and everything as well. It's the fact that, like, they're making up for lost time. You think to last year and what the performance that they had, not what we expected of Digital Athletics at all.
There's a different aura around this team though. One of constant progression, moving forwards. Comeback is one of those. He leads the server for kills and looks for another through Link. Yet to be given it. Mo does respond, but Rosair equal action. 4-on-3 numbers. Pit for the retake, But Sand is so far away from this as the spike is ticking, and TU are isolated on every front.
That's it. The fact that all it takes is 1v1 on three times over. Sando wins his and gains domain for himself, and his fighter peeks out, leaves it all up to the aforementioned player. He will not have what it takes to get this over the line. They're making it look easy, and with how quick they take these rounds as well, Hazza, it doesn't add to how you're feeling about this series, because as we see Pacific grow with confidence more and more, you'll see that the confidence leave Team Ultimates, right? A champion in their own right, and also on top of that, they'll be feeling the pain from previous years, they'll be feeling the pain from this map into the next. It just compounds and compounds.
The Middle East on one shoulder, North Africa on the other, the full weight of MENA on their back. That's not going to get any easier to bear the burden. Comeback continuing with the outlaw of all guns. He just doesn't care to upgrade. It does the job, it's fit for purpose. And Larok, finding Mo, will continue to make matters worse. There are still individual errors about this attack side, but TU are yet to punish them fully.
I mean, that's I feel as if, again, we were talking about passengers in that last game, that last series has it. I feel as if Team Ultimates are just absolute passengers for how it's going. And you talk about little mistakes, like there's a massive one, not clearing the corner. Fighter though gets a chance, and finally the Ultimates get their first round of this game, managing to get that one over the line. Now they have to try and string it together. Couple rounds, maybe make it a 9-3, then you're looking at what they can do on the second half.
One round at a time, Cairo. They'll be of that notion. TU playing from the Riot Games arena. In fact, one of the prac rooms, they've got the setup there. It's that environment you want to channel in these online games after being undefeated in every single one of those events. 7 out of 8 of the total splits, every single LAN finals going their way in MENA, but Pacific a different beast.
Still not used an ultimate since we saw Rose's earlier on. Certainly see it being used now. Oh, loads being sent forward. Sand's the first one though who gets the next pick, or the first pick in the round. Later will get more though, so it's traded even. I think that's 3 ultimates that we've seen so far from Pacific.
Yeah, 3 ultimates banked on this play. TP deep, Overdrive and the Hunter's Fury, yet nobody peeks Link. That's where Fighter stands. The 4th is waiting. Larok's thinking about it. They have the info on the retake, but the response is there. Fighter's caught. He takes one post-mortem, but that's all he can settle for, the 3v3.
Gunfights though. Yeah, I think you're probably looking at the ultimates to try and get a player back. They have done so, but Spy is the only saving grace that they have. The orb going up provides an issue for Rose. Needs to get the player off the spike. Will do so, but can't quite get Spy. Wins it on time in the end, and that will be double digits for Pacific after 11 rounds.
Another one down to an absolute nail-biter. It's been cagey. We said it would be, that they will take 10 inside this first half. The utility back through, the reveal on players making their way up to default. Rose only needed one in the clutch, and he does pick it up. So, as strong as the sparring partners were for TU in their own region, they're not without changes, and Pacific right now, as I said before, just feels like they can do no wrong.
Yeah, that's exactly the case. I think this is the slowest we've seen Pacific take it so far, as they stop for a minute to breathe, although a very quick explosion out in towards Hobbit, and they're continuing forward. Mo the only one to hold down Waterfall and being chased down. Rose still holding on to 8, trying to take duels of their own. Is this deathmatch or is this competitive play? That's the question that I ask, because at the minute, I know Pacific want to play.
It feels that way. Comeback is just running in, finding kills, and there's nothing that TU can do to stop it from happening. This bunch of youngsters have burst onto the scene, and their first game in Ascension is no different. An 11-1 half on their own map pick, a map which we've not seen in the last 3 months. It's been 3 months since we've seen it. This is the first time they've played the comp in officials, and it's just ridiculous. What a second half that we need from TU to bring this one back. A blistering start from Pacific puts them up 10 rounds to the good inside our first 12. The pistol now is their opportunity to hammer that nail in and lock in their first map in Ascension. It doesn't feel like it right now, but TU have so much work to do to keep this one competitive, Cairo.
One round at a time. We see that earlier it starts with a pistol, start to gain that momentum, but as they head into face Pacific's defensive side, what does the macro game look like? Not great, as we've already seen the first pick be taken within the first 10 seconds.
An easy collection. TU trying to fight back through. Utility there, but comeback is spamming and keeping them held at arms. Larok, Loita, and all of the rest. Khalid is gone before he even gets a look at the site entrance. 12 for Pacific. And Cairo, as much as we were speaking about these players wanting to make that top 10 cut for Turkey to bridge the gap to VCT EMEA, these are some of the top 10 best players that we've had in MENA since first strike, if you're talking Mo and Khalid. That's 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years. I mean, as we were mentioned before, what, 4 different inter-regional promotional tournaments that we've seen since 2022, including this one, and only being able to get one map win. At some point, you're expecting something to pop up, right?
Yeah, and look, they won that map, or they won that series, sorry, against Kase last year. This is the Force, this is your chance, and yeah, it felt like they would kick on. Kiles, world champion in the server there. Turkey know what it's like to make world champions, and the next generation are putting their names into the ring. It's a straight up defuse to close it, 13-1, and it's over. Blink and you'll miss it. Pacific straight out the gates, locking in their first map.
Yeah, Hazza, what to be expected from the young roster. A blistering pace is what they want to play this game at, and that's the way they'll finish the first map.
We'll be heading to a break. When we return, we have map number 2 and the breakdown from our analysts.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
Welcome back, everybody. To series that went overtime over and over again to the fastest, most dominant map we've ever seen in VCT EMEA Ascension. I'm joined by Pilski and Billy. Not what we really expected, Pilski, but my goodness, Turkish teams, they are just fast.
100%, you know, whether it was just the individuals getting in there and taking the duels, or even just felt like they were pummeling that B site for the majority of the attacking side, you know, getting a couple of those big ults online, even with the Hunter's Fury, like diving into Waterfall and, you know, firing that into the connectors. And then next up's the Rolling Thunder. They send that into the B side as well, when it just felt like they're just going to keep running at Team Ultimates until they, you know, try and find a way to deal with it. And they just didn't.
I mean, it's fair to say they've been waiting all night and they came out all guns blazing. Like, it was just crazy to watch. It felt like we blinked and it was over. So there is a reason that Pacific have been named the highest attacking team in Turkey.
Yeah, they have indeed. This is the thing. We've seen, last year we saw a couple of 13-2s, but we've never had a 13-1 before, and that was it. And a lot of that came down to Pilski, the fact that Comeback just didn't miss a single shot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he spent the majority of the last however many hours waiting to play the game DMing, because he was looking sharp. He was just running around with an outlaw or like some kind of scope weaponry, running up into heaven, like disrespecting the opponent, going wherever he wanted on the map using that neon movement speed. And look, that's a fantastic showcase for him. Looking at his recent games that I've seen from him last 90 days, it's been like 18 games of Jet, 10 games of Raze. So it seems like he's looking pretty comfortable on the neon against this level of opposition. This was definitely one of the best maps today. I would say maybe Alexi would throw his name in the ring for, you know, that 13-5 performance against Apex that was also 400 ACS against maybe a harder opponent, but this was a better scoreline, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of eating my words back to that map veto when I was like,
yeah.
Oh no, Pacific have already lost.
We owe them an apology. We owe them an apology.
Definitely. I know I for sure definitely personally owe them an apology for counting them out before it even began. But again, like, this just brings the storyline of never underestimate any of the teams that are playing here at VCT Ascension, because we just don't know what we're going to get to see. And that was just, yeah, I mean, speechless.
Yeah, I mean, you're right in terms of they picked their permaban. We're like, bit strange, you know, I understand if you want to leave it open, but picking it right off the bat and coming out and winning 13-1, I wasn't familiar with your game. My bad, PCF. I apologize for that. But this is the thing though, these things happen because I'm going to use Mouse as an example. They beat CGN 13-0 in the grand finals in Split 1, and they ended up losing the series. So how you start the series really doesn't matter. It's how you finish this series that will matter. And we will be moving on to Icebox, where Pilski, you mentioned that TU, they do play a funky comp. They do bring out something a little bit different.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm keen to see how that goes. Playing like the Harbor Omen double controller, as well as like a Rainer and some other funky agents in there as well. So look, they've had a pretty good record on Icebox. They're going to need to continue that. But after you've been, smacked around 13-1 like that on Lotus, it's going to be very, very hard to pick yourself up and try to be competitive in this series, because it's really going to feel like comebacks in your head. The dude was just running around on attack, going wherever he wanted and just bullying you out of the server.
I think it's hard as well, because when you look at the core of the roster on Team Ultimates, they've had 5 back-to-back wins in VCL EMEA. So like coming into this one and suffering a loss that bad straight off the bat, you've waited all night to play, like your mental is surely going to be taking a toll from that. And not only that, this roster having to sign to a new org, like how is that already impacting the players mentally as well?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? But again, these things happen. They can definitely, we hear players talk about how sometimes it's easier to come back from, pun intended, to come back from a heavier loss where you could just go GG, go next. That wasn't our map pick. We weren't super familiar with them, but we're going on to our map pick. We can get our mental back together and just start the best of 3 from here on. And Billy, teams have achieved that before. It's definitely not unheard of.
Yeah, definitely don't count them before they're out. They have played this map 11 times. They have won it 11 times. So as much as there's material on how Team Ultimates play this map, I'm hoping that we do get to see the cool comp that they have. But I'm also expecting that, they've taken time to prepare for this tournament and really just could play anything at this point.
Yeah, I think at least there's a little bit more data to kind of lean on for the Ultimates, whereas, they might not have really been expecting the Lotus. We definitely weren't, and it felt like, Pacific had a very particular game plan that they were going with up against that, double controller chamber comp. So there will be data at least for both sides, and it is worth mentioning Pacific, at least regionally, have had kind of so-so results on Icebox. They've been dropping a couple of those, but at the same time, I look at some of those results and I think to myself, I know that they dropped games in the regular season and then they went into the playoffs and they kind of powered up, and it feels like from that first game we're continuing that upward trajectory, and maybe it's just going to keep getting scarier as we head through the rest of this tournament as well.
Well, this is the other thing though, as we head to Icebox, if comeback is already feeling that comfortable with an outlaw, with an AWP, Pilski, the last place you want to play him on is Icebox.
Yeah, look, maybe the, double controller might help a little bit with that. The progression Omen smokes the cascades to try to limit the opportunities, but it's going to be difficult. I don't even know if they play a Sova. Let me double check. No, they don't play Sova, so it's going to be KO, Gecko. They're going to have to rely more so on the flashes to push the op off the line and the double controllers and things like that rather than the hard drone. But look, we'll see how that works out for them, I suppose.
Yeah, comeback is already warmed up, so I completely echo everything that Pilski's just said. Like, if he's already playing that well on the first map, yeah, God knows how he's going to play on the second.
Well, here's the other thing though. If we do look at the talent on the side of TU, Billy, who are we looking to rally them back? Who are we looking to maybe being able to hit them back a little bit harder on Icebox?
You'd expect Khalid as the IGL to be hyping up the team, kind of getting them back in this one. Hey guys, we lost the first map. It's okay. It's behind us. Let's not think about it. Let's go into this one with a new, fresh mindset. As hard as it is saying that after having such a devastating loss, it is the IGL that I think you kind of rely on during those times to really hype the team up and get everyone back into it.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how you go as fighter heading into this game, mostly because obviously he's got big shoes to fill, but also the Rainer is like a kind of agent that going into Icebox, if you're traditionally used to playing a duelist role, it's probably not the first one that you reach for. You're probably more used to, playing the Jet and things like that, whereas the Rainer's usually a bit more of a flex slot rather than a primary duelist like Falcons plays it. So look, we'll see what he's able to come up with, or whether he's just going to change the choice altogether.
Is this where you feel like it might even be better for them to just change the choice altogether? Because despite that scoreline on map 1, Fighter had his moments.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, we're going to go into agent select now. I wouldn't be surprised if they stick with it because, no, there you go. So you're correct, Yinsu. He is going to swap it up to the Jet. Whether that's a comfort pick or not, you know, remains to be seen. But the rest of the comp is going to stay the same. Double controller with the Harbor, and over on the side of Pacific playing the Sova Gecko, which I think we saw earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I like this. I like that they've kind of not forced him into that pick where they previously had the Reyna. You know, it's obviously an agent that he feels that he wants to play Jet. It's comfortable for him. So for me, it just, you know, they're playing it and actually adding Fighter into their team rather than trying to play the way that they've always played Icebox.
Yeah, I like this change as well. Comfort picks, but no Viper. That worries me a little bit. But it's time to jump into map 2 and throw this over to your casters. Cairo and Haza. Have fun with this one. I nearly said Kaza and Hyro, by the way. But yeah, have fun.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we see that one compositional change, Fighter moving on to the Jet. It felt like the version of TU that we got in playoffs in MENA was one that was simply matching the pace of R8. Now they need to match the pace of these inter-regional teams which are vying for the title, and no bigger or better at the top than Turkey. Pacific are mapped to the good in speedy fashion. Icebox, another which we haven't seen all too much of them on. But that unproven quality didn't seem to be an asset which went against them last time.
I mean, it's the best of the best in this Ascension from Tier 2, and only the best can ascend. Saving grace for the Ultimates is, this is their ground. They picked this one. Whether that's much of a saving grace, considering that they let Lotus float in a veto, is another thing entirely.
Last defensive pistol we saw from them, it was heavy towards that yellow stack, and Pacific are thinking about this, just waiting for someone to face check it, fail to hold their nerve, and open the game up. Such a different pace, which may just have the ultimate sweating after Lotus. Sand does get revealed, all of this is a fake. Rose is trying to buy as much attention as he can, but still, Khalid is not moving.
Still up here. This is your KO player as well. You're going to lose a flash and that knife. Oh, cool. Look at this.
Brilliant.
Pacific didn't anticipate it at all. Spy helping out, and well, Rose towards the other side of the map is left all on his lonesome. Classic. Being forgotten about. Picked up for the better of the pistols, a ghost. That's the thing though, Hazza, with 13 seconds left, those 2 kills seem decent enough, but it's not going to matter in the end. Pacific will lose this first round.
Yeah, Rose is trying to get as much done as possible. See if there's another kill, build towards the ult, or even lose his life. That's what ends up happening, but Khalid the most impactful. And if TU are to make a surprise, make an upset here, it comes through those experienced players. Because when we speak of continuity and all the failures they've had in the past, this is the foundation. This is what you build from. Returning to the organization that he first called home 1,471 days later, in that red jersey again, from First Strike to Ascension 2024. He's put up 3, and now this following round, which is equally as important, knowing how dangerous Pacific have looked.
Deploying drone.
Yeah. Grandfather of the MENA region, the one who's always been here and continues to be. Sand, well, newly introduced to representing this region, will be forced away. Trying to get the Dizzy back. Still things that can pose a threat to the TU, and that Marshall is certainly one of them.
Loita has to pack his bags, and more fortunately than not, the Viper Wall was placed mid. So that means that really, well, we should be doing better out in the open air. The idea was that Pacific wanted to fight into B, and they get their wish. Comebacks through Kitchen. If Fighter fails to clear this, he's dead meat, and it's only a Sheriff against the first of the classic Cairo. You can't count your eggs before they've hatched. That's exactly what we get here. Pacific win the thrifty round, which I fated could happen. It would happen, but it really shouldn't happen.
Don't jinx it though.
Whether it's counting your eggs, your lucky chickens, or maybe some sheep, well, the Ultimates has a sleep at the wheel. That's the thing, like, they've allowed engagements to be taken against A team that have already proven in the last map they're more than capable to punish you and really push you to the wire.
Man, our replay ops are so nasty for that. Just keep it in the replay. The Bulldog. I've heard that the ult fire is pretty strong. And the knife here has actually taken off the drone early. So a positive exchange for TU to kick this one off. Not too many guns behind it though. That's why they forced this early retake protocol, the stack of the A site.
I mean, they've disrespected the B play, the B side of the map as well. They've got a lot of passive information. Should allow for the ultimates to gamble towards the A side, although with no utility towards mid. It's forced them to actually position a player there. The Sheriff shots are hitting, and so are the pistols. This map's on its head. It makes no sense whatsoever. Pacific tried to make sense of what's left in the round. The null command was sent in, and Will is sent to his grave. I'm blind. What has happened, man?
It's the TU Sheriffs. It's the meta Sheriffs that we heard about. I thought Morgan was lying. One of the experts in Tomby's Ascension preview video said, look, if you see these guys on Sheriffs, you've got to watch out. And I'll be honest, I hesitated. I wasn't sure it's true, but hey, it worked out for them there. And what a round to win it in and to take the lead back for yourself and just reset into the next, into the gun round.
Listen, very quickly could be an interesting round, because I'd say this is very important with both teams, with a bye here, and perhaps a bye in the next. Could make or break what this half looks like, especially if you're TU, you're on the defence as it. Things start to get spicy considering how much that economy can be drained. I mean,
Something to mention as well is, yeah.
I was about to mention the lack of a sentinel, which really poses an issue to the passive control, which the ultimates can hold on to, forcing them to hold things actively. Khaled in mid though has managed to get some really big kills, brings it back in their favour. Fighter holding on to the outlaw, gets the chance to get rid of Rose and does so successfully. Khaled's there to provide Overwatch. If there's a swing to come through, but it's the Rock to come up against the Jet. I don't know what's happening. It's crazy. It's just, there's no settle.
He doesn't have any outlaw bullets left. And down to the Sheriff, Larrock clutches it, of course he does. Always that man in the final moments. That kid, I should say. Born into clutches. That's where he succeeds. But why did it even get that close in the first place? The point we were getting onto is the stopping power that TU had. The Harbour choice as well. Not only is it double controller, it's Harbour Omen rather than Harbour Viper. Out of vogue, but in trend is just crazy rounds right now. And I'm here for it because cool, calculated, 1 minute Valorant is not my favourite.
Yeah, it's definitely a different pace from the last time that we watched some Valorant go off.
Lordy.
Yeah.
Oh! Jump in, we're fighting in Spawn now. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're used to watching Mouse, cover your eyes. If you're used to watching entertaining Valorant, then this is the show for you. Ascension has it all, and Pacific have their third. The lead now theirs, and I think the context of these rounds as well, with TU not really being able to condition it in a way where they have any comfortability in these setups, where they find picks and they're immediately getting traded.
Yeah, but the thing that still has the composition, like not to like be like the little guy that the guy that pushes the glasses up and goes, well, let's talk about the Valorant. Yeah, exactly, but they have no passive control, right, whatsoever. They have to actively hold things, which is allowing Pacific to just go and play, go and shoot. What is going on, man? Give us a break. Somehow the ultimates take the advantage, and Spice with the flag round Leon. Oh, mate.
Oh, he gets one too, but they've TP'd out. TU sitting on their advantage. Khalid would be wise not to peek. He flicks to his back as the flash is in the face of Julassen. Rotation called, Khalid spotted again, continuing to show face and save face for TU. That's another, and a man advantage which they have not enjoyed for quite some time.
One enemy remaining.
Still, it comes down to the engagements.
Clean.
That's essentially it. 3 apiece, 2 1v1s, that's what gets it over the line.
I think it's
I
time
don't know what else there is to say.
Take the brain out and just shoot back, because I think, like, this is the thing too. You can undermine and underrate TU as much as you like from MENA. They have quality players who can get things done. Pacific are looking complacent at times, and sure, the expectations were lowered with it being another wild card, another team which doesn't have that dual split dominance. However, with the quality they possess and their calculated nature at times when they need to turn it on, it's looked a little error prone, which makes you more concerned for future games upcoming. And for this map right now.
Could end up being a third map, you never know. Seen many a time. I mean, we're talking about it, what, last game? About like Mouse getting 13-1 or 13-0'd. Proceeding to win the rest of their maps. It can happen very, very quickly. Comeback though, certainly not looking to be complacent, although missing those things certainly looks to be the case. Invest in the ultimate. Spike has been lost, by the way, Hazza, and now this is going to allow for Pacific to go and try and fight for it back. Left Larocque all on his own. Wondering where the rest of his teammates are.
But it's Larocque, and that's the big thing. This guy is ready to turn it up a notch, knows about Fighter, has the Thrash. Updraft available for the Jet, a way to traverse this. Does go top 410, spotted and taken down. Larocque yet to lose a clutch. Every single 1vx sticks. A fourth for Pacific in what looked like another situation that TU had under control.
Yeah, I mean...
I use that word loosely, by the way, control, but they had it.
Yeah, control the game, mate. There certainly has been an interesting amount of that. A timeout for the first time, and 2 maps, considering the last one was a 13-1. It's not something that I expected to be seen. On top of that, yeah, the Ultimates want to sit down, talk about how things are going. Bringing, I don't know what you'd say, like, Hazza, when you look at this, because when you consider the game plan, how the Ultimates want to play this, they're happy, I'd imagine, with the chaos that they're creating. It's just about getting these rounds over the line, allowing 1v1s to be taken, having a little bit of discipline, I guess, is probably the key point here.
They'll know this as well, and with the coach involved, we open that conversation on the TU side. Beast in slot with Calypso, his assistant, someone who has plenty of experience on top cut teams himself. Envy, Rise, 2020 to 21, used to play alongside Finesse. Like, these are guys which know, and even Beast being in this team for 2 years and part of that makeup, part of that background and core. Players like Fighter, it's such a quick process for them to try and learn and get used to everything that's going on. But he's doing a lot better than I thought already.
Agreed.
This is huge. What a timing.
I have no idea. I mean, that's the thing. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Just as you think it's all going wrong.
And again, he's managed to get out before Mo's even had a chance to punish the thief, to incarcerate the man who's just gone on a smash and grab expedition through mid on one hell of a timing. Misses the first duel and wins all the rest. That's insane.
Yeah. Sand left to go and find what's left of the round. Doesn't even get a chance. Yeah, Pacific found the flawless round off the back of the Ultimates timeout. Will not make for kind viewing for the MENA region. It's on top of that, Hazza. We were mostly speaking about the Ultimates narrative coming out the back of that timeout since they called it, but it also allowed for Pacific to talk about how things are going. Because again, as you said, disciplinary issues in terms of the way that they're swinging, playing together.
Yeah,
they collect themselves. And yeah, you can see what happens when they do collect themselves.
Yeah. With the change to the Jet as well, Fighter not being the most self-sufficient of players, I think this pivot is something that you want to see supported by utility. He didn't really need it in the last map to get work done on Raze, but TU have just struggled to engineer these openings. They've always been the protagonist taking the fight to Pacific, but often on the receiving end. And as soon as A opens up with the mid-push play, Comeback is trying to execute Khalid at the back, and he will. Jelasun bails him out. There's a pit in play, and the spike is planted.
Waiting for the peak. The op lies in wait. Doesn't get a shot off though, and allows or forces the players to retreat back into the Viper's pit. The issue with that is the Thrash is actually clearing it out and has caught one. The Ultimates look to force themselves forward, and they haven't considered Larocque and the issue that they can provide. It's now Spy to try and create some sort of coup. Whether that continues, I don't think will at all. Time's too low. The players are well aware of his position, and it will be converted in the end. That is at least 6 guaranteed, even on the half, if the Ultimates do make a comeback. But that is a big if.
2 players going down to the spike there as well. I don't know if they could have possibly ran away from it, but just so inebriated by the celebrations, loving every moment, playing every round. Larocque as well, even just the timing that he takes there to find Mo. Such a smart player and so young at the same time. When Pacific find themselves in tough situations, it's usually him which steps up. They were trailing 10-4 in their qualification game. He gave a speech, they came back to win it in overtime, and at only 16 years of age, he leads them forwards once again. So many openers in the middle of the map. Rose looking for Khalid, and that's the last line of defense that A has right now.
Players not even close to getting near it, and you can again, the Ultimates having issues with their mid. Worried about lurkers that are perhaps making their way up there. And not even committing to the Thrash. They're so happy to just abandon it and just commit to the fight.
Picking up the pieces, playing in the site. The tradings looked good from Pacific. Mo calls it into question. Finds one and manages to get out of dodge. Jelasun still going. A triple that he picks up. And now the Thrash thought about, is that a detain before the TP? Oh, yes, mate. It is. 6 seconds to make this a 7th round. Excuse me?
Spike planted.
Okay,
surely
well,
not.
Mo does pick one up here. I don't know if there's much time for him to still get a chance. Rose has gone for the full backstab. Has a spike, and there is an ult. Are you really going to invest the Hunter's Fury here? No, it's just the molly. Nothing more than that. And the round is eventually over. Someone pinch me. I feel like I just casted an extra 30 seconds.
I feel as if I've casted an extra, what, 80 rounds of Valorant? I feel as if I've woken up in the opposite day, right? Like, it's not what you expect of Valorant. It's everything but that. I definitely feel
it's
as
amazing.
If... Yeah, it truly is. And I'm enjoying myself as it. It's something different from watching a full minute 30 of default.
Mate, I thought Sweet and Sour were pulling out crazy stops, but apparently not. Just little Polaris boys, aren't we? What do we know? It's a big world out there. A brave new one. And you know what words Larocque said in that motivational speech to pick him up and keep him going?
Go on.
Trust each other. And I think right now, that's exactly what we're seeing. The rounds aren't great. They don't make a whole lot of sense at times, but Pacific are in it to win it. And that opening duel does open the possibility of a trade. It's so slow though, Cairo. And TU, well, plenty of trust in their own game plan. This could be a 4th unless Jelasun has something ridiculous.
It would be ridiculous, right? But if there's anyone to do it, would be Jelasun. Unfortunately for him, Spy is there to finish that one up. 4 in the round for the Ultimates so far on their Icebox. hoping to make it one more to keep that gap at least at a minimum. As for the ultimates, you look towards the Icebox, their attack actually is much better than the defense.
Yeah, it is. It was helped by compositions of old that were being played. The Reina, Akai, again, a component. Hard not to mention his name when referencing TU, and how exactly Fighter is going to drop into the same role.
I think for the most part, a lot will not have the greatest respect for the MENA region, just due to the performances in previous inter-regional tournaments. But on top of that, Hazza, the last time that they played it was against RA Esports, who, for the most part, a lot considered a favourite to get through play-ins.
And that's what I mean, they mirrored the comp. It was just matching the pace that had been set, reaching the bar that was raised. I think not keeping together anything outside of the core, this being their third change in 3 years, has stopped the foundation pushing up any further than it could have. Here we are though, post-plant Pacific. They got the opening pick, they rolled with it. Comeback is played in by the Recon as they walk through the wall. It's their own demise. Mo over the top is blowing my mind. Loiter's still alive, has slipped the net, and Mo doesn't have a smoke to make this any more difficult. Slow peeking through, right on the half, and half-time strikes with an 8-4 scoreline. Pacific in front.
Yeah, and as we've already mentioned, the ultimates go on towards their more favoured side, where we expect for them to do better. Their composition certainly wasn't decent on the defence, but what have they got on the attack?
That's the question that we're asking. We'll find the answer out after the break. TU still hanging in this game, 4 rounds posted after the horror story start on Lotus. They seem to have put it behind them, but now is where the going gets tough. Khalid and Mo, the old heads, the former TU players from 4 years ago, leading the line with experience at this level of competition, Cairo. It's from them where they'll be looking to build anything further into these final rounds.
The other aspect to this is now it's confirmed every series so far today has went 3 maps as Desire and CGN play on the third right now. Can TU confirm that to be 4 out of 4?
Such a competitive tournament that we have. No group of death. There's plenty of that going around for everyone. And Fighter wants to dish it out on the front lines here. It's already been spotted, space given away, in with the rest of his team, and they clear back sight. Khalid on upper, playing towards the cat. Does come back expect it, or will he be caught off guard?
Well, the Dizzy's got plenty of value, and that's allowed for Pacific to at least take that advantage in their favour. As TU look to hang about, play on the front foot, try and take the fight to their opponents, but that pistol round is just far too easy in the end. The heads have been clicked, and the round has been taken.
The combo utility was brilliant too. It's not only the Dizzy that comes through, but the Recon as well. So players revealed off the back of the flash. Very simple stuff to do, but if executed properly, will give big results. Pacific, up until this point, winning the majority of the pistols. prime position to convert for a 10th here, just coming out of the halftime break.
Hell, double digits looking to be picked up by Pacific as well, has it? That's what we expect of them, especially with the bye. Makes the pressure on TU even more troubling, and how they deal with that. I mean, this has been a much better showing for them. And it doesn't get easier after this in terms of the people that you play, right? Joblay from Mouse, Saw. I mean, we've already seen what Mouse and Saw can do.
Exactly. And that's what it's about, just building up speed, keeping themselves going, one game at a time and one bullet at a time. Loita builds his empire, Fighter the first to fall, come back here in support with the Outlaw. The Cascade will demand respect, they drop back, but the numbers are theirs on this important round.
Still looking towards mid. Khaled sitting there, dancing, not dancing around the utility, but certainly looking to move his way through it. Catched Loita off guard, but Chalas is very quick on the trade and come back, somehow finding that pick. I don't know how he's done that. The harbour wall still providing an issue which will try and be dissuaded by getting that spike down. Just walk through, looking to bust out the smoke. That's lovely stuff. This is just a montage for comeback.
This guy is a talent. And finally now getting his chance to prove it. It's only the anti-eco, but taking his chances when he gets it.
Got it.
And continually pushing Pacific forward. The crazy story about this guy, he used to play from an internet cafe when he was 14, before he had his first job. A couple years later, 2022, Champs arrives in Istanbul. He skips school so he can turn up and watch the teams play. This is the legacy that's been built in Turkey, and this is the future that you're witnessing before your very eyes. If they convert the bonus, there's no doubt in my mind. Whoa. You hype a guy up, what can I say?
Try your best, mate. It's unfortunate. Caster's cuss, I think it's your fault, mate, honestly.
I'll take it, man. As long as you're the one blamed for the text.
Do you know what? I'll take it. Equal blame on equal fronts. As for who can be blamed for where we're at in this situation, Comeback certainly has a lot to answer for. TU trying to play around with the minds of Pacific, but for the most part, as soon as that cascade drops, it just creates, well, next to the ultimate sit here, cut the noise, trying to play on the minds of Pacific. Allowing the toxins to come back up as well. Time's going to get lower and lower here.
And they're ready to go in, but like you say, the gun's on here. And it'd be funny if Pacific find a way to win this in spite of the player
30 seconds left.
that was celebrated so much before. Delay, plenty of it, but nothing lands to stop the wingman. So we go to post and the odds skewed into TU's favor. They have the rifles at range. Fighter, one of those players, racking up bodies now in the site. Jalasen does answer, but it is meager in terms of what he can get done. Larok in a 1 versus 4 gets the first, but there should be no more peaks on TU's side until this wingman's gone.
Yeah, well, I mean, peeked on towards Larok, Khaled will find that pick up and at least somewhat eat into the deficit. The first round of the second half, need to start to get these rounds strung together. Get a bit of momentum on the attacking side and make the defense pay. That's their best chance at this, right, Hazza?
Yeah.
One enemy
and
remaining.
Like I said before, Pacific have not played a perfect game. Anything but. Both of these teams equally guilty of their mistakes. It's about punishing them when they pop up. And I think you spoke of the teams that we already have here with the skin in the game that they possess in Ascension. We'll be looking to try and do that. Comeback is offered his chance and even double dips. So Fighter gone, an important opener to take. And that's the punishment we're talking about.
Same cascade again, Hazard towards the B site. create the question mark, but this time Pacific are so much far further forward to get the information that they're looking for. For instance, Rose here, and there's also a player on yellow to clear that out.
It's stuff like this though as well. Your Sova player peeking mid when he's got a drone. There's a turret and an alarm bot behind him. They're just breaking between the lines of play. Pacific on their own terms and conditions, trying to take this out in 2. Sand does resist. He will find a couple of kills, but it's a 1v5 attempt. Already cut for HP, Cove in his hand. You beat Loiter, and the rotate is ready.
I did get an eye, but gives away Sand's own position at the same time.
30 seconds left.
Could perhaps get a timing here towards the A
Yeah.
site.
I think it's your only real chance as well. You had the nano, or all of the poison cloud utility. Come back on the quick rotate. He wants a chance on A, he'll go for it, but it looks to be a save. He'll crouch in the corner and cower from round number 16. It goes Pacific's way, as most of them have done so far this evening. An 11th on the board, and in terms of what they did well, I don't think TU were prepared for anything.
Yeah.
Just confident.
That comes down to a lot of these gunfights. Like, as we've been talking about, the punishment for the misplays has just not been there. The fact, as you said, like, you've got a Sova who's playing in front of the utility that you're expected to play off of passively. The fact that you've got people just sending it at you. You need to have a bit of confidence in the gunfights you're going to take, or it's going to be a long afternoon. As it seems to be a very quick one, actually, I should say, for the ultimates so far.
A long tournament. Or again, a very short one in terms of the games that they end up playing. Who knows? Comeback makes his return. But did he ever really leave? Khalid shuts him down. Another one goes his way. A 4-on-4, and with the op lost, it's not exactly the bulk of this defense. There's still a reveal. Rose self-sufficient, putting them back up a number.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury to create the chaos in which to capitalise upon. That should be easy enough to get it through the Hunter's Fury. Just actually caught a glimpse of the player all the way back on pipes. Didn't realise there was a flank coming through, and Pacific looked to send it in towards map and series point for the Turkish region.
Already off to a great start in this competition. Comeback opens, but the site holds as it should. The way that they peek off of one another, with the utility still up, TU, there was nowhere safe to hide. You had Larok's Mosh back through with the Hunter's Fury on top of it as well. Smart, effective play, simplistic stuff. Right now, Pacific are passing their first test with flying colors. You're just wondering, how are they going to do against some of the other big names?
It's hard not to start to look forward away from this series and on to the next for both of these teams.
It's once again Comeback finding a solo pick with the op, and then on the other extremity of the map, Garage being taken by Loiter. Yes, discipline's still an issue. Surprise, surprise. Spy takes them down. But they still have numbers. Fighter's out solo. He wins that one. This is impossible to call.
That's the thing. I mean, the thing for the Ultimates is they have a saving grace in the fact that the Fighter has taken the A site for themselves. Continues that as Lorok just contacts his way into the A site. Jalarson, though, taking things into his own hands. On the flank, does he clear close left where Mo is sliding and wait, he doesn't, which puts the Ultimates in a position to get this over the line. It's up to Comeback, though. You can't quite count him out, especially with how he's been fragging.
Oh.
Well, there's the first.
Is this how it ends? No. Fighter says, play on. That's a 6th for TU. And Cairo, I can't say I saw a single fight in that round where there was a player by their side to trade it off. It was all over the place. But if TU want to lean into this style and play it against the Turkish team, it does feel like you're playing with fire, but it also can pay off because these are mistakes being made by Pacific, equally so. And this is when we're actually seeing TU be able to punish it.
I mean, that's it. But I mean, we're going to get the timeout by Pacific, and I imagine this is key, telling the boys to reel it in and stop being so undisciplined. On top of that, though, for me, when you look at what's been happening, I think like the ultimates, you're right, they're playing with fire, but they have been getting burned for the most part. It's 12-6. Like, for whatever you want to say about, like, oh, they're finding opportunities, there is mistakes being made, it's still mapping series point.
It is. TU on borrowed time which Pacific are giving to them here. The first point where they actually call a break, 60 seconds. Key, not the only coach in slot though, because Hall has joined, which makes for the first time, which as a coach of a team, he's had an assistant support him. Never did in Game Changers, now does in Challengers. And I think when you're preparing for these bigger events and you need more support, you see everyone do it. It makes sense. In terms of what they've got to bring out here though, it should be that simplistic call. The fight's taken and won.
Straight away, advantage taken. Ultimate still to be used though to come back in. And they can create their own chaos. Null commands, that'll stop Laroc's Thrash if it was ever to be invested. The Harbour ultimate, that can be used to clear out a full site. Combine those together and it's a potent mix.
It really is. Not yet nearing the point of lethal dosage. Pacific still
Take flight.
The ones holding the syringe. TU seemingly no antidote up until this point in time, but the previous round was a warning. The timeout came through. They've made the most of the early fight. Now this retake is where they have numbers, and that might just be all because the null commands come through and not reach the Thrash. He's got so deep, and it finds huge value.
Yeah, Mo's got his gun taken offline, although the last remaining player of Sand is doing a good damn bit job of being the resistance, or so it would seem. It's Turkey to reign supreme in this one, in their first series to get it over the line.
From Izmir with love, the Turkish team take it. The Pearl of the Aegean continues to shine. Pacific made waves in their own region, but as they arrive on the shores of the Ascension stage, it is a dominant win to kick off their group stage.
Yeah, it wasn't the prettiest game of Valorant that we've seen, Haza, but there are certainly some highlight moments, and more so on the Pacific side. They've made quick work of everything that's come forward, but there is some real worrying signs about the future of this competition for both teams. When you've got a group with the likes of Job Life, with the likes of Mouse, who like to play slow, methodical Valorant with big and macro gameplays, and a really good idea to do so with strong IGLs, you can start to see where the cracks would show. If they're shooting back, then Pacific and the Ultimate still find themselves at a loss, Hazard.
Yeah, there's layers to this game, there's depth, and we'll get into all of that. We have an interview for you all coming up as well, and we'll throw to that one when it's ready. But to just speak about what we've seen so far, I think Pacific have two sides to them. That fast-paced, free-flowing attacking side, and the defense at times, which looks a little bit shaky. They need a balance of both, and I think it's going to continue to be that learning curve as long as this one goes along. Every team is here in their own right. We say the same about Champs, we should say the same about Ascension. Everybody's qualified to earn their spot over the last 7 or 8 months, and you can only beat what's in front of you. I agree, there were issues. Those go into the VOD review sessions that they have before we see them again.
Yeah, I mean, there's no mugs at any stage in this competition. They can punish you for your mistakes. It's just unfortunately the ultimates that we wanted to turn up just didn't. It was a lesser form, they didn't fight back. It's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, it's just not your competition. I hope that there will be a learning experience, because for a region like MENA, which is so vast in terms of geography.
You got there eventually.
Yeah, exactly. There is a lot of people that will be back at home watching this roster perform, hoping that they can actually get a result in Ascension, because for years they've just not had it.
I mean, they were even undefeated in their own region, 14-0. You play the best of ones, you move into the best of threes, and it's a different ballpark. Yes, they have the LAN playoff stage behind them, but nothing is for certain here. You know, that respect is earned rather than immediately granted. We saw it before, and you know, we'll see it again. Pacific taking it one step at a time. We have the interview ready for you now. We're going to throw it over to Yinsu, who's waiting by with Rose from Pacific.
Well,
very soon. We will get to that when it's ready. I apologize. Cairo, yeah, standout player, anyone in particular for you?
Comeback, mate. It's got to be comeback. Like, okay. I think no matter who you pick up from Pacific, I think they've got everything that they need to kind of go and be the firepower. But again, it's the game plan that we were talking about earlier, which I feel as if has holes in it, right? I'm hoping that those holes can get sewn over. Again, like if we see them depend upon 1v1s in gunfights, you could see them easily fall to the wayside. What about you? Who are you picking?
Yeah, I would say comeback as well. I just want to lean into what you were mentioning about game plan. I think Maus is the perfect example. They got the win, sticking to their guns and doing what they do best. But in terms of individuals, Larok, again, mentioned his name so many times on the cast. Don't think he lost a single clutch in that situation. So cold-blooded for someone so young. We have our results after day number 1. Go next, 1-0, same for CGN, Desire and Apex, the first couple that take their losses on the other side. To speak about this, Cairo, is this what you were expecting, or have you been surprised as much as I have?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I had Desire as my dark horse to be like the kind of 4th place team out of both groups. I just didn't expect them to lose straight away to CGN. CGN continue to be this dark horse, first DAC team to ever beat a Turkish side. It continues to be the case. As for Go Next Apex, you could have flipped the coin and 9 times out of 10 it probably would have been right. Like, that's where I was at with that one. Go Next, I think we're largely unknown. I think Apex have been showing up for what they are, right? Polaris, there's been a lot of discussion about whether it's a strong region, whether Apex are a big fish in a small pond. I think we've been found out in that first series.
Yeah, and look, of the teams that have made changes, Barca being one of them, the fact that they haven't played yet, I think almost adds to what do we expect from them? Do we have any idea what exactly is going to happen? It's hard to say. The interview is ready. We'll throw it over to Yinsu and Rose.
I am now joined by Rose from Pacific. Hi, Rose. Welcome. I hope we have you. I don't quite see you on the cam, but I think we have your audio. You can hear me? Lovely. That's better than nothing. That's better than nothing. Now, that was your first ever... Oh, I got Pilski back here with me for some reason. Give me 1 second. Let me see if we can work this out in terms of technical side. If not, then hopefully the producers can tell me what's up. Oh, hello. We have you. Yay! Online Valorant, let's go. Now, that was your first ever match in Ascension. So I wanted to ask you, was it fun? What were your feelings after that win?
Yeah, it was funny. It was so fun. I mean, like, we just worked so hard to these maps. Like, I mean, Lotus and Icebox. We were preparing for Lotus, I mean, like, so much time, you know? We just worked for it, and we just showed our gameplay. Like, our discipline, our game style, we just, what we, I mean, like, worked, we just show it for you guys.
I want to ask about that Lotus, because I think it was a very big surprise that you picked it. Yeah. I thought you were going to ban it, but ban it, I thought, okay, maybe they will pick it, but you picked it. So why?
Because we just ban Lotus every time in our region, you know, like in normal season and playoffs. Our first map was Lotus every time. That's why we just talk about that, and our coach and me just talk about this. He said would you like to prepare for Lotus? It's gonna be so unexpected. And I said, yeah, let's go, let's get it. I'm just sorry for it. That's it.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was so unexpected. In terms of the comp and in terms of how you guys work as a team, is it, you know, your coach mainly his ideas, or is it maybe your ideas? What is the theory behind who comes up with the comps?
We were playing Lotus before the our league. I mean, in close qualifiers. By the way, we just qualified like 3 months ago in May. And then we just become to champ on our league. It was so fucking, it was so, how can I say? It was so unexpected for our community, but we did it. And we saw our Lotus was so bad. I mean, like, we cannot be focused. We can't, I don't know, like, we cannot play our game in Lotus for no reason. I don't get it. Then now I just talked with my coach. He wasn't in our team when we are playing Lotus, and he said, "I think your gameplay is so good, guys. We can play Lotus. Why we are not playing?" And I said, "Let's get it, man. Let's do it."
Okay, so it's like both you and the coach, you know,
Yeah.
like 50-50. You both had this idea. Now, looking at the other teams in Ascension,
Yeah.
they play, they have a different play style to you. You know, some of them are very slow.
Yeah.
They take their time, especially on attack side. So do you think this is a good thing that your team can be explosive and fast against the slower teams?
We just, we are just trying to focus. How can I say? We are just trying to watch their votes. The Ultimates was playing so aggressive in their region matches. Their gameplay was so aggressive. We just know that, and we are just trying to change our game study for them. Like, we are just trying to counter them. I guess we're gonna do this for the other teams also.
It's a great plan. It's a very good plan. Now, Turkish teams last year in Ascension, didn't go so well for them. You know, maybe we thought we would see more Turkish players, but even though the Turkish teams didn't win Ascension, as you know, we had Vut, we had Rians join us. We had so many Turkish players in Tier 1 anyway. So why do you think Turkish players are so good? Why do you think there's so much talent in Turkey?
I think they are just playing without their ego. Like, they have no ego. I said Rians was my, how can I say, enemy in our region like 2 years ago. He is so good guy to me. He has no ego. Also, Wood was my ex-teammate. Like, before the Heretics, he was in Fireflags, and I was with them. These guys are playing without their ego. Alphager also. I think that's the main you need to do about yourself. You need to play without your ego. Then you can improve yourself. That's what I can say.
Actually, can I ask you about that Fireflux roster? Because who found all of you? Because I feel like every single great talent from Turkey has been on that roster at one point or another. It's like magic, it feels like.
We were in Fireflux's academy in like 2 years ago. I can say, like, you know Yetujay, Wood, Skyland in our region. He was in Supermassive Blaze in this Paparazzi Supermassive, in this year. And Markne, he's BBL head coach now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was our coach also. He just sent the offer to us, like, guys, do you wanna play in Fireflux? Your chemistry is looking good. And we said, yeah, of course we can try. And we were in third party. We become champion in first hour tournament like 3 years ago with this roster also. That's what I can say. That's what I can say also. Sorry for my English.
He just knows. Big brain. He can tell. And last question. Obviously, this is only day one. Just the first match. But you guys have a very good chance to go further and to maybe win and actually make VCT next year. Is there a player or a team that is in VCT that you really, really like and you maybe want to make it so you could play against them?
In VCT, like EMEA,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I just want to play against Heretics and also Fnatic, because my ex-teammates, in there, I just want to play against them. it's gonna be so fun to me. That's why.
Well, if you play like you did today, I honestly have no doubt that you're going to make it. But thank you very much, Rose, for joining
You're
me.
welcome.
And congratulations once again. We'll see you on the next game.
Thank you.
Well, that is it with our interview and our day. It was a long one, but thank you to you guys at home for sticking with us, and thank you to our casters and to all the players and so on and so forth. We will be back tomorrow with more Ascension action. I believe starting with, I want to say, the Barca game. I have it here. Apex versus CGN. I tell a lie, but Barca will be the next one we show on stream. So have a lovely rest, you guys at home, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
One enemy.
Stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro, they don't know I'm in the zone. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro, they don't know I'm in the zone. Yeah, I feel at home, silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Got the blinders on, feeling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I'm a bomb. Golden touch, got the mind is on. Man, I don't play, I'm on the way. Be smoking, okay. Obstacles try to delay. Crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on the way, from the cage, the main stage. I'm about to engage, raise the price of my wage. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I'm just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro, they don't know I'm in the zone. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro, they don't know I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy. Last player standing.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. better watch out. I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets. It's funny, I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings. I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things, of motivating and killing. Depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough.